just hang out. I can answer any questions. If you guys have anything you want to ask me, by all means, hopefully we can get somebody to, maybe come on stage and, we can talk for maybe a little bit and, just jib and jab and, draw and all that. So yeah, hopefully you guys are all having a good morning. Let me share my screen real quick. Hold on. All right. This is Clip Studio Paint. This is what I'm about to do. Do you guys have any questions? Hold on. Let me see if there's any in the chat. All right, I don't see any questions, but I'm just gonna keep on talking. Apparently this is what I'm gonna be doing a lot in my Twitch streams. Just talking to myself for a little bit. So I gotta get used to it, I guess. I had a good day yesterday. It was a really good con. I hope that you guys enjoyed the con. There was a lot of big announcements towards the end of it all. If you guys have a question, then you can raise your hand. I'm not sure if you guys knew you could do that, but that's way you can ask a question. How long do you focus on sketches? Good question. It depends on, what the sketch is going to be. Like, for instance, right now, I'm going to draw a cool picture of Stud. So if my pen will work for me, there you go. I'm going to draw a cool picture of Stud. So, when I do the sketch, I'm just trying to think of something energetic and cool. I'm going to have him, basically just like holding his fists up and, just saying, yeah, I'm excited for, SaturdayCon or something. So it really, it's just all about just getting it on the page and trying to figure out exactly what type of pose you want. As you continue on with the drawing, you can actually figure out how to, make it more solidified and, make it look a lot cooler in your style. Another thing that you can do, I'm not sure, again, if you guys heard me, you can raise your hand and, ask a question. What was your favorite panel yesterday, Jay? My favorite panel was, there were so many really good panels. I really enjoyed Kira Please. She was really cool on her panel. I, really enjoyed that. I think my favorite panel was probably the very end when we were, kind of announcing everything, just to, just let everybody know that we have so much going on. We have been very, very busy. So, if you don't see me post a lot in the future, that is unfortunately the reason why. I'm going to try to post as much as I can, but, if I decide to take a break, that is, give me a break. If I decide to take a break, just let me do it. So, but anyway, I have that little outline. As you can see, I kind of like lowered that opacity. And now I'm going over with, darker pencils. This is where, I kind of still, kind of just solidify, his shoulders, his, the wrinkles in his clothes. This is going to be his hands. Do you guys have any more questions? Not sure if anybody rose their hand up, but if you guys have one, I am ready to answer anything. You guys are hearing probably in the background my phone right here. It is updating, and I need to silence it, but I haven't done so. So whatever, I guess. I'm just gonna hold on. Oh wait, here it is. Okay, I'm gonna silence it this way. If you guys have a question, raise your hand. I will answer anything. What pens do you use in Clip Studio Paint? That is a good question. I use the Real G pen. That is my favorite pen to use when it comes to drawing or inking. Pretty much anything. It just feels the most realistic to me. If you zoom in, it kind of still even looks kind of gritty. Like it's not like completely smooth, and I don't know. I just like that look. So I use those a lot. I use a lot of different pens now for sound effects. I think that is definitely something I need to explore even more. I've started using like the dry ink pen for, when people are screaming and they're either evil or not evil, but it's still like an intense scream. So I do a lot of things like that. Like I don't know. Like it just kind of just depends. But yeah. just hold on. Have you used CSP for mobile phones for manga on the go, like touch-ups? I have not used the Clip Studio Paint on phones. I know that that is a thing. I know that what was it? It was on Android, if I'm not mistaken. I know they had like some type of partnership with it, but I haven't done that at all. Unfortunately, I do not draw on my phone. If I did, I literally would probably draw every single day, every single moment of the day, because my phone is usually always with me. So I'm glad I don't draw on my phone, only because if nothing else, it gives me a small break, away from just constantly moving my wrist around. So when it comes to touch-ups, though, let's say there's a panel or a picture that like I really like, and I really want to like just make it better or whatever. Like I'll just go back in and Clip Studio Paint whenever I get home on my Wacom tablet. I don't know. I like when people have tablets to draw on. I think that it is very convenient and really cool to just be able to draw anywhere. If you can find the time and a place to sit down, anywhere, then it's definitely something that I would invest in if you could do it. But me personally, I just don't have. I don't know. When I'm somewhere else, I try to just enjoy wherever I'm at. I try to just not think about drawing, because whenever I'm home, if I'm not hanging out with my wife, all I do is think about drawing. So like I try to give myself breaks every now and then, and that's why I personally right now don't have an iPad. That might change in the future. Maybe when I'm traveling a lot more, maybe I need to get a lot of work done on the road. But all right, so as you can see, after you have this thing sketched out, I'm talking while I'm doing this, so it doesn't really look that good. But we're gonna try to fix that. I lower the opacity even more, and I make another layer. And this is when I zoom in and I go in and I add the inks, and I try to make every stroke look as cool as possible. So watch me as I transform this picture into something relatively okay. If you guys have any more questions, by all means, I don't mind rambling on for a long time, but I assume you guys would rather have a question answered than just hear me laugh like every 4 seconds. Like, I don't know. So hopefully you guys enjoyed all of the cool panels yesterday. One of my favorite panels, like I said yesterday, was the last one, but another really cool one was when Fred was talking to all the CEOs from MediaDo, from Coup Worldwide, and also the Tapis CEO, or one of them. That was a really cool panel, just to to see them all talk and go through the business side, and just I don't know. It was a really cool thing to see. So I don't know if you haven't watched anything. If you're watching this for the first time, if you just bought tickets, or if you're just watching this on YouTube, I'm not sure if this is live on YouTube or anything, but if it is, and you're watching this and you didn't see yesterday, you can watch yesterday. It's still on our YouTube channel. It's going to be on our YouTube channel for a long time. It is, however, 11 hours long, so maybe take off from work so that way you could enjoy it, or I don't know. I mean, maybe one day we'll chop it up and make it into episodes or something. Like I don't know. I'm just an artist. I don't work on videos as much as I used to, because I am not that good at making videos. I like making videos, but unfortunately I haven't been on YouTube in a while because I just haven't had time to focus on it. So for everybody that's asked that question, that is my answer. I want to get on YouTube in the future, but I haven't been on it in a long time. So how do you feel about screen toning digitally? Any preferred settings? So when it comes to screen toning digitally, I personally try to keep the screen tone as flat as possible, only because I know that, like for instance, yesterday, the tone that I did in my small panel where I was drawing the hair tutorial, I made the flat tone that I was doing into an actual screen tone by like clicking that button, and it made everything look really cool. But if you apply that in a comic book page and you don't know what you're doing, or if you do it like sloppily, it can really muggy up exactly what you're seeing. Maybe I said that wrong. Like it can really like make it look a lot like the clarity is not there, and that's what's really important when it comes to comic books. You don't want to confuse the reader. You want them to look at a panel or a page and instantly know what's happening. Because once they get brought out of that experience, you've ruined it for them, even if it's for a second. I mean, that's just one thing that I try to focus on a lot when it comes to comic books. So when it comes to comic books and me toning them, I try to keep the toning as flat as possible, or as minimal as possible as well. I try to only use it when I'm separating, maybe a person from another person, or an object, or if I'm trying to highlight an emotion, or I don't know. I think there's a few other comic book artists that do this. Masashi Kishimoto. If you look at his, I looked at a lot of his tones, and he doesn't really tone a lot. He only uses it, like I said, to separate the background from from different people. He highlights different people when he uses tones. Like it's just he doesn't use them in a way that's overbearing, and I really like that. Not to say that he can't, or when other people would use it overbearingly, like that it doesn't look good. But me personally, I always like that aspect of it. It was never confusing to look at one of his pages. So that's the reason why I would advocate to not have a lot of heavy tones. But I mean, to each his own. So do your thing. Hopefully that answered your question. Are you going to watch Chainsaw Man, and what are your favorite anime? Oh man, Chainsaw Man. I loved Chainsaw Man, the manga. Oh man, that was so cool. That was like every week I would read it on the app, and it was great. So I am very much so looking forward to the anime. I think that's going to be really cool. And when it comes to every other anime, I love Mob Psycho 100. I thought that was really awesome. One Punch Man obviously is really cool. I hate the One Piece anime, but I love One Piece. So like, I mean, I think One Piece is like obviously one of my biggest influences, but I mean, I think the anime is just abysmal. Like the animation is horrible, and like I don't know, it's just horrible. So I mean, I will say that there are definitely a lot more improvements in this latest arc, Wano arc. And there's also certain movies and certain episodes that are look good, kind of like how Dragon Ball Z was in Toonami age. Every episode looks crappy except for those really good episodes. So I mean, that's how I feel about unfortunately anime in general. Like I rarely watch anime just to sit down and because I don't have time to do that. But I'll make time for certain animes. Like I said, Mob Psycho 100, One Punch Man, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, obviously. Like that's always amazing. And I would say I don't know, there's probably a few other ones that I would make time for a lot. Gurren Lagann, that was one of my favorites. I might be another thing. I might be mispronouncing a lot of these, or maybe I'm pronouncing them the way I want to pronounce them. A lot of people, unfortunately, make fun of me on TikTok for the way I pronounce manga, because I pronounce it manga instead of manga. So I just want to say, don't get caught up on people and how they pronounce things. I mean, that's just their accent. Don't make fun of them. Like that's not okay. It's fine if they want to say manga. I've noticed before you have large collection of manga and comics yourself. Which title is the largest in quantity you have? I would say I have the complete collection of Dragon Ball. I have all of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, but I have probably more of One Piece. Just because there's more volumes of One Piece. I unfortunately don't have all of One Piece in sequential order. There are some volumes that I'm missing. But yeah. I also have a lot of Toriko. I liked that. I have the beginning of Bleach. I have the majority of Naruto. Maybe Naruto is the largest collection I have. I think I need 10 more volumes, and then I'll have all 70, so I have about 60. So yeah, probably Naruto is like the biggest one, the biggest collection I have. But I have all of the Beat the Vandal Buster that they ever put out. I know that there's like 2 more volumes in Japan. I'm trying to actually order them. I want to get them soon. I have some Shaman King. I have Death Note. all of that, but that's only like 12 or 13 volumes. So I have a lot. I would like to have more space because I want to buy a lot more, but I do not have a lot of space left. So I need to get another bookshelf one day. All right. Wish me luck on my pitch session. Good luck, man. Good luck. I think if anybody out there that wants to put out their story, or pitch it to us, we're gonna have that at some point. I know that Fred, like I said, is going to give out the new schedule where he is, he's going to be announcing that when he comes up on at 10:30. That's also when we're going to be showing the second parts of all of our announcements. So, definitely keep an eye out for that. All right. I feel as though I'm getting a little bit better at just rambling on. But when it comes to drawing and rambling on, I don't think I'm doing as good as I'd like. Like, I think I'm doing okay, but, whatever. All right, how do you handle scene changes, like, for example, going from focusing on close-ups of characters to showing the environment? How do you make something like that seem smooth? I would say a lot of practice is involved. You just got to try a lot of things, and then you'll eventually figure out a sequence that works for you, and that sequence will be like, your style of, storytelling. I would also say you should probably look at a lot of different comics, not just one, several different comics, not just manga. You can look at French comics, you can look at American comics, but look at their storytelling, how they, structure their panels, and how they actually have that, close up, like that entire camera movement. You really gotta like just expose yourself to as much as possible to actually like absorb it all. And when you do that, you actually learn different camera angles that maybe you never would have thought of that could work. It takes a lot of practice. Another thing, however, to keep in mind when you do that, though, is to keep in mind with the 180 rule. I'm not sure if I have time to explain this or if I'm going to explain it, entirely correct. But I have been trying my absolute hardest to do the best I can, when it comes to the 180 rule. And what it basically is, let me see if I can explain it like this. All right. So basically, if there's this line, this character A, let's say it's Stud, and then there's the bad guy, that was King Elefante from one of the last arcs. In every single panel, no matter what type of angle I have the camera, Stud is always going to be on this side of the screen, and King Elefante is always going to be on this side of the screen of that panel. And it's really difficult to. Oh wow, my head fell off. My hair is crazy, guys. It's really difficult to like fully get that concept down. Because it's, I don't know. Sometimes like you'll draw a scene and you'll think to yourself, yeah, I can just move them around, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But if you can stick to that rule, that is a good way of not confusing the reader. Because when you like flip them from the 180 rule, if you move, let's say if I moved King Elefante on this side of the panel while Stud is over here, like it can confuse you. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm not explaining this entirely correctly, but hopefully that made sense. If it didn't, then I'm sorry. I know there's definitely a lot of other people out there that can probably explain this a lot better than me. I have been sleep deprived, and I am drawing as hard as I can. So like that is the reason why I am tired. But I really hope that if that didn't make sense to you, that you at least go check it out, because that will help your storytelling for sure. I learned about that from making comics from Scott McCloud's book. That book, if you read that book, it'll teach you so much about comic books, storytelling, and all of that. So I highly recommend it. But yeah, there you go. I rambled on for long enough. Do you collect anime figurines? I've been given a lot of anime figurines. I personally don't go out and buy them. Not because I don't want them, mainly just because, again, I don't have space. I have a lot up here, or not a lot. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 figurines that are anime related, and then I have a Spider-Man figure where if you press this button, he'll say a quirky saying. So it's pretty cool. I just keep them up there. They look cool. If I had more, I would probably display them. My mentor, he has a lot, and he has like this case, and they look awesome. It's like a museum walking into his house. So, that's always awesome. All right. More is love, more is life. Ja, just kidding. Since Saturday AM is going to print, how much editing went into preventing? If you're talking about editing for the books, there was a lot. There were certain things that I personally want to change inside the book. Maybe update inside of panels. I said this last night. I added an entire chapter, and I added 2 chapters actually, and I moved some scenes around. I also, there was a lot of grammatical changes as well, whether I had changed like the dialogue entirely or whether it was just grammatical errors, and we had to do that for, I don't know, 10 books, and it's we're still doing it, so it's a lot of work. A lot of people would think it's just 1, 2, let's go, but it's not. And the people that put that work in, Frederick, Raymond, Mitch Proctor, everybody that's working on all of our stuff is a rock star. They unfortunately don't get as much credit as they deserve, but they deserve it because they are amazing. So yeah, but there you go. Yeah, there was a lot that went into it. Hopefully, it'll become a smoother process as time continues on. Do you study real world? No. Do you still okay? Do you study real world locations when creating Kingdoms and Hammer? Thank you for putting it back up. Okay, so the answer is yes and no. Yes, in a sense that I know the general feeling that I'm going for, but I add a lot of different elements to make it my own, as well as also make it not too resemblant of a place in real life, because creating Hammer, I just want to create something that's fun. I just want to it's an escapism story. I want you to think to yourself, how Stug gets sucked into the book in the very first chapter is how I want you to get sucked into this book in this series in the very first chapter. I want you to not worry about anything that's going on. Granted, there are definitely themes that I touch upon in Hammer that I think can reflect certain things that happen in today, but ultimately I think it's just supposed to be a fun story. With that said, I try to not make locations look too close to real locations. However, I have looked at certain places and thought to myself, okay, well, I want to take this element, and then I want to take this element, and then I want to take this element, and I'll add them all together, and I'll try to just give you something that's easily digestible, that makes sense for that environment and that part of the story, and that's usually what I do. So I have, however, for upcoming arcs, there's this one arc, the next arc that I hopefully will be working on in 2023. It's I'm already thinking about it right now. So there are definitely a lot of there's a lot of thought that goes into every arc, and I hope that you guys are enjoying this current arc. If you are, then raise your hand. Let me know. I'm not sure if there's a poll thing that we can do, or if you guys are reading Hammer. Hopefully you are, but yeah. So do you read Undead Unluck? I have read chapter 1 of Undead Unluck. I read that fully, and I thought to myself, this is like drawn okay in terms of like there was a lot of action. Like I could feel what the action beats that he was going for, but it didn't tickle my fancy. Like it wasn't something that I wanted to keep on reading. Like we all know what happens in the first chapter. Like I didn't want to know if he does anything else like in the next chapter, and so on and so forth. So I just, I don't know, every now and then I'll go into a chapter and I'll look at like, how the art has progressed, or, maybe I'll read, a chapter or see what the artwork looks like, or, look at a fight scene. I do that for a lot of different series. And, I always do that because if I find something that sparks my interest, then, I will, instantly like read the entire thing. I did that for One Piece after they got to like, I don't know, chapter 400 something. Like, so, and I mean, I don't know. I unfortunately, Undead Unluck has not, grabbed me to the point where I was like, yeah, I want to do this. But there are a lot of manga like that have not done that. My Hero Academia, unfortunately, is one of them. But I know a lot of people are going to hate me for saying that. But yeah. So I just kind of, I think I think Undead Unluck is for an audience, but I am not that audience. So I'll say that. When it comes to line art, how do you feel about manga where the line work is not thin and clean? My artwork is, I have thicker lines. I personally, I don't necessarily care. I think if it looks cool, then it looks cool. It doesn't really necessarily matter in terms of, your art style. If you can convey something very clearly, and the story is also extremely good, then it doesn't necessarily matter if the line art is thin. Like that doesn't matter at all. So, all right, this is the picture. Let me add his. Let me add his strap right here, and I'm gonna answer a few more questions. I know 10:30 is either here. It just got here. Okay, what was the first manga you've read? The first manga I ever read was from Tokyo Pop. It was Ragnarok. The first one that I ever bought was Dragon Ball number 4, Dragon Ball Z issue volume 4. There's Piccolo on the cover. It was awesome. and then I bought the entire series. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, I believe. Wait, what was the biggest challenge working on Hammer? What was the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge working on Hammer, sticking with it. There were several different times I left Hammer and I came back to the story, and I still have a lot of ideas in my head, but like Hammer was always an idea that I thought to myself, I feel like I've seen this character before. Like, I mean, I don't know what type of feeling it was, and I don't think obviously this character has never been created before I drew it. But I mean, my point is that like I felt a connection that like made me like think to myself, I have to do this character. Like, this character has to exist in media, in pop culture somehow, some way. And I thought, if I do the story the way I want to, if I do the story the way I envision it, then I can make that happen. So I'm very happy that I stuck with the story, but I feel like that was probably the biggest challenge. With that said, there are still definitely other stories that I, plan to pursue in the future. So we will see what happens, but I am very excited for this story as well. How do you get into pitch lobby if you want to pitch your series? Again, Frederick, when he comes up here, he's going to explain a lot more about the rest of the schedule for the rest of the day. Hold on, I'm getting a message right now, which is not for me, so I'm gonna turn off my phone. But yeah, Frederick, he's gonna get in here. He's gonna give the entire the next panel, where he's gonna be announcing the rest of the announcements for 2022. And he's also going to be explaining the rest of the schedule for today as well. I think somebody is still on here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm gonna try to reach out to somebody. What is something that a professor taught you that you use to this day? Ooh, that's a good one. I would say. So I've had a lot of different teachers. I actually was in talented art. When I was younger. That was a pretty cool experience. I remember this one teacher. His name was Mr. Townsend, and I had another teacher named Miss Danby, and they were really cool. I think they tried to expand my my art knowledge, and in hindsight, I kind of took that for granted. I feel like I probably should have paid attention a lot more, but I definitely was very grateful for them just taking an interest in me, and that I really like that. Other than that, I would say my mentor Rashad Doucette, like he was very integral in my development of drawing, storytelling. One technique that comes to mind was a perspective technique that I remember he taught me when I was in elementary school. I've known him since I was like 10 years old, and like it was like the dot that you have in the middle, and you have like everything go to that dot. And I just remember when I was a kid, learning this technique, that it was just like awesome. So that was another cool thing that I liked. But yeah, those are some cool techniques. My brother, he taught me a lot. Yeah. What is a piece of art that you made that think you did really, really well on? I think the book Lemonade Code that came out with Oni Press last year, January 21st. So, the year anniversary is coming up, which is pretty cool, actually. I think that book came out very well. There's actually a cameo of me. I drew myself with a Saturday AM t-shirt. So if you guys can find it, then, tweet it at me, because I think that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, that book came out very well. I would say another, I really like, there's a double page spread and a cover. Like issue 20, I think it was 125 of earlier this year or last year. Hold on. Let me see. It was the issue that we announced our Flick Solitaire video game. I had the cover with Stud, and there was a double page spread. I really liked those. Those are probably two of my favorite Hammer pieces. But I'm trying to beat myself, so hopefully you will see something cooler in the future. How do you feel about learning realistic anatomy to push your artistic style? I think learning anatomy is very important. I do think that you can push it in a way to where it still will look good if you draw something cartoony. And that's what I try to do. I try not to, again, when it comes to drawing, my entire philosophy, how I think about it anyway, is I'm just trying to have fun. I want to make the most fun thing that, can ever be, I don't know, consumed. If that can possibly happen in comic book form, I would like to be a part of, making that happen. And I think that when you get hung up on something too much, it can really hinder, your mindset, your growth and all of that. Granted, with that said, I do think learning anatomy, like I said, is very important. I think that, through mistakes, you'll learn a lot more. If you study it, you'll learn a lot more, and eventually it will incorporate into your style, and hopefully you're still having fun while you do it. So I would suggest do what feels right for you. Me personally, I took art one. I took drawing classes. I had to draw with that pencil, and my thumb and doing all that. I had to do that. I had to draw skeletons. I had to do a lot of stuff. And, I know enough about anatomy to say I can care about this when I want to care about it. So that's how I usually, think about it when it comes to, especially for pinups and stuff like this. I think this is a pretty cool picture, but, the anatomy is obviously off. So, like, hold on. Again, I keep on having more and more people that are messaging me. I apologize. So, all right, how many chapters do you have in mind for Hammer? Is that a radar? Awesome. I think so. Originally, when I originally planned out Hammer, it was I wanted every volume to be an arc. Now moving forward, I think starting with volume 5, probably I will have that vision come true, and every volume will be an entire arc. So with that in mind, I think if I plan it right, I could potentially finish this entire series around chapter. I mean, I don't want to give you guys a number because I don't want you to expect something. But I mean, let's say it's more than 80. I'll say that. So I mean, if it gets to where I want it to get to, it'll be pretty awesome. But we'll see what happens. So, but I'm looking forward to making it as enjoyable as possible. Hopefully, you guys will support it. And when you do, that will, not only invigorate me and energize me to draw more and, entertaining work for you guys, but also it will, fuel the production of these as well. Because eventually I want to hire assistants. I want assistants to help me with backgrounds, and probably just backgrounds because I like drawing too much. But yes, I would love that. In the future, I right now I'm having too much fun, but I'm starting to get a lot busier, and I can totally see that happening in the future. So yeah, but when that happens, I'll probably work on a lot of different projects as well, and maybe Hammer will exceed that number that I have in my head that's larger than 80. That potentially might be 3 numbers. So yeah, we'll see. So. Any more questions? Do you guys have any more questions, or am I just talking? Oh man, I think I've gone over my limit. Is anybody? Hold on, let me see if you guys are good. Oh wait, somebody's coming up. Hello. All right. Oh yeah, hey, how's it going? What's going on, Jackie?
Hey, it's going good. It's going good. I just want to let you know, Fred will be on in a few minutes. So if you guys have any more questions, we'll get to the last ones, and then Fred will hop up right on stage and start.
Awesome sauce. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Put it in the chat. Let me, don't leave me hanging up here. Let's do this. Ask me anything you guys want. You guys want to learn something about Hammer? Do you want to see me draw another picture? Hold on. I can do that real quick. I'm going to draw. Do you guys want me to draw a character from Saturday AM, or, another character from Hammer that you guys want to see? First person to raise their hand and put it in the chat. I'm doing it. Oh, man. You guys are very enthusiastic. I love it. I love it. Thank you very much. All right. All right, cool. Let's do I'm thinking Tara. Tara is Stud's mother. And I think there were a lot of people who told me that they liked her. And I like drawing her. This is usually, again, how I start pictures. It's super messy, doesn't matter. I just kind of get the shape of, what I want to draw. A little smaller. If you guys have any more questions about comic books, or my experiences, or drawing, or any tutorials or anything like that, again, feel free to put it in the chat. But until then, this is Terra. Do you have a playlist of music that you listen to while drawing or writing to help inspire you? Yes, I do. I don't really have a set playlist. It kind of varies depending on my mood, and sometimes it varies depending on what's on YouTube, as well. I'll try to just pick something that I think sounds cool on YouTube. I like Khalid. That I usually put him on when I want to get into a cool vibe. That's just like chill. I like listening to a lot of anime OSTs, like One Piece. Definitely, I think that's a really cool soundtrack. Joe Hisashi is probably the one that I've watched the most. Joe Hisashi, he has a concert where he goes over. It's like a medley of Studio Ghibli music, and it's beautiful. It's amazing. Like I can't, not listen to it every now and then. So, do you write scripts for chapters? If so, how far in advance? So, it kind of depends on what you mean by scripts. I don't write traditional scripts ever. Usually, I usually try to draw thumbnails when I go through the dialogues and actions and all that, because I see it better visually in my head. So that's how I draw or write a script. However, I do plan out arcs at a time. When it comes to Hammer, like I planned out that entire story, chapter by chapter, and that's why I know what the number is on how many chapters it is. However, I also personally want to make the story as enjoyable as possible, whilst also not prolonging it needlessly. So like I'm trying to, but like there are also, with that said, like arcs that I have in mind that I would like to add, and all of that. So with that said, I have them all written down. I have the core story written down. I know how long the core story is. I know how long the other arcs that I have are. If I can somehow find a way to put it in, to where it matches the timeline that I have for myself and for this story, then I'll try to make that happen. But when it comes to writing it out, I don't unfortunately do that. But I am extremely far ahead when it comes to knowing exactly what needs to be done. So yeah. On average, how long does it take you to draw a page? Kind of depends on what I'm doing. Like for instance, today I was procrastinating, and I was also very tired when I woke up. So I am technically still working on that page. I think I was on the last panel right before I started this panel. So haha. But I it took me, unfortunately, that page. It should have took me like an hour and a half, and it took me like 2.5 hours. So again, it just kind of depends. If I'm not procrastinating, or if I'm just focused on something, it takes me anywhere between an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on the page. So if the page is like really, really detailed, or if it's double page spread, or maybe there's a lot of detail in the background, or maybe there's a lot of people. There's several different variables. So it really just varies depending on the page. But I think normally it's about an hour to like between an hour and 3 hours. So yeah. How many chapters do you have in mind for Hammer? I am not going to answer that question. I do have a number, like I said, but I can't answer it because it might change. It might be a little less. It might be a little more. Again, it kind of depends on you guys. If you guys like the story of Hammer so much that, I'm seeing a lot of good sales, there's a lot of buzz around it. I think that there will be a time when that happens, because I like Hammer a lot. I think people that like stories like Hammer will love Hammer as well. And I think that, once it gets out in the public's eye, it's going to have it'll shine. But yeah. All right. So this is Terra, guys. Woo! I drew Terra super quickly. What? Boom. You guys want to see me color her really quickly too? see if I can do that. If you guys have any more questions, yeah, tips for drawing cover art for your comics. That's a good question. I would say it kind of depends on what type of style for your comic that you're going for. So what do I mean by that? Let's say you're drawing, what is that comic called? Oh my God, it's an Image comic. It's really popular right now. Where are the children going, or why are the children missing, or it's something to that effect. And it's like a zombie. It looks like a zombie type of thing, and it's really cool. It's like a horror story type of vibe. So a lot of their covers look and have that gritty coloring, and they just have that feeling of, you know, looking like it could be a horror story like type of comic. I haven't really looked at this comic a lot, so, you know, I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting this comic. From what I've seen, this is the vibe that I get from just the covers. And, you know, also, but it works for like that type of story. I would say the same thing works for something like, if you look at One Piece, you know, their chapter covers, you know, there's so much story in One Piece that he has to add more story to the covers. So, like, I mean, again, it makes sense. It's, you know, it has that purpose. So, you know, what I do is I try to take a panel or a scene or, you know, something that looks cool within the chapter, and I just try to romanticize it and just make it look really cool. I'll change the angle, or I'll, you know, maybe I'll add a different element that's not in the actual comic chapter. But there's several different ways to do it. You know, at one point I was drawing my characters in like one of the ideas that I had. I don't think I've done this, you know, with Hammer anyway, but I would draw my characters on like magazine covers and stuff, you know, and I would make them look like they were idols, like on magazine 17 or whatever. Like that was an idea I had, you know, and I thought that would be cool to translate by drawing my characters like as like a movie cover, you know, have them cosplay and like do all that. So there's several different ways. I think it just kind of depends again on what exactly you're trying to go for when it comes to you know, what that cover is. My manga process. That's a tough question. I don't really understand it fully. So, you know, I say it's tough because I'm not really sure what to, you know, start. But you know, I guess I'll start from. I mean, what I usually do is after I come up with the ideas and, you know, I think to myself, you know, how the story is going to go and, you know, who the characters are going to be and all of that, you know, after I have all of that said and done, when it comes to actually creating the chapter, if that's what you're asking, I would say I usually start off with an outline of the chapter via sentences. So each sentence will correspond with that page. So I want in this page for this to happen, and no matter what I add in this page, or no matter what I you know draw, like, you know, as long as I, you know, get that sentence finished on that page, then I'm done. And I do that for, you know, however many pages I have. I write like 15, you know, sentences for, you know, every chapter of Hammer, and then after I do that, I've changed the way I do my thumbnails now, where I basically draw them digitally, and then I blow them up whenever I'm finished with them, so I can start working on the pencil stage. After I'm done with the pencil stage is when I work on you know, inks, and then, you know, if there are any color pages, I'll color them, and then I'll, you know, add tones, and then I'll add words, and, you know, yeah, there you go. It's a pretty fun process. I do it every month now, but it's you know, I try to get as far ahead as possible. But yeah, I'm getting messages that Fred is about to get on soon, so I'm going to try to finish this really, really quickly. If you guys have any more questions, now is the time to put them in the chat. Raise your hand, and I'll try to answer them real quick. As you can see, I am not going in the lines because I am in a rush. I'm trying to hurry this, so that way I can be done with it, and somebody else can get on, and I don't feel incomplete. So I'm rushing. Was there any other question? Did you guys have any other questions, or you guys just like listening to me ramble? Can you draw Hamber in Grimheim World? Ooh, that would be fun. Yeah, I might do that one day. If you're asking me to do that right now, I don't think I have time. But I think that would be fun. I do actually have. So we all know with the graphic novels at the very end there are cutscenes that allude to the multiverse of the Saturday AM world. So there are possibilities for crossovers in the future. So we will see what happens.
Hey Jay.
Yo, what up, man?
What's up? Fred's ready. So go ahead and we can go ahead and wrap this up for now.
Oh, all right, awesome sauce. Well, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. This is, the color of her shirt. So I hope you guys enjoyed this little ramble of mine. Thank you again for attending SaturdayCon. This is day number 2. Stay tuned. The CEO of Saturday AM is going to be on very shortly, and he's going to explain everything. So yeah, I'm not sure who's in charge of this now, but I'm going to end my screen, and I hope you all enjoy. So, deuces.
Okay, all right. I can't see myself, but that's fine. How are you guys doing? I dawned on me yesterday during our presentation that I did so many of the videos sitting down because it was a long day, and I've got a little dog who's very rambunctious and so forth, so I just kind of would sit down a lot. But I actually, for the holidays, my sister got me this awesome standing desk, and I kept thinking, like, why was I using this awesome standing desk? This way I can, bring the desk up, I can stand and get my exercise, close my rings on the watch, so it's all good. But welcome to day 2 of SaturdayCon. This is a celebration of all things Saturday AM, and we are just incredibly excited to have you guys here for a second day. The first day was magical, is the only way I can put it, and that's a big thanks to all the folks that we have who helped us put this together. Carlos Benitez, Jackie Rendy, Dimitri and Phillips, so many volunteers as well. Chris Burns, who did some of these awesome videos, some of which you're going to see right now. And my volume is low. Okay, I don't know if my volume is low, but they're telling me now, helping us make this presentation for you guys even better. But hopefully you can hear me. I hope you guys can hear me. But yeah, I mean, yesterday's event was really great. And so again, I just wanted to give a big shout to all of our folks who were just so amazing and helping put this thing together. Big shout as well to Mitch Proctor, who did some of the great graphics, as well as Morgan Walker, who designed some, which you're going to see today. So big shout to so many folks, and a big shout to all of you guys for supporting us. Let me also not forget to thank, which I was planning on doing at the end of the day, but I want to do it as well right here. We got so many compliments from these great guests we had yesterday, big guests. Executives from Tapas Media, Tokyo Pop, Media Do, Coup Worldwide, Black Girl Nerds. So many people complimented us on the technology and the smoothness of all the stuff we were showing you guys. And that's thanks to Shindig, who's putting together the technical part of this. So I want to give them a big shout as well. But anyway, this is day 2. This is our final day of our convention. Again, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. Now, we got a big day planned. We've got people coming to you from animation, people coming to you from the worlds of toys and collectibles, people coming to you from the worlds of video games. So again, this entire event is all about you, the fan of independent creative content, as well as the creator of independent content. But of course, it all starts with what we've tried to do for the past 9 years of building a brand that is synonymous with diverse, independent characters and their creators. And that's why I want to bring you to part 2 of our Saturday AM 2022 and beyond experience, where we talk about all the amazing things we have coming up in the next few years. So I think it's first important to kind of give you guys that rundown of just what we do, just how diverse our content is. And so I'm going to ask Jackie if she can bring up and let's play some videos back to back just to give you guys a sense of what we do on Saturday AM. I don't know if I'm supposed to do it. I guess I get other. I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to do it or Jackie's going to do it.
Hi, Fred. Sorry, I was in a conversation. What video did you need?
Oh, never mind. I'll do it then. I'll bring it up. Let's see here.
Sure.
Let's see. AM 2022. All right. So, folks, Saturday AM, of course, is our brand it's our original brand. It's our brand dedicated to diverse shonen manga style content. But for some of you who may not know, we do 3 different digital manga magazines. And the second one I want to tell you about is Saturday Brunch. Here's a quick video for that. Saturday Brunch, of course, is our brand dedicated towards josei manga content. So this is content that is female focused. Our whole belief is that every character, every shape, every skin tone, every gender and orientation can be a hero and the lead of our stories. And so Saturday Brunch is really dedicated to uncovering really great opportunities and storytelling for female creators and or female characters. And last but not least, we have Saturday PM. Let me show you guys real quickly. Saturday PM, of course, is dedicated to seinen manga. So this is the older male demographic. So we have a magazine devoted to the classic shonen, young male and or female action-oriented stories. We have stories that are a bit more intimate, featuring older protagonists or protagonists who are female focused with a healthy dose of LGBTQ. And we have Saturday PM dedicated to older, more aggressive storylines involving mostly male characters and or male creators. So we have a really broad section. We deliver some great content amongst those different magazines with exclusive series, exclusive creators. But what I want to tell you guys about is our exciting things we have coming to those respective areas, including Saturday afternoon, which is our brand new web-oriented content. So with that being said, let me bring up my screen here, do a screen share with you guys, and show you some of the amazing content that we have coming very soon for you. Let's see here. Sorry, it always takes a second to get these things going here. We got to do the screen share. So give me 1 sec here. All righty, let's see. And we're going to do share my screen. Oh, boy. Crap. Oh, crap. I think I made a mistake here. Let's see if we can do this here. I tried to open it, and I ended up, oh, crap. You got to love the joys of doing this thing live. Carlos, I hit, yeah, there we go, Demetrius. So I tried to load it and it didn't quite, it kind of messed up when I tried to do it here. So
I know worries. Let's see.
I'm gonna say I'll send you the file right now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
They got to do a better job of unlocking their software. So if you hit the wrong thing, it doesn't lock you out. Let's see here. Here we go. Let me send you the file right now. Oops, wrong one. So 1 second, folks. Okay, Dimitri should have that coming up into your workplace chat. If you can download that and then do your screen share, it'd be great.
1 sec. Gotcha. All right, let me go full screen on this.
All right, you can go full screen on it.
Gotcha. 1 sec, sorry.
Yeah.
Is it because 1 sec, guys? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
How the hell do you do it?
There you go. All right, so what we're gonna do is kind of show you guys kind of where we've been and where we're going. We're gonna do this really quickly because obviously we're running up against some of our great guests who are coming for our next panel, which we hope you guys will stay tuned for. So, Dimitri, go ahead to the next slide. All right, so Saturday AM, of course, we're the world's most diverse manga brand. We focus on manga style content and we focus on original intellectual property. You can see that we have such a diverse and colorful cast of characters coming from a wonderful, diverse group of creators. Next slide. What you guys may not know is that Saturday AM, we have been around for a while now. We launched back in 2013. Our 10-year anniversary is upon us. And as we get closer and closer to these dates, I think it's always important for people to recognize some of the amazing things that we've done. As we talked about yesterday, we pioneered a lot of different areas. So we've been really fortunate being able to put together so many different things on behalf of Saturday AM and our creators and our characters. We've had toys created from Jabberwocky featuring some of our amazing characters like Apple Black and Imwog and Bully Eater. All of our characters appeared as a deck within the really cool mobile video game Flick Solitaire. And of course, we published for some time our graphic novels via print on demand. And we, of course, announced yesterday our full slate of actual a partnership that we have with Quarto Group to publish, distribute, and release 10 graphic novels this year or 9 graphic novels plus a how-to book. Sorry, and then at least 10 the following years after that. So we're taking our brand continued further and further into retails. For example, the toys are available at GameStop stores nationwide. Previously Hot Topic, and the video game, of course, is very strong on iOS and Android. You'll see more great products coming from us later this year. Next slide. So again, we have 3 manga magazines. In fact, these are the 3 latest issues. You can see the Saturday AM is the flagship, and it sits at 142 issues. Saturday Brunch, our newest manga magazine, sits at 6 issues, and Saturday PM, which is our first spinoff manga magazine, major manga magazine. We had a couple smaller spinoffs in the past, is at issue 15. We're so excited that in 2022 we'll hit issue 19 of Saturday PM before the year is out, and we'll hit issue 10 of Saturday Brunch before the year is out, and that's really exciting for us. Next slide. All of our content can be found on our mobile apps. Our mobile apps have tremendous reviews. We want to thank so many people for supporting what we've done with the app. We have a new upgrade to the app coming soon. It's going to allow you to have content, expanded content. You're going to be able to comment on posts and things that are in the stories, and there'll be some advertising and so forth that we'll be able to have for you guys that will bring you closer to the things you already love, like video games and other stuff, as well as other Saturday AM products. Next slide. Of course, as I announced, our graphic novel program starts this year. June 2022 launches a whole new phase of Saturday AM. You've got Apple Black, Master Multiplayer World of Ghosts, Hammer, Saigami, Titan King, and so many titles. So feel free to check those out. You can Google it, Quarto Group, Saturday AM, or just Saturday AM graphic novels, and you'll find at least 6 graphic novels that you can pre-order right now. Next slide. And of course, kicking off this line is how to draw a diverse manga. This is really special for us, folks, because as I talked about yesterday with the CEO of Tokyo Pop, when I started the company, I always envisioned what we do to be very different from what everyone else does. We're not traditional Japanese manga. We're not manga based on the Asian diaspora, things like Webtoon and so forth, which are all great, but we're not in that vein. We're not OEL manga either. We're not original English language manga. Many of our creators, English is their second language. Diverse manga is the future of manga. The idea that manga is a culture, it's a style. It doesn't require you to be Japanese, it doesn't require you to be Asian. What it requires you is to be authentic and to operate in a similar art style. And we're going to teach you via this book how you can bring your own sensibilities to this with our How to Draw a Diverse Manga book. This is available for pre-order today, so please check it out. We've been featured all over the place. We've got more big interviews coming. In fact, yesterday we were profiled by ICV2, one of the leading websites devoted to conversations about the industry of comic books. Next slide. All right. You guys know some of our hit series. I'm actually going to bypass that because we're really tight on time. So, Dimitri, you can just go forward until we get to the new titles. All right. So, folks, of course, you know what our magazines are like. We have tons of content within the magazines. We have articles, we have interviews, and, of course, we have our manga. And it's all put together by extraordinary design. I want to give a big shout out to our designers, Joshua Thomas, Mallory Avalos, and Mitch Proctor, who's our head designer. Our content looks amazing. You can see with Saturday AM. You can see with the next slide, Saturday Brunch, or Saturday PM, sorry. Then you can see with the next slide, Saturday Brunch. Our titles look different from one another. The content is fantastic. It's well worth your time to check out, and we put it together in a format you can appreciate, even though it is digital. Next slide. We're going to talk about Pilot Manga real quickly. This is the new website that we have devoted to the same sort of content, diverse shonen manga style content or shoujo manga style content from really fantastic up-and-coming creators. This is just a snippet of the great series we have, like Benedict Nick, Phenomenal Brick, Reaper's Inc., In This Life, Dream State, Change the World, Boneyard, October Legion. There are more coming. We're going to reveal one of them here in a moment. Next slide. New series for 2022. First up is Metal Souls. This is an action mecha title from D.D. Mark. You guys know him. You've been seeing his explosive growth over the past year. He participated in this year's Summer of Manga, and last year's Summer of Manga. People loved it, and we are so excited to be bringing you Metal Souls. It will begin in this month's issue of Saturday AM. Next slide is Frostfire. This is a title that's completely no one knew about. We're so excited about this. White Manga's been working on this title personally with the young man Neo Manga Art. Beautiful artwork, fantastic concept about a world that is being overrun by ice, that has kind of like a dimensional scenario with demons and so forth. And this mysterious kid has the power to beat it back. So he bands together with some folks, and we now have a really exciting, really epic story. We think you guys are going to love it. Begins in January. Protect, Marry, Kill, also from Summer of Manga last year. This is going to be a really fun title. It's going to be very similar to Spy Family. I meant to put Kakagure as the second title. This is from Lian Ping, one of the most just talented professional young ladies we've had a chance to meet. She's from Australia. We're super excited for this title. This is a romance, action, comedy series. It's going to really excite you. It begins in February. Otherworldly Travel Agency. This is another great title. Came from last year's Summer of Manga. Val Castillo, who you're going to meet later today during our Out and Proud panel, which actually happens in a few minutes. Wonderful young woman. She is accomplished in her own right. And this is going to be very similar to people who follow a lot of different series, a lot of series that just involve fun, hijinks. The general idea is this young man is put into a job that is not exactly what he thought it would be. Every episode allows him to explore new places and get into new trouble, and it's really fun, and Val is really awesome. We hope you guys will check out the Otherworldly Travel Agency, which will begin airing quarterly in Saturday Brunch in March. Deady Dead Dead. Deady Dead Dead is the series that we're really excited about. This is a title from the young man who did Broken Watch, Arunas, from Lithuania. This starts in February, starts on Saturday PM. It's going to be coming out quarterly. And this is certainly not, the information here is wrong. We had to correct. This is wrong. But anyway, this is a really dark series about assassins. Really awesome stuff. You guys are going to really dig this. So please feel free to check this out in the next issue of Saturday PM, which will come out in this quarter. Happily Ever After will join Saturday afternoon. This is a great title as well, also coming from Summer of Manga. This is a action-based series. If you think of the Red Hood Guild series that was running in Shonen Jump, this is very similar, but also different in all the right ways. Great narrative. Young girl's trying to bring back her family that was taken from her from monsters. To do it, she has to find this mythical item called Happily Ever After. And so she joins a bunch of bounty hunters to take on this world of monsters. This is going to be really exciting. I think you guys are going to really dig this. And you're going to find it for free on our Pilot Manga website and our Saturday afternoon line. We have a special for you guys later today. This will be available on the Pilot Manga website. We want all of you guys to check out Pilot Manga. It's got great content on it. And within it will be I Want to Go North, a new short story from Arunas Art, who has Deady Dead Dead, which is coming out later this quarter. This is a really sweet story. This is a really beautiful story. You're going to be able to read the full thing, 40 plus pages on Pilot Manga today, beginning at 6 p.m. And of course, as we mentioned yesterday, we're going to be launching into Saturday AM Presents AFK Arena Magazine. We're really excited about this. I'm going to show you guys some stills of it later today. But this basically is the webcomic that you've seen in a couple of places, completely transformed, redeveloped in the Saturday AM style, complete with articles, brand new lettering, and custom design work. You're going to really dig our approach to this, and they really like our approach to it as well. So stay tuned for more information about that later today. One last note, of course, what makes the magazines work is the fact that we're able to bring and discover great new talent. And this year's March Art Madness is going to bring back all the wonderful things that we do, this global art tournament that we do. But this year, we'll be introducing an animation category. We'll talk more about this later today. But for those of you who want to get into animation, for those of you who want to test your skills, we now have an opportunity for you. And finally, Summer of Manga, the event that we all love every year. It comes out every summer and helps introduce us to amazing new short story creators. As we indicated yesterday, there is now a new hook to the Summer of Manga experience. Not only do creators get a chance to experience everything that goes into creating content, but now that content has a new destination, because the best creators of that experience then get financially rewarded with an opportunity inside of our brand new yearly ode to independent, diverse manga content called Saturday AM Annual. So this year's event will be feeding content into next year's Saturday AM Annual. Really excited about that. We hope you guys will love it. It's going to be really exciting, and we can't wait for you all to check out, if you have a chance to submit your content, but also to check out some of the great new creators that we find this year. For both March Art Madness and Summer of Manga, last year was incredible. We discovered creators from Ghana, Lithuania, so many different countries. This year, we think it's going to be even bigger than ever. So thank you all so much for checking out this presentation. We hope you guys will now enjoy the rest of the day. Now, we're going to be posting in after the Out and Proud panel, which is beginning in just a moment, to tell you about the other Lobby 2 panels, including how you can do additional portfolio reviews and picture series. So stay tuned for that right after the Out and Proud panel. Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sean. I'm going to be one of your moderators for this panel. Alongside me, there will be Alan, one of my colleagues from the site Comicosity, and we're excited to be hosting the Out and Proud panel. Let us bring in our panelists for this meeting.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Hi, panelists.
Hi.
Hey there.
So just to begin, could you introduce yourselves to the audience, say who you are, talk a little bit about your work?
Sure. Do you want to go first?
You can go first.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Serendipity, and I work on the comic Otherworldly Travel Agency.
Right. And hey, everyone. I'm Natasha. I'm an illustrator and comic artist. And for Saturday AM, I worked on the short horror Longest Night for the latest Summer of Manga event.
So to begin with, since this panel is on LGBT diversity and inclusion, let's start with a question that many people ask. which is, why does representation matter in comics?
Would you like? Sorry, I don't want to talk over. Do you want to go first?
No, it's fine. I'm the person who follows.
Oh, okay. Well, personally, for me, I think representation matters because when I was younger, I would look at stories and I really couldn't find someone that I could connect to. Obviously, I could enjoy some of these stories, but there was sort of a superficial level to that. And when you see characters talk or say things or look a certain way, it kind of helps you remember it more. It has more of an impact.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. You still have things to say? I'm sorry.
No, I was keeping that response kind of short.
Yeah, representation matters because of that, and also because it's important that people who aren't of any marginalized identities have them normalized to them in their everyday lives as well. Just like Val, I had trouble finding someone that, like a character in a story when I was little, that I could connect with. So it's very important.
So I think that's a really good way to shoot into what were some experiences y'all had growing up, because you talked about the lack of representation for sure, but what were some media or some things you encountered that kind of informed your approach to representation in your own work?
For me, I really looked at the way that creators would tell these stories. And I'd either understand, okay, so this is someone, even if they aren't necessarily part of this marginalized group, they took the time to research and study and uplift those voices. And I always thought that was super important.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that to write a story you need about a marginalized identity, you need to be of that marginalized identity. I think you have to approach it with empathy, which is what I always try to do. Because most of my protagonists represent me. I always try to write butch lesbians in my stuff. But I also have, like, for example, one of my stories, I have a trans guy, and it's important to research, and talk to people who are of those identities, or just pay attention to what they're saying in social media or YouTube and things like that, to be able to represent them a little better.
And building off of that, like, what does good representation look like? You mentioned empathy. What does a story need to do, or perhaps not do, to feel like it is inclusive?
Personally, for me, I feel like it needs to avoid certain stereotypes or using said stereotypes like as a butt of a joke. I also think that in order for it to feel like good representation, in my own personal opinion, is that it's coming from a place of respect. That's really mostly it for me.
Yeah, I think something that tends to eliminate problems is when you don't look at these characters as like, oh, this is my Black character, or this is my gay character. You're just like, okay, this is this character that I'm creating, and how is his personality going to be? What are struggles they have? Like, make the characters complex and look at them as people instead of like just tools to say that you're being representative or something.
Mm-hmm. So I really like those responses, especially Natasha, when you talk about not veering into stereotypes. So how do y'all take that process of developing an aesthetic and including different communities, especially ones that you're not a part of?
For me, it's listening to said communities. There's certain methods for coloring, there's certain methods for line art, there's certain methods for art styles. And in order to be aware of avoiding certain things or using certain art methods that might work for one type of character but not the other, is to listen to those people who have grown up and have been drawing those characters for years, because they know, and they know what to avoid.
Yeah, it's important to always be learning from other artists, regardless. But it is, like, for example, I watched a lot of White Manga's videos, like about drawing Black characters and things like that, because you grow up in like a racist environment, like a systemic racist environment, and you are not even aware a lot of the times of the things that you do or that you don't do. So I realized after some time that, I never drew Black characters in my life at a certain point. And then I was like, well, let's start drawing some black
Yeah,
characters.
exactly, because it's been
Should be able
normalized.
to do that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. It's been normalized, so you never think about it until you unlearn those things.
Yeah.
One of the interviews that came up, I believe, in the interview that Alan and I did with Saturday AM's founder, was they were talking about the challenge of creating diverse works. And I think it was actually with Manga, they were discussing, oh, why you're a person of color? Why are there so few people of color in your original drafts? They're like, oh, I didn't want it to feel forced. And it's amazing how we internalize what normal or what is common should be, even when we are those identities.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Like one thing that I hear a lot, that I see a lot on social media is people being like, oh, all your characters are queer. How, like, that's not normal. I'm like, have you met queer people? even when we don't know that we are all queer,
Exactly.
like we tend to pack together for some reason. There's something that links
it's like an
us.
unspoken energy, like, because there's that underlying communication and like understanding that they just kind of end up flocking together.
Yeah, I mean, like you find out later that everyone is queer. Sorry, I cut you.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. So I think that's a really great way, or a really great path to ask. How do y'all do that in your work? Because you're very real. Like walking into a room with very few Black people, you know, I noticed, you know, the 2 or 3 across the room, and I'm like, we get it. And same for queer folks or queer spaces. So how do you use your art and your work to kind of provide that home for different people, especially based on how you like to draw or what elements you like to put into your work?
For me personally, it's a combination of both literal, like basically not exactly shoving it in your face, but saying like, hey, everybody, like this character's gay, or having allegories in the story or the way that they speak. Because there is both spoken and unspoken language when it comes to representation. While you don't have to literally say things like, oh, well, this certain group of people is oppressed. There's always allegories if you don't want it to be literal.
Yeah, I guess because I am very, I don't even know, but I just put the characters there and I show them as they are, and I hope that's enough most of the time. Like, for example, all my protagonists are butch lesbians, so I just put them there, and I noticed that sometimes people think they're dudes. Like with Longest Night, one of the comments that I saw, it was just a dude running the entire chapter. I was like, no, that's not a dude.
I have a similar issue, but the opposite. Because I draw very effeminate characters. So like everyone just has, you know, big old round eyes for the most part. So they'll always be surprised. They'll say, wait, that character's a guy? And I'm like, I mean, why not? Pretty boys can exist, right?
Hey,
why not?
Hey guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it looks like Natasha's having some buggy issues with her camera, so I'm just going to take her off really quick and then put her right back on. But Val, you could go ahead and continue your thought, and Natasha will be right back.
Okay. But I've had that issue. I like to normalize certain styles or certain visuals, because there's so many ways that people can look. There's men who exist in real life who are very effeminate. Like, why not draw it? You know, just stylistic things also kind of affect that, the way you grow up. I've always loved very pretty art, as my teachers like to call it, just pretty aesthetic, just a very decorative art. But it's what I like to draw, and if that affects the way that my characters look, I mean, that's what happens, right?
So building on that, actually, you mentioned learning from people who draw marginalized characters in their art style. Do you use any tools like sensitivity readers or like preview your work toward a marginalized group you're not part of to review, like, am I doing this well? What does your process for that look like?
So I've never done large groups for sensitivity reading, but usually what I'll do is I will look up artists who are part of marginalized groups or have been open about being parts of marginalized groups and look at their work. If I can get a hold of them, I try to contact them. That doesn't always work, but I always try to be conscious of what they're doing and how they want like their marginalized group to be represented.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So with that, how do you strike a balance between learning new skills, learning new ways to represent people, and building that into how you like to do your own style?
So for me, an end goal of mine with art has always been to be able to create characters that people can relate to. Now, there's not going to be one single character that everyone can relate to. So obviously the solution to that is to draw as many characters as possible, right? Because there's multiple groups of people. There's multiple, sexualities, disabilities, mental and physical. I just try to think of all those things when I draw. And that kind of just goes back into the researching and finding people who are from those groups. Oh, hi, you're back.
Hey, I'm back. It's just that, like, I'm sorry, but my camera does that. This is my camera. Right? Because I am an annoying person and I didn't buy like a separate webcam. I'm using my laptop's cam and it does this. Like sometimes it's just, it goes smooth. Like I teach online and like my students don't notice anything. Like everything's okay. And then the next day it's doing this the entire time.
Oh no.
So it just, since I bought the laptop, that's what it does.
Oh, I see.
So continuing though, did you hear the question when you were pulled out of the room?
I didn't actually.
No worries. It was, as part of your process, do you use sensitivity readers or any kind of way to, I guess, validate feels like a very clinical word, but check what your work is and your depictions are what you'd like them to be?
Right. At the moment, no, because like I'm a very small, like independent sort of creator, and I'm not even able to like pay my bills right now, so I can't pay other people. But what I do is usually like I seek out people who talk about representation of their own communities, and I try to read and absorb as much of their thoughts and opinions as I can before I try to, represent people in my own works. And if people like have valid criticisms, I'll always listen to them. Like if people think, for example, that I draw a character in a certain way or that I made them do a certain thing that they think is problematic, we can always talk about it. Like I'm open to that.
So, sorry, Sean.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So to follow up with that, how do you take your signature style and combine that feedback or any kind of criticism you get into what you typically do?
It's like one problem I have, people don't pay attention to my work. So I don't have a lot of feedback right now. But I don't think that, for example, an art style has to be an impediment to representing people correctly. Like there's no, because sometimes I see that being used as an excuse. Like, oh, I draw this way, so I can't make this trans girl look like that. I'm like, no, that's dumb. Just make her look like every other girl you draw. It's like whatever. And like, oh, but because of my style, I can't color this person's skin. I'm like, no, you can't. Just change it a bit.
Or look at the way that artists who have similar style color,
Right.
Yeah,
and
like if you color in a pastel way, there are pastel ways of coloring different skin colors. Like you don't have to make everyone look white.
Well, and that's exactly what came to mind. I've seen some really awesome artists of color that take pastel or really dreamy palettes and use them for darker or melanated skin, and it's beautiful. And it just takes people being willing to try it sometime.
Yeah, and it's also okay if you go like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And it would be fun. It would be cool if you guys help me, to learn how to do this. Like point me somewhere, please. Or,
exactly.
Because sometimes we just don't know how to do something. We need to learn.
That's human nature, not knowing how to do stuff.
Yeah. Like I'm terrible with backgrounds. I have to work on that. I hate backgrounds. Clip Studio Assets saves my life.
That's understandable.
So I gotta apply the same thought process to people.
I want to loop back to something you actually both kind of mentioned earlier. Natasha, when you mentioned the word problematic, my brain jumped to it. One of the artists I once interviewed a while back mentioned the challenge that a lot of the pressure they feel drawing queer characters doesn't come from who you might expect it. It's often queer people, and it's often queer people going, well, this doesn't match my idea of good representation. This character is a gay dude who seems like he sleeps around a lot. And the comics artist, Joe, mentioned this character is based on my life. He's based on my experiences. Sure, there's some stereotypes here, but these stereotypes exist because there are people like me that exist.
Mm-hmm.
How do you handle, I guess, that kind of pressure to depict positive queer characters? And does it actually impact decisions you make? Like, would you be willing to draw a queer villain, or would that make you uncomfortable, or would you be afraid of backlash?
For me personally, I mean, never assume any of my characters are straight, right? So like all the characters are gay. Don't have to worry about the idea of queer coding a villain if everyone's gay, right? but in seriousness though, I feel like it's about intention at the end of the day of who it's coming from. Like that's why you do your research whenever you read, like, okay, this author has a lot of like, you know, racial stereotypes. What's going on? Look it up. Oh, this person is Black. Like, this is their experiences. Maybe take a step back before you run to your keyboard to get mad at them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one thing that, like, honestly, it makes me angry, because every time there is someone suffers backlash because of a queer character, almost every time I go to look at it and it's a queer creator that's getting destroyed on social media because they represented a queer character in a way that some people didn't like. And it pisses me off because people don't do that to cis straight creators. They don't do that. Mm-hmm. And I think it's very... It's a problem that we have. Like, for example, I think it was last year here in Brazil, we have like independent publications and like queer writers, they write their novels, their stories. And there was one that was like, I didn't read it, so I don't know exactly how the story goes. But if, from my understanding, it was a retelling of like Beauty and the Beast, but with lesbians. And the author is a Black woman, a Black, like, butch woman. And that's how they represented the main character in the cover, who is a Black butch woman. And then people destroyed the cover of this book and destroyed this book on social media because, oh, you're going on to the stereotype that Black women are masculine. And I was like, do you realize you're doing this to a person who exists? Like, she is a Black woman who is more masculine. And you're telling her that she cannot be represented because that's problematic. So I think we should stop assuming bad faith immediately when we see some types of representation that maybe bother us on the first contact. Like, maybe we should go and be like, oh, let me know more about this author or about this story. Why is this character like this? Or why am I so bothered by seeing like an effeminate gay guy who sleeps around? Why does this bother me? Because these people exist, they're out there. So I think we should stop assuming bad faith from creators immediately.
So with that, I like where you're going with that. And it kind of reflects on something earlier that both of y'all were talking about. On one hand, there's challenging, systemic bias, internalized bias that we're all exposed to. Then on the other hand, we also have to contend with not having that. And so seeing some of the issues with very limited queer representation in particular. So how do you navigate that really, precarious, maybe, I'm not sure a good word to use for it, but that complex space where you're contending with the larger systemic issues, but also individualized experiences that might have some feelings about how you represent your characters?
I've learned from a very young age, you're not gonna be able to please everyone, right? So it's really about being true to yourself and just doing what you can, because we're always learning and we're always growing. So it's impossible to know everything right away, right? If someone tells you that you did something that came off as crude, or maybe you used a phrase that you didn't know was like, based in a slur or based in a problematic past, you just learn from it, right? Like, you don't know everything. People will help you along the way, and you can just kind of roll with the punches.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can absolutely never please everyone. I know that if people ever start paying attention to what I do, people are going to have a problem with all my protagonists being butches for some reason. They're going to find a problem with that. They're going to find a problem with the trans guy in my main character set being the tallest person. They're going to be like, that's not representative of the... I'm going to be like, if tall girls exist, tall trans guys exist. Like, come on, let me play with my characters. Let me be diverse with my characters. And people are always not gonna like something, and we can talk about it. Like, if people come at you like trying to be constructive or just pointing things out, I think that's fine. My problem is when people just try to attack and try to get other people to attack on social media, because that can destroy the will of the person to create their stories. But I think you're gonna have to try and navigate that somehow. But if people are attacking, I'm not in favor of giving them the time of day.
Yeah, exactly.
So actually building on that, because being a martial arts creator online often does mean getting attacked online, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
How do you recommend people who deal with those problems navigate it?
That's complicated.
I was gonna say it's easier said than done to just say like, oh, just be yourself. Who cares what the haters say? The block button's free, because it does take a toll on you. Because it reminds you of things that have happened in real life if you are open, or you've heard maybe family members or friends or people at school or work. It does take a toll. And for me, what I found works best is really just taking a deep breath and just, literally just taking a deep breath and kind of letting it pass. You're going to feel shaky. You're going to feel scared. You might feel threatened sometimes, depending on how bad it is. But as long as you can just take it one day at a time and just realize, okay, what am I working towards? Is there people who can support me? Is there people in real life? Is there people online? Is there a creator that I know fights for the same things I believe in? Just kind of helps me get by.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I think two very important things. You have to see if you have a support system of any kind, either online or in real life, preferably in real life if possible.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if your support system is online and then you're having a hard time online, that can crumble very quickly. So you need to have some sort of support, even if it's very small, and you need to always weigh what you think is best for both your career and also your mental health. Like you cannot let randos online destroy you. So if it's taking a huge toll on you, maybe try to find another way to navigate your career that you can stay away from, like, for example, Twitter for a while.
Yeah.
I like to make the joke that every time someone is like homophobic or like transphobic, anything like that, I like to make the joke like, okay, the next time that someone is gay, I'm just gonna make another gay character. Like, stay mad. Like, I don't care. You're not drawing my comic. Are you paying my bills?
One.
No.
I was like, oh my god! Oh, here you did a transphobia. Wow, never heard that before in my life. You did a homophobia. Right. Wow, how new! Oh, you're so like, creative.
Like, get a new insult. Like, go do something else.
So first, I just want to say there's so many gems coming out of what y'all are saying. Like, there's like all these mental notes in my head. So this is wonderful. But from there, one thing I'm curious about is, what joy do y'all find in doing this work? Because what I really appreciate about both of y'all and how you represent things is that you have a distinctive style. You have a way that you want to tell your stories. And so what is some of the joy you get out of creating characters, especially queer characters, in your work?
I just love being able to create characters that I can relate to, but not just me, other people. Every time I get a comment, every time I get a DM, every time I get like a message of someone saying, oh, I love this character. I love the way that you talk about this issue, or the way that you made a reference to this other issue. Like, it just makes me so giddy and wants me to push forward with drawing. So
that's really same. It's very good when you're also, because I like to tell stories, and I like to tell stories through characters. So it makes me happy to be able to do this with queer characters. Because there are and sometimes people question you, right? Like, why do you only write queer characters? Why do you only draw queer characters? Why just lesbians?
Why
And I'm like,
not?
oh, why not? Why not lesbians? I've gone through my entire childhood and good part of my adolescence without seeing lesbians. Now I want them. Let me have them. Let me make them for other
Right?
people who want to see them.
Let me make up the difference. Every character gay
let's
from now on.
balance it out.
Not straight. But yeah, I agree. Why not?
Why not? Why not gay people? Why not trans people?
Mhm.
Why not black people? I don't know. Just let us make them.
Right.
I believe we may have questions pending, but before that, Alan, do you want to ask any final questions before we ask if there are questions from the audience?
All of my questions are like, hey, what kind of anime and stuff do you want to watch? And I've been trying to veer away from that, but I am really curious. Like, what is the stuff that you love? Or Natasha, when you just mentioned the lack of lesbians, one of the big things that came to mind for me was Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus from Sailor Moon, because that was one of my first experiences with queer characters, especially from a young age. So what are the things that you love, or what are some of the pieces of work or art that really drive you?
Right. The Sailor Moon thing is funny because they came to the West as cousins, right?
Oh my God.
In Brazil too, I think in the dub they were cousins. So it was funny because I didn't really catch that there could be something queer going on with Sailor Moon. I was very small when I watched Sailor Moon. I was like 5 or 6. So I didn't catch that, but looking back, it's like, oh my God, that was right there. And I'm so happy it was.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I love it whenever it doesn't have to be explicit all the time. Like, because sometimes you can't get away with it if you're working with a big company, having characters who are explicitly gay or explicitly trans. So sometimes you just have to sprinkle it in with a little language or a little design that lets people go, wait a second. Okay, I see you. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, like one thing that made me enormously happy was Ymir and Historia in Attack on Titan. To me, that's like, yeah, they're there. And if you want to deny that they're queer and they had a thing, good luck, because it's kind of hard. They were right there just being themselves. And it's, to me at least, it was extremely explicit. I don't know.
Yeah, I personally love like animes and mangas that may not be literally about like LGBTQ plus themes, but like if you squint, like you could definitely see it, like a character who doesn't fit in because maybe they don't look the same as the others, or maybe they don't fit in because of the people they hang out with and like they're outcast. Like the concept of a character being an outcast because they're not the same as the others could be seen as like LGBT related because you are LGBT. So like, who's to say that they can't be, right?
Yeah. I think the very first time I saw a female character in an anime that I was like, oh, that one was Ruki from Digimon Tamers. I don't know if you guys watched that.
Yeah, that's my favorite Digimon season.
Mine too. Digimon Tamers is everything. Great. I found another one. And I put my eyes on her. She showed up on screen. And I was like, that's a good girl character. Like I was like, what, 13, I think.
Yeah.
And it's very good to see that because she wasn't a butch woman, but she was like tomboyish, and it was there in the screen. Like you could see that she had that problem, and she had like this more boyish sort of expression, and people didn't like that. Like her mom was always trying to put her to things like, oh, you're gonna be a model like me and put this dress on and let's go to this photo session. And you could see that she hated every second of it. And that was the first time that I related to a female character in an anime. It was very strong, Digimon Tamers.
All right. Oh, cool. We have a question.
Oh, you're gonna read it.
I'll read it aloud.
Okay.
I have no idea if that little pop-up is visible for everyone or just us.
It does. Some people might be looking away.
How do you feel about non-LGBTQ creators trying to represent the community, even when it's done poorly?
For me, again, like I said, it's all about intention. If your intention is like you're doing it for the best that you can. You're trying to make those voices elevated. I mean, just take it with a grain of salt. You're going to learn, you're going to grow and evolve. Whenever, you know, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth when it's used like the butt of a joke. Like drawing a character who has like caricaturish boobs and then like has a mustache and a beard, and you're trying to say like, oh, this character is trans, but you're not doing it in a way that's meant to be respectful and it's meant more as a joke. That leaves a sour taste in my mouth. But as long as your intention is to elevate those voices in a way that's respectful, I mean, you'll learn, right?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And we also have to be careful with what we think of something that's done poorly. Because sometimes you have people who are going to come at you and be like, oh, there's a feminine gay guy, and like have a problem with just this gay guy who's kind of feminine just existing. But sometimes it is like, for example, when you, like she said, when you do like they're the butt of the joke, and you're just putting them there as that identity to get laughs out of people. I think that's when the problem is. But if you're trying to do this with just to include people with good intentions, I don't think we should even discuss. I think, of course, you can make the characters you want to make. Like, you should be free to create all types of characters that you want.
All right.
All right, I got this.
Oh, good.
To make it less forced, is it ideal for gay representation to be added if it's part of the plot? I'm also part of the community, by the way. I
feel like it doesn't matter per se, because a character can be gay without the story being about LGBTQ+. Like I had mentioned earlier, it doesn't have to be only about the romance or the sexuality of a character. It can just happen to be they are gay. Like, I mean, that's how I do my stories. It's like, oh, these characters are off on some adventure. They just happen to be not straight. That's it. I mean, of course you can do either way, but at the end of the day, just do you. It doesn't have to be about romance.
Yeah, I don't think that affects it. Like, you can write a romance story, or you can write like a coming out story, or a story about prejudice and oppression, but you also don't have to do that, and they can just be who they are. I don't think that should be something that you're so, worried about. I think it either way is fine. I also write my stories kind of like that. Oh, this is like a sci-fi thing with people who blow each other off with space lasers, whatever, and they're gay.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. That's why I love number 6. It's just like, oh, dystopian, like, but they're just gay. That's it. But they're also, taking down the government. Woo.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Do we have another pop-up?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh.
Can y'all see it?
I know. If you mind reading, sometimes
actually.
It doesn't pop up.
I got you then.
It kind of goes.
Yeah.
Has there? Oh, okay. There we go. Has there been any sort of challenge finding reference for writing or designing a character with a lack of mainstream representation?
Yeah, it's the combination of certain marginalized groups that you might not understand that there's certain intricacies, like for the way that white gay men are represented, or the way that their experiences are, is not going to be the same as a man who is Black that is gay, because there is that superficial level of skin color that adds another layer of difficulty in their lives. So the way that they're represented, the way that gay men are usually seen as feminine, and that the way that the stereotype of Black men is that they're masculine, and that they have to be masculine. There's those ideas of multiple layers of like stereotypes and I forgot the word I was going to say. Let's just say representation, that you will not understand the nuances of unless you go and find those people who experience it every day.
Yeah. And I think it's also a matter of like how comfortable you feel with trying to talk to people. Because sometimes you're not going to find this in the wild, and you're going to have to ask some questions to people online. And I have trouble doing that. For example, I'm a very quiet sort of like, I don't like I don't go out of my way to talk to people. If people talk to me, amazing. I'm gonna be the most talkative idiot ever. But I normally don't approach people. So for example, if I had to write, I don't know, a Muslim character today, I would have issues and I would have to research a lot because I don't know a lot about the culture and different sorts of representation that can exist. I would have a lot of trouble. And maybe the best course of action would be to have to speak to people. Right? So you have to see how you go about these things. So some resources about some marginalized groups are easier to find than others.
Do we have another pop-up?
I don't see it on my side. They were popping up earlier, but not.
Sometimes they pop up, sometimes they don't. So.
Yeah, I can see it though. So I guess whenever there's a pause, I will jump right in. In your opinion, what are some well-done examples of LGBTQ characters in comics, anime, and manga? Thank you for asking that question because it has definitely been on my mind too.
You want to go first? I've been going first every time, so I feel bad.
It's hard to think about it sometimes because the first thing that comes to my mind is, like I said before, Ymir and his story, because I'm an Attack on Titan crazy person. So they are the first ones that come to my mind. I really like the way that story was done. I think it was a good example. But I'm gonna have to think about, because I'm not one of those people who just watches all the anime. I'm very annoying to start watching or reading something new. I keep on rereading or rewatching old stuff that I like an idiot. So I have to think.
I mean, I have my answer. It's been the answer since I was in middle school, is whether it's explicit or not, is number 6. The relationship between Shion and Nezumi has been something that is stuck in my mind for years. I mean, I wrote a whole college paper about the idea of like representation that's both literal and allegorical, and how it's both spoken and unspoken for representation for those who want to see themselves on screen without it being fetishized or turned into the butt of a joke. So I really think number 6 is an awesome example of it.
I just remembered something kind of obscure. I don't know if you guys are going to remember if you watch Full Metal Alchemist or read Full Metal Alchemist. There is that one guy who trains Winry in like automail making. I think his name is Garfield. And he's like this enormous, muscular dude who wears makeup, like has this sort of feminine. And the first time I saw him, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this, but I was like, why am I finding an issue with this? Because he's not being used for anything. He's just in the background.
Right.
When he shows up, he doesn't even speak a lot. He has like a couple of lines throughout the story. And it's like, he's just there. Like, he's not like a important character or anything, but I just remembered him right now.
And that actually kind of dovetails nicely with something you mentioned earlier, which is that stereotypes and depictions aren't necessarily bad. Like, one of the things that you see a lot in anime and manga is kind of this archetype of the muscular gay dude who wears makeup, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad depiction. There was a conference that discussed this. I think it was an Otakon panel on this topic a while back, and it was like One Piece, which admittedly I do not watch, so if I butcher this, apologies.
I don't watch it either. Don't feel alone.
I watched 4 episodes so far.
There was apparently an island of people who were like this, who were like cross-dressing gay dudes, and the panelist was saying, you think this is going to be the butt of a joke, and you're watching, waiting for like the shoe to drop, and it's like, no, they're actually all highly competent, and the one person who makes fun of them ends up paying for it. So
that's
you end up with these cases of representation which are not what you expect, but not necessarily bad.
Right.
Yeah, and now that I talked about Fullmetal Alchemist, I also remembered that Major Armstrong has two older sisters besides Olivia who are like gigantic.
Oh yes, I remember fondly.
And you're like, is this offensive? What is this? But it's kind of, because you don't know anything about them. All you know is that they're his sisters and they're like gigantic. You don't know if they're cis, if they're trans, if they're anything. You have no idea.
Which is kind of nice though, is whenever there's a sense of ambiguity with certain character designs, is that people from those groups can relate. Like there might be large, muscular trans men or women who are like, I see myself in these characters.
Yeah. And also Major Armstrong himself is kind of
I
the
love
stereotype as
I
well.
love Major Armstrong.
I love him.
He's
It's great.
a huge buff dude who's super sensitive and fights only when he needs to. The Armstrong family in particular, like they're, especially in Brotherhood, the wide range of how they show up is really cool compared to the first series.
Yeah, all of them are really nice. I really like the Armstrongs. And I also like that if you take Armstrong as gay representation, if you look at him as a gay guy, it's interesting to see how he was the one who had such a great issue with the war and what was happening that he said, no, I'm noping out of this. And everyone else just continued killing people. And he was like, no, I cannot. So that's a way to look at it, right? Of positive representation.
Right.
So yeah, the Sailor Moon thing, right? There's the gay couple in Sailor Moon as well that we were talking about before.
Or if you look at Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune together.
Yeah.
So we have a new question, which is, are you dissatisfied with the way Japan portrays the LGBT community?
That's a very generalized question because that's assuming that a whole group of people are conspiring. I would definitely say that there's problems with representation everywhere for nearly every group of people. It's just a matter of learning and growing, because on one hand, you can talk about all the bad ways that LGBTQ plus people have been represented. But on the other hand, you can talk about all the good ways. It's kind of an overgeneralization to assume that a whole group of people are inherently bad at doing something.
Yeah, I think there's always room for improvement on
Exactly.
any market, right? Japanese market, American, Brazilian, there's always room for improvement. I do think that sometimes either they just pretend we don't exist in the like mainstream Japanese manga market, or they allow like very narrow sort of, or just not that they allow, but it's the most stereotypical types of like identities that go to the surface or that exist in the more mainstream stories like shonen, shoujo, and things like that.
Right.
But you also have like the specific markets. You have like an insane BL market in Japan that is very diverse, GL as well. And you can find all sorts of stories and characters in there. So I think it's like everywhere. It's a matter of knowing where to look, because if you only look at the mainstream, you're not going to find what you're looking for, probably.
I'd actually like to add something onto that. Ribbity, did I interrupt you though?
Nope, no.
Okay. So with that, because that's on my mind a lot too. And this came up in a conversation recently around the idea that Yuri on Ice was queer baiting. And I was like, I don't really know if you can say that given how explicit some of the behavior is, but also for y'all, like, how do you look at another country like Japan or think about just cultural and global, exchanges of ideas in media? Where are the lines in where we can say, oh yeah, that's homophobic, but also where do we need to step back when we're talking about a completely different global culture than what we may be used to?
And it's worth noting at that, just kind of tagging onto that question, that kiss scene in Yuri on Ice aired at 1 a.m. in Japan because it was considered sufficiently adult that they needed to put it into an adult block.
That's so
like when we talk about the global things, there's also the, as one of you said earlier, what can the author get away with?
Yeah, and sometimes I think people are very quick to call things queer baiting. So sometimes it feels like, oh, you baby's first word, like you learned the concept of queer baiting and now you're applying it to everything. And I'm like, come on. Because to me, I never even watched the entirety of Yuri on Ice. I know everything that happens because everyone talks about it all the time. And I've watched the scene, the kiss and everything. So I look at that and I'm like, how can you say this is queer baiting? Because they didn't like explicitly kiss and like have a wedding or something. Like sometimes I think people are very attached to the idea of a couple kissing in like explicitly on screen. Otherwise they're not you can't prove they're queer. And to me, that's kind of limiting. And
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100% with that. It goes back to it goes back to the idea of having to like prove something. Gay people can exist without having to say that they're gay. They just are. Like,
Yeah, there's a difference, right, between you doing a Dumbledore and just having them existing in
yeah,
your life.
exactly.
But I like that answer because it leads very well to how you mentioned intent earlier. How do we look at representation that is author add after the fact versus how do we look at representation that is implied versus how do we look at representation that is unquestionably there?
Again, like how you just mentioned the word intention. Intention for representing a certain group of people means that you were there for them through thick and thin, not just when it was convenient for you or whenever you're losing attention of certain groups or you want to add a certain group of people to your fan base. Not to throw shade, but it's
But throwing a lot of shade.
No, I think you're onto
It's
something.
rallying. We
You can throw all
as
the
much shade as
shade.
we want in this panel.
Indie creators have been doing it forever because we want to share those stories. I mean, some people care about making money because we want to eat. But if you're doing it just because you want a bigger fan base or you want to spice up your lore, that's not, I don't feel like that's representation, especially when it's added after the fact. Like years. It's not even like, like a year after I want to reprint this because I don't feel like I represented this gay character correctly. It's, oh, surprise, haha, they're gay now. Vibes, yes, queen, slay.
Oh my god. Yeah, I cannot talk about She Who Must Not Be Named. I've been so angry. I admired this woman so much, but well, then she just destroyed everything. But yeah, I think there is a difference when you're just either trying to include people because you want to be inclusive, or you're just like, hey, these people exist, I'm gonna put them here. Like you don't necessarily care that much, but they're there and it's fine. Or when you're just like she said, like, looking back, maybe this guy here could be gay. Like then sometimes you even veer into like the bad use of stereotypes. Like, why did you choose this specific character to be the one you're saying that's gay now? Like, what is there that's making you say that?
Well, because when you mention Dumbledore specifically, that plays into some kind of deep-seated ideas about gay men, as elderly gay men in particular, like celibate, haven't had a partner in a long time, unrequited love, like it in a really weird way. And I think people have been talking about this with other characters too. There was some nasty stuff kind of going on, and it was hard to miss at first, but it's low-key sinister when you really think about it.
Yeah, I was rereading the Harry Potter series before she did the big one a couple of years ago, and reading through the whole thing again and reading it in English this time, I was like, okay, this is sort of gay here in the first book, descriptions of Dumbledore, but also how do you balance that? Oh, this is sort of gay, but it feels like it's I don't know, a cis straight white lady's idea of how an old gay dude is, and how do you balance it out? Because it depends on the intentions, like Val was saying, right? If she was doing that coming from a good place, okay, but now I doubt that.
Yeah.
Now I don't believe that.
And for you both, does intention, I feel like scale is a weird word, but scale with how much press they put out? Like if an author says, I have done this great work and included all these queer characters, and then they flub their depiction, is that more severe than someone who never mentioned it and has an issue?
I feel like the larger your platform is, intentional or not, you have a responsibility, and the way that you say things affects other people in real life. You can make a mistake, absolutely. No one's going to fault you for that because we all learn, right? But you have to understand that there's some due diligence needed whenever you have that large of an influence.
Yeah, because you can have like one of us here, like independent creators, like we try to portray a certain community or a certain identity, and we like do a bad job of it, and we're like, oh, that was bad, like it should get better. You have that versus Disney screaming, "This is our first gay character ever" in every movie they release.
Yes.
And like, no, shut up, stop.
We're gonna get first gay character who holds hands in some way.
Exactly.
Oh my god!
Like,
Here, gay representation in Star Wars, 2 women in the background,
right?
With a lot of people, like, come on.
Like no names, nothing.
Yeah, that's
which is why I was asking about like I think the platform matters, because if you're someone who holds a press release saying, "Look at our diversity," my expectation for your diversity abilities becomes much higher than would it be than if that was just there.
Right.
Exactly.
Especially for like a huge multinational company. Like, come on, you said you were going to do it, so now I have to do it, and I don't accept anything less.
Well, and here, education's really bad about that. Lots of students of color talk about being in a small number and then being in a lot of promo materials, but the campus largely not representing them. There's a lot of ways the superficiality of the moves, the kind of low bar part of representation, how that can drive a lot of stuff.
Yes. I also wrote a paper about literally that exact thing, about the disproportionate people of color shown in brochures versus their actual statistic in that college or school.
God
damn. So educational, this panel. Wow.
Yeah.
For real.
So since I know we're running low on time, perhaps we should close on something that might be slightly more uplifting.
Right, yeah.
Which is, how do you see diversity, and specifically queer diversity, developing in comics? Do you believe it's getting better? Do you believe it's getting better only in certain spaces? What is your kind of forward outlook?
For me, to make it brief, I think the rise of being able to crowdsource indie comics has really allowed queer creators and other marginalized creators to have a bigger voice in the industry and get their foot in the door.
Yeah, and on top of that, you also see some development right now with, like, for a while you've seen it with like Marvel and DC and things like that. They have their gay characters that are explicitly gay or bisexual or other identities in their comics, and you can look at it in a cynical way, like, oh, they're pinkwashing or whatever, but they're there. Like, we can have our criticisms of it when big companies do it, but they're there. They exist, and people are having to get used to it slowly, but they are. So I think it is getting better, and I think we can make it even better with the growing, like, independent scene with more and more queer creators making their stories.
All right.
Yeah.
I think that may be time. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. And Ellen, do you have any final words?
Just that this was a really awesome way to spend our time on a Sunday morning. And Val and Natasha, y'all were excellent panelists. You had some really great and insightful answers.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, where can people follow you or find your work?
Yes.
Okay. You can follow me at Serendipity on literally everything: Twitch, Instagram, Twitter. Every time you get mad that a gay character is gay, I'm gonna make another one. So watch out.
Right, I'm at Natasha_Nightmare on almost everything. Not Twitter, but if you find my Instagram, you'll also find my Twitter, because it's all linked together. So Instagram at Natasha Nightmare, and you find me everywhere.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us, and yeah.
Yay! Bye everyone.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, everyone. This was awesome.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Very well.
Hey guys, happy to see y'all. Hopefully you guys are happy to see me. Welcome to day 2 of SaturdayCon 2022. We've been enjoying the event, the whole con so far, the whole virtual con. Great way to be safe as well. But today we're going to be going over our conversation with a very special guest who I'm sure is an influence and an inspiration to a lot of you guys who create or aspiring to create comics, manga, webtoons, whatever the case may be. I know that's the case for me, and I'm sure that's the case for a lot of you. We will be kind of talking with the creator of Radiant, very successful series from France that also has an adaptation, an anime adaptation that's doing well, 2 seasons. And here we have our special guest, hopefully now cool friend of mine.
Yeah,
cool to say. Tony Valente. Tony, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Just doing our best over here, trying to get this event going, and I'm very happy and appreciative of your time, because I know how valuable it is to put this together, and I know how busy you are. And also glad to see that you're doing pretty well, right?
Yeah, I'm good. That's my day off.
Okay. Your day off?
Yeah.
Great. Glad we could catch you on your day off. So we're just going to be going over a couple questions that I'm sure a lot of people will have for you. But again, it can also be a conversation. We'll kind of go back and forth if you have questions for me. Kind of like what you would expect this to be, have fun here. And then we'll see if we have a little time to take questions from those in attendance. So starting off, because I'm not sure we have as much time as, we'd like, but to kind of go through things, first, talk a little bit about your journey to this point, your, I guess, artistic struggles, the things that you went through, maybe some of the highs and lows, and how you finally landed at this point. And maybe you can start with the 4 Princes of Ghana.
Yeah,
got it this time. And how that came about, all the way leading to the success you have now with Radiant.
So first I started almost 20 years ago in France with a publishing company named Delcourt, with the 4 Princes of Ghana, as you said so well. That was a French bande dessinée, a French comic, so full color, big format, not a manga, and just 46 pages. That's the range of pages you have in a French comic book. 46 to 50 pages, colors, and just one every year. So that's not that much. So I started with that. That was my first series, 4 issues. Then I went on with a title of mine that I created, I wrote, colored, draw, of course. That was called Anna Hattori, which was kind of mixed into coming from French comics. I was diving into manga a little bit in the style. I thought in the type of story, but with 46 pages, you don't have that much space to tell a story.
I can imagine.
Tell a manga story. So that was a big frustration that led me to create Radiant later.
Awesome.
Because I wanted to tell a long story and I didn't have much space.
On your own terms as well.
Yeah. After the second series, I made the third one that I didn't wrote. That was the case of the 4 Princes of Ghana. I was just drawing and making the colors on it. And the third series, I made just a drawing, which was called Speed Angels, more into contemporary North American city with action, kind of a 90s action movie type of things. Not that much manga, and
like
very far from what I'm doing now.
Like a Die Hard?
Yeah, more or less. A mix between Die Hard and maybe Charlie's Angels. Things like that.
Okay, might be a little campy. Can you talk a bit? Can you talk a little bit about? And I'm guessing after that, then Radiant.
Then Radiant, yeah.
Awesome. Can you talk a little bit about, some of the frustrations and like how the performances? Obviously, we see Radiant is the most successful one, but can you briefly talk about your the reception and the successes with those, and maybe how that pushed you to do even better, or maybe made you feel you wanted to quit the whole thing?
That's often the case, that I want to quit the whole thing. But
so for the first, maybe you could start with the reception for Ghana on
the reception. When I started the Four Princes of Ghana, I was very young. I started at 17, the first pages. Then the first issue came out. I was about 20 years old. And because of that, a lot of people were interested in knowing what a young guy was doing in the industry. So there was a mildly good reception because of that. But the work I've done on it and the story and things like that didn't grab that much attention from the audience. So it was okay in terms of selling, but not what we call a success. Then my second series, Anthology, that I was creating alone, I was really into that. And it was published in a magazine also. And in a magazine, there was a tremendous reception. That was huge. But when it came out, that was a complete failure.
I had my hopes up. And I was
that was like that was frustrating, because when it was into the magazine, a lot of people were really excited about that, writing online about it and sending me messages on social media, or even I had a blog at the time, and also people calling me from the industry to tell me that they were really into what I was, things like that. And also a lot of work coming from publishers telling, what you're creating is great, we want to work with you, and a lot of that happening. So I was sure that the first issue was going to be big. That was not the case at all.
That can happen.
Every issue of that series, there were 3 of them, was bad. The numbers we had with the first volume were not great. The second was worse. The third was super low.
Yeah, as you can imagine, I'm sure usually the first volumes are usually the best performing ones.
Yeah, usually. And now that I have the opportunity to see that through Radiant, I saw that from the beginning. When it first came out, it was okay. But when a second came out, there was more attention of the audience. The what do we call it? The placement in the bookstores was bigger than the first one. So that was a sign of maybe that can become something.
Yeah.
Then the third one came out of Radiant. That was even bigger. And my publisher at the time said, that all the bestsellers follow the same trend that you're following right now. That doesn't mean that you will have a bestseller, but all the bestsellers have this history of selling more the next volume and more the next one and more the next one.
Awesome.
That was the case on Radiant. And until now, it's still the case. The last one that came out in France 3 months ago, still better than the previous one.
Awesome. Congratulations on that. Obviously, happy for you on that front. What are like some first? I'd like to touch briefly on your influences and the type of artists you look at in the industry that help drive you, maybe light up a little fire under you, and you're excited, almost like taking you back to when you were much younger consuming this content. And maybe even some of them back in the day that are still influences on you today, and you can kind of cover. Let's just touch on that as well. I also want to kind of go over, like you mentioned briefly, the books got better placements moving forward, and I know you mentioned before that some of that, maybe what could have potentially played a role with that was getting endorsements, right? So maybe you can touch on how you got the endorsement, but first maybe we can start with your major influences currently and maybe back in the day that helped drive Radiant be what it is today.
I guess when I was a kid and I fell in love with all of that was because of Goku from Dragon Ball and Ranma. Because of those two heroes, I fell really in love in this type of industry, this type of storytelling. That is manga, anime, shonen manga.
Yeah.
Even if Ranma is kind of a hybrid in type of manga, it's a little bit of a shonen, a little bit of a shoujo because of all the love triangles that is into that, and also comedy, and that's a lot of things in Ranma. So because of those two heroes, I was really into this type of storytelling. I discovered first the anime on TV when I was a kid. Then when I came across the books in stores, I started reading manga at this time. That was the beginning. And still, those two influences are pretty significant even today. But nowadays, my favorite thing is, like almost everybody, One Piece.
Okay.
That's great.
I used to. I like One Piece, and it is also a major influence of mine. It's just there was just one summer or something, and I just took a break, and I looked back, and I see that I'm like a 1,000 chapters behind.
Volumes,
So I'm like, oh, okay.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Even
you gotta stay on it, but keep going.
You gotta stay on it, or you skip some part.
How do you skip?
I don't know. I don't do that, but I know friends of mine that does that.
Yeah, maybe you can skip because maybe they go to, especially with it's easier to do with the anime if there's like filler or something like that. So you can definitely skip some stuff.
Maybe, but you're missing on a lot of things.
You're a super fan. You don't miss anything.
No, I don't want.
Okay.
But I'm a bad fan. I don't remember anything about Dragon Ball. I didn't read Dragon Ball in years now. And sometimes when my daughter read Dragon Ball and when she talked me about some scene or some characters, I say, "Who?" You're a bad fan.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has changed now. There's a lot more. You have Dragon Ball Super. You all social characters. The hair color is gone. You got your yellow, you got your blue, you got your green. Soon they got rainbows. So, what about more any contemporary artists today that also do that for you?
I'm really into My Hero Academia. It's really one of my favorite things ever, and I just read the 4 last issues, and that I had a blast. Again, that's one of the most incredible stories for me, with incredible world building and storytelling, and also the plot and the philosophy of it. I really dig into this type of take on the superhero kind of.
I go what it means to be a hero, especially in that
setting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He does that very, very well. So I really love that. And on some other genre, I would say Witch Hat Atelier. I don't know if you see.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard that one.
Do I have that? I have some art there.
As I mentioned. Yeah, 100%.
I cancel the operation. It's a little bit too high.
Mission failed.
Oh, sorry. It's not a good one.
Mission failed.
Mission fail. Yeah. I think the name in
okay.
English it's Witch Hat Atelier. I think it's the name, and it's completely different. It's not a shonen manga. It's not. I don't know. Maybe it's in the seinen side, but
yeah,
I'm really into it. And Yotsuba. That's
Yotsuba.
Completely different.
Yeah, and I know visually we talked at some point how artists like at least for me, right? You know, I have for me it's always been the people you mentioned, but obviously I'll throw in Masashi Kishimoto, I'll throw in Akubo, Yusuke Murata, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and artistically those and there are others, Inoue Takehiko, Boichi, who are just stunning. You see their work and it's like, how do you have that much time to do that? Especially with the grueling schedule that these creators have. As you know, a lot of these people are making content and making it inside, but basically they're living in a box, and once in a while they kind of pop their head out to say hello, but then they have to go back in the box. Can you briefly touch on any fun stories or relationships you've had coming across any of these awesome creators?
Yeah, I think I met some of them from. I know I met some of them.
You might have dreamed. It might have been a dream. It might have been a dream the whole time
because it was so cool. So I met Yusuke Murata, the author of One Punch Man, and it's my
artist, right?
Yeah, artist.
Yeah.
You're right. He's my favorite artist ever, all across the industry. Yusuke Murata is the one that I love the most.
Those One Punch Man spreads, the Ice Shield 21 spreads, the countless pages, sequential pages that are basically just animation frames.
Yeah,
dude is up there. 100%.
He's so creative. You always have fun with something. When you read Ice Shield, you see when he's having fun with the storytelling, with the composition, with all the details that he put into the panels. Same with One Punch Man, even further with One Punch Man.
Yeah.
But I was really into Ice Shield 21. That was one of my favorite shonen, and what brings me to make shonen a shonen of my own also. Ice Shield 21 was really important for me. So I met with him. He was super cool. He was not aware that he was like the god of manga. I keep on telling him, I love you, right? Okay.
Yeah, I can imagine. But fanboying out on that point. Yeah.
I was trying not to be too much of a fanboy around him, because he bring with him all the Radiant series. He was reading it, and he told me a lot of things about it, asked me a lot of questions, point at some scenes and asked me questions, very precise. And also, I was just blown away. I said, okay, I'm a big fan of you, but you read me and you ask me questions. That's weird.
Yeah, it might be a dream. It might be maybe it's a dream. Maybe
that's why I say I think I met some of them.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
For example, himself, he was so it was super cool. He came by himself with no publisher. We made a public conference together before we make a meeting. Just the two of us with we had a lunch, and then we went on a conference together. And he was just a super fun, normal guy, but always working. That was like the only afternoon he took for weeks or maybe months. You know, he told me a little bit about having a family and doing manga in Japan. That seemed to be really hard. He himself is a father, and he asked me, because I was with my daughter at the event. He asked me about that, how I deal with that, and he was really into knowing how how we make manga outside of Japan, and comparing with his side of the industry, and telling me that it was super hard but super fun. He's really into that, you know. But also I met the author of Fairy Tail, Hiromashima, and he came. That was kind of a surprise meeting. I was in a restaurant with my publisher from Japan. My publisher told him that I was there, so he came to see me. We already met just a few minutes one year before that, and he came. It was at night. He was working. He came. He stayed with us 20 minutes. Then he went back to work, and he hasn't been to his house for like four days. So that was the type of work that I witnessed. Just I was enjoying my meal, and I say, "Okay, I'm going back, go back to work."
Yeah, I can imagine the grueling schedule and how demanding things are as an artist. For those of you who are listening and you want to be aspiring manga artists or anything like that, you live in the box 24/7. It's not as rewarding, and I'm sure you can attest to. Even with an anime like you've mentioned before, sometimes it doesn't match still. So you're gonna live in the box, right?
You live in a box, and you have to love that.
Yeah. You have to love it. You have to accept it.
Depressed all the time. So, yeah. You have to love your story. So
how did the endorsement come about?
So I had endorsement from those two artists. The first
both
one,
of them.
Both of them. Yeah.
Okay.
The first one was from Yusuke Murata for the first issue of Radiant in Japan, and that's my publisher in Japan that asked him if it was okay to do that.
Yeah.
He read the first manga. He said, "Okay, I will endorse that." So he did a little drawing and a comment. So on the first issue of Radiant in Japan, there's some I don't know the name, but something on the cover.
It's like a little tag, and it's just added there. And it probably allowed people in that space be more open to giving Radiant a chance, I imagine.
Yeah, especially for the bookstore owners, that was a big thing, because that was a time when the first season of One Punch Man in anime was being streamed. So at this time, Yusuke Murata in bookstores was the god of the bookstore. You have an entire shelf for just One Punch Man. And when you know the war that is going on in shonen manga over there, having an entire shelf in every bookstore of the country just for one series, it's pretty big.
It's huge. Yeah.
It's huge. And on the side of that, I had my little space because Yusuke Murata was endorsing me on a lot of in a lot of bookstores that I went. I saw that little space for me for the beginning of the series, because Murata was on the cover. Then on the second issue, that was Hiromashima, so the author of Fairy Tail, and he made that because I think first he tweeted about Radiant without being asked. He just read the first Radiant. At the end of the volume, I mentioned Mashima in an interview. I don't know why. There was a question, and I mentioned Mashima, and he tweeted about that. Then my publisher went to him and said, "Okay, so you know what is Radiant? Would you make
makes sense? Your publisher is smart.
Yeah, he's smart.
There's never raised." So that's cool. For those who don't know, that sometimes endorsements are done like that, and that can just help the series in many ways, I imagine. Can you briefly talk about how your series went from manga to anime, and just like real quickly about that process and the little story of how that came about?
So because it was published in Japan, some people from the industry could see that it was existing, and at the time a producer from NHK, which is the national TV channel from Japan, saw Radiant, read the first 2 volumes, was really into it, and waited for the third one to make a decision on it. And when the third one came out, he said, "Okay, I'm a fan." That's what he told me. I want to make an anime out of it because I've got this 90s shonen vibe that I really dig into. He has the same age as me.
Okay.
And we grew up with the same influence, even if he was in Japan and me in France. In France, we were maybe the second country where the things came out after Japan, historically. Now it's all over the world because of internet and everything. But even Dragon Ball at the time in France was really big when it was streaming in Japan. In France, that was an instant success. So we were growing up with the same influences, and the producer, because of that, read Radiant and said, "Okay, I want to make an anime out of it." He reached out to us. At the same time, so that's a long process. When the producer wants to do that, he has to go through a lot of steps to be able to make an anime out of it. But at the same time, another producer reached out to us, and that was, and I don't remember the name, Toei Animation. That makes Dragon Ball, One Piece, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. But everybody knows Toei.
Yeah. So Toei reached out to us for the same reason. And another guy from, that was an anime director. He reached out to us, to me, to meet me, to talk about anime. So 3 different people, producers, reach out to us to know if the license was available. That was when we were talking about anime. Still, that wasn't a reality because we had to wait for 1 more year for the decision to be greenlighted.
Yeah. I remember you said it was like had to it was between that and shoujo. Like it got to a point where it wasn't about the series anymore, and it came to a choice between shonen and a shoujo, and Radiant got the green light.
Yeah, because of the shonen. Because the process is like in TV reality TV. That's every producer comes with a project, and they defend the project. And every 2 months there was a meeting, and they throw away some of the project, and they keep.
You get eliminated.
Yeah. And if you're not eliminated, you go on with the project. That was a case of Radiant. And at the end, we were just 2 finalists. So Radiant on one side for shonen, and another project that was rejected at the end. That was a shoujo. So the decision was into shonen or shoujo, and not the type of project or the quality of project they wanted to make anymore.
Yeah. Awesome, man. And again, happy for you and happy that came out, and overall just happy for a lot of the success. I think a lot of people inspired by you for many reasons, especially after they see the work and they see how good it is, but also for the fact that you aren't traditionally Japanese putting this together. I think just visually having someone who's able to accomplish that has inspired a lot of people who want to do similar things. Obviously, when they try to do it, they'll learn it's not beans. It ain't easy. There's a lot of hard work and a lot of obstacles. And so speaking of which, can you, first kind of talk about your relationship with diversity, as with Saturday AM, it's part of our mission and what we want to kind of bring further and, expand on a lot more within anime and manga. And you can talk about that and how it relates to you and Radiant specifically. All right, everyone knows you're French, but not many people know you're not all French, Yeah. So you can talk about that as and what diversity means to you, as well as maybe some of the struggles that you might have faced when people find out that you aren't Japanese, and how that played out.
Not that much struggle when people find out that I was not Japanese, because I don't think they care. as long as they enjoy the story, that's I don't think that's a point of yeah.
Well, what about the the purists who didn't want you to do manga?
Oh, they don't want me to do manga, so they live their life. I do
Yep.
manga.
Yeah.
I'm not waiting for their green light to make manga. I need to make manga. I want to make manga. That's it. So that's not an important point.
Yeah. Well, so the diversity angle, what that means to you, and what, because a lot of people just know you're French, but there's more to it.
Yeah. So my father is not French, and I have double, and now 3 nationalities, because I live in Canada and I have the Canadian nationality as well. So my father is from Portugal, and he came in France when he was a teenager. And so I grew up in a place where we were all coming from families that were not French. All of us in my neighborhood. That was the France that I grew up in. That was my world.
Yeah.
So because of that, because we were French in the sense that we were born there, but all of us have family background and histories that came from other places. And most of us were from around the Mediterranean Sea, so from Spain, Portugal, North Africa. That was the case of most of us. But we were French in the sense that we grew up there. So that's some point that I develop into the history, the story of the plot of Radiant. Yeah, people that are kind of accepted, but not that much in their world, even if they belong to this world. That's some plot that I wanted to develop in Radiant.
Awesome. And I know you mentioned as well that I guess that was similar reason, because I'm sure you got asked, because you have diversity in your stuff. When the anime came out, or during production, that they asked you about that, and I think it's really great to see that you do have diversity and you do value the importance of it. And I know you've touched a lot of people with the story, and that kind of story of people wanting to belong, and it's a very relatable story for literally every immigrant out there. And I also like the way that it's tied together with your action and the sorcerers and the things like that. For those who, I'm sure most people already know, but for those who don't know, can you touch on briefly on what, just a synopsis, a quick synopsis of what Radiance is about?
So it's the story of Seth, a young sorcerer that lives in a world where monsters fall from the sky. We don't know where they come from. They're all different, and when they touch everybody, almost everybody dies, except for a few minority of people that will survive, but survive with an infection, with some type of physical change that they don't control. That's not a superpower. That's a burden. I wanted to make that clear in the story. So Seth, for example, my hero, he's got horns on his head. So we can see that he survived to a nemesis. That's the names of the monsters. And because there's that minority of people that survive the contact of the monsters, they can chase those monsters because they survive. They're the only one who can change the situation. Battle. So they're accepted in the sense that people need them to build the world and to defend themselves. But because they survive, that's something weird for most of the people. They don't want to deal with them, so they put them in kind of some ghettos or some different islands, they don't make a proper space for them to live in. So that was really the parallel between that and my family history. People wanting migrants to build the France after the wars and things like that. But then when that was built, we put them in ghettos. I grew up in a ghetto, in French ghetto, and we put them into a ghetto just to say, okay, you're here, but stay here. Like, we don't want you everywhere.
Yeah, and I'm sure for those who are listening, you know, if you can definitely draw the parallels, and I think is also inspiring to push more creators to kind of draw from their real world to, you know, input into their content, because I'm sure that is partly what works for you, as well as it being a personal project, creating stuff that you want to see, and that turning out to be your most successful thing to date. Right before, correct me if I'm wrong, you almost deuces, you almost quit the whole industry.
That was the final project that I was trying.
Before the like right after the unsuccessful, at least unsuccessful in your terms. I'm sure if I go look at it, a lot of that old content you say is still available here and there, right?
2 of the series are still in bookstores, but one of them, the one that I did alone, I got the rights of it. It was thrown away from the catalog of the publisher at the time. I've got all the rights of it, and maybe I will be doing digital content with it in the next year with my French publisher Ankama.
See, you never know.
To make that available.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes some people, some IP are late bloomers. It might end up being. You never know what happened. Let's not laugh at it too much before this stream doesn't age well.
No, I was super proud of the project. I was really enjoying it, and I can say that people feel it when they read the project. There's a lot of mistakes into that. I couldn't go back to this story and change it to make that a better story. It would be difficult. But if it can exist for the people that didn't get to read it at the time, I would try to make that happen. Just for people to know the story won't be finished at any point in the future.
Yeah.
But that was the beginning of Radiant. That was Radiant 0.5.
Awesome. And obviously, you guys, in case you don't know, you guys can all get you have like what 16, or you're working on the 16th volume of Radiant.
Yeah.
And so you guys can prep. There's a lot of content for you guys to go through. All 15 15 volumes so far. Soon we'll be going into questions from you guys. I don't know how much time I have left, but maybe we can get a few questions. Hold on here. Okay, we don't have too much time, but let's see if we can get like one or two questions from the audience. And while we're waiting for one, can you briefly talk on your experiences dealing with editors and deadlines?
The good question.
Oh, very awesome question. How do you handle it? How do you be on time, sir?
I'm not. That's how I do it. I'm not always on time. I try to be, so I need a deadline to be able to work efficiently. That's sure.
Yeah.
But even with that, I always throw the deadline away. But eventually, the book come out, and it's the better thing that I could do at this time.
Yeah.
With the amount of time I had. I had a hiatus for the last year. So from book 14 to 15, I had an entire year between the 2 issues. That was the first time, because otherwise I throw two books a year. So
awesome.
That's the plan. The plan is to go further than that with the 3rd book, but
I can imagine this is as difficult for most. And do you currently have assistants? And if you do, or if you ever did, what was the dynamic with that? How did you manage that?
I have an assistant that just I do traditional drawings. So here.
Yep.
Can we see?
Yeah, we can see it.
So
you see here super exclusive, guys. You know, some people are gonna clip that, dissect it. Spoilers.
But so when I finish the inking of the page, I have an assistant in my studio. I work in a studio with some other artists.
Yeah.
I have one of the guys there who he erase just the pencil and scan the stuff. Then I can do the screen tones. I do that digitally. The screen tones, I can do that without having spending time on erasing and scanning. So that's my assistant work. And other than that, all the drawing, all the story, of course, but all the drawings, that is my stuff.
Awesome. I know you don't have an editor, and that's how you kind of are set up with Ankama. And obviously, as you guys can see, his work is essentially mixed media because you're doing the toning digitally, but you're traditionally creating the pages. So that's fun to see. I'm sure a lot of people are interested in the insight of how you're putting your pages together. I'm sure we're out of time. Again, Tony, this was amazing. I'm sure you've enlightened a lot of people, opened a lot of people's eyes to your work. Even beyond this, we're just grateful that you had, you spared time for us little people to come to grace us with your presence. Trust me, it is greatly appreciated. And
I
appreciate you coming.
also.
Yeah, appreciate you coming out. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed the panel and the discussion. And that'll be all. Tony, I hope you have a swell, awesome day.
Hope you have an awesome day too. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for having me.
You have no idea how appreciative we are.
Definitely
me, but definitely everybody else as well. And looking forward to more success and hopefully more seasons of Radiance anime.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks, man.
So, whoever the magician, Doctor or Wizard of Oz, you may do your thing.
All right, so I suppose we're ready to begin. Let's get into introductions. My name is Charles Yu. I'm the founder and CEO of Vox Pop Games. In the upper right corner over there, that's my partner, Mark.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having us. A big shout out to the SaturdayCon team. Like Charles had mentioned, I'm the co-founder and chief operating officer at Vox Pop Games. And just going to hand it off to Ian.
Hi, my name's Ian Masters. Hello from London in the UK. It's 6:50. It says my microphone's turned off. Okay.
Oh, it's back. It's back on. It's back
okay.
on.
Yeah, founder and CEO of Flick Games. We make a solitaire game, which is the last thing I ever thought I'd be doing after 22 years making games. But it's awesome, and we did a brilliant collaboration with Saturday AM with a deck featuring all of their amazing characters.
All right, awesome. So I guess this is like a free-form panel. So I know that the moderators on both the Shindig app and YouTube are fielding questions, but let's go, I guess, into the Wild West and talk a little bit about what Vox Pop is doing, what Flick is doing. I don't know, Ian, did you want to do a sort of, I mean, we could go age before beauty, or how would we want to play it?
Well, the panel is about the future of independent games, so I suppose we could start there.
Awesome.
And while we get into how we fit into that picture, I suppose the most obvious place to start will be the increasing number of game design tools that are being made available, right? And the increasing amount of money that's been put behind advertising those tools. When it comes to SDKs like the Unreal Engine or the Unity Engine, or even simplified visual scripting tools like Game Maker, the fact that these tools have become so much more common is, I think, a very obvious starting point commentators always begin at when it comes to talking about how there are going to be more games and more game makers moving in the future. And I think a secondary component of that, though, right, the next obvious question is, well, why is there so much more money being put behind these SDKs and these products? And the answer is people are just becoming increasingly game literate. Games aren't a niche hobby anymore. People who grew up playing games now have kids who are going to be growing up playing games. I'm sure Mark can talk at length about that.
Yeah. My kid wants to play Halo Infinite in these floors, so that shows you where we're at as a society.
And that tells you more than anything how games have become mainstream, and making video games has sort of gained a glamour in the public eye the same way that making movies has, or obviously anybody who's been in game design can tell you it's perhaps not as glamorous, the reality, but even so, there's renewed game literacy, extra game making tools, and because of COVID, a lot of extra time to pick up new skills and try new things, right?
Oops, so sorry to interrupt. I was supposed to be moderating this. I don't know what happened backstage.
Hey, Mike.
Thank you.
How's it going, everyone? I heard you guys doing such a good job. I was like, did they even need me?
No, we did the facto, Mike. We did the facto.
I appreciate it. It was so good. It was so good.
I was like, I told everybody backstage, I was like, I think Michael was supposed to be in this, but okay. So whatever.
It's cool. Okay, we'll get back. We'll get back. So my name is Michael Beaumont. I go by Monitor Comics online. I am published with Saturday AM. I also make comic making tutorials on YouTube. We just hit 40,000 subscribers today. So thank you everyone for the support. I want to thank these three amazing gentlemen for coming out to SaturdayCon today, and thank the amazing chat for being here. Hopefully you're all having a great time today.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, we're having a great time. It's been fantastic so far.
Awesome.
Only a moderate amount of time.
So my first question was, I wanted you to introduce yourselves and talk about the company a little bit, but I think you guys already kind of handled that a little bit.
Sort of. We didn't go into the full gist of it. We just did minor intros.
Please take it away now that I'm here.
Charles, go for it, bro.
Well, as I was saying, right, more and more people are getting into game design than ever. But if you have ambitions of becoming a game designer, you're going to hit the same realization I did a few years ago. And that is how the hell am I going to promote any of my games? You're competing with every piece of media that's ever existed. You have no advertising dollars up front. And unless you have an existing brand, you probably don't really have that existing online audience either, right? You know, Dream Daddy had Game Grumps, but your game just has you, right? So the goal previously, 10 years ago, would have been to hand out free copies of your game to as many YouTubers as possible and just hope that they would play your game in front of their audience. But these days, with ad revenue sources closing and these sorts of sponsorships becoming more and more important, we're really beyond the time where influencers are generally willing to play your game for free, right? Because they're trying to keep their channels afloat and they're busy trying to do it for a living, right? So our solution is to try and link these two sides of the ecosystem. VoxPop is a profit-sharing games distribution platform. And what that means is every single game has a developer reserved percentage for user incentives. Anybody that helps that game get sold, for example, through recommendations, they get to claim that percentage of the revenue for themselves, right? And more importantly, you can give specific percentages to specific users. So you could walk up to a streamer and say, hey, listen, I'm giving most people 5% of my game per sale, right? But I'll give you 20%, 30% if you take my game and play it in front of your audience, right? And how do these recommendations happen? Every user has a link. You can put that link anywhere. You would put a Ko-fi or a Patreon, and anybody who goes to that link, they can see all the games you're recommending, and they can pick up those games to support you. The fact that there are default percentages means that influencers do not need to have a specific deal in place to engage with the platform. And but the fact that developers can assign specific percentages means that they can negotiate these sorts of deals. And that's how streamers can plug gaps in their sponsorship schedule. At the end of the day, what we're hoping to do is just make sure that all these new indie devs have an avenue available to plug their games, and that streamers get to take the value they deserve as well in what they create.
I'm a little zoned out because I'm checking out all the comments that are going on YouTube, so I'm just trying to feel different things. But that's pretty much the gist of it. Michael, we have a whole bunch of awesome anime, manga-style titles that are also on the platform on the storefront. But I want to give Ian some time to shine for Flick and see what they're doing there.
Yeah, like I said, well, I've been making video games for 22 years. I started making console games for PlayStation 1 and then FIFA. And kind of been doing mobile for a long time since 2003. I've worked on like Sonic the Hedgehog games on mobile, Loco Roco on mobile, Pop Idol X Factor, things like that. So I've been around a long time, and so yeah, the last thing I thought I'd be doing was making a solitaire game, but it's most solitaire games out there are the same 30-year-old version of Microsoft Solitaire, and they're intentionally kind of very, very kind of vanilla clones of that. So we've made something really fresh and tactile. And then the other kind of unique thing about what we do is we commission diverse independent artists around the world to create beautiful decks of cards. So we've commissioned, I think I was writing a contract for one of the new artists on Friday, and realized it was the 30th artist that we've commissioned in the last 18 months, 2 years, 18 months, which is pretty phenomenal. We try to do a lot to support diverse artists as well, and that is really about reaching out to different communities and seeing who we can find. It's one of my big beliefs with that is that actually it's not about quality. We if you look at the art that we have, it's incredible, but it's about kind of opening the funnel as wide as possible to attract as many people, so you can find good good artists, really. So yeah, I could talk much more about that. Equally happy to answer questions about my experience in the games industry so far. I've founded a couple of games companies, raised some funding for them. I know a lot about mobile and monetization on that. Trying to make a successful game is incredibly difficult, and it's the games at the top that make 90% of the money. So it's really interesting to hear what you guys are doing at Vox Pop, and how you can help smaller developers get some attention that they very much need.
That's amazing. Thank you all for being here. That's really like inspirational hearing, coming from like an indie creator myself. So the fact that you're like supporting the art community and the indie community is really inspiring. So I guess starting things off, the first question I have is, how would somebody get into the game industry? So place yourself tomorrow, you're doing everything over again. What would you do to get into this industry that you're in right now?
Sorry. There's only one thing to do, which is just start making games. There's no magic thing to do. You've just got to learn it, get on with it, make stuff. It's there's in the UK there's a lot of degrees for game design and games production and development and things like that. And most games companies care. If you get a good degree, then it will get you an interview. But most games companies care very little about qualifications, and they care that you can actually make stuff and you have practical skills. So the best thing you can do is just start making things, fail, get things wrong, make mistakes, learn from them, do game jams with other people, kind of trying to figure out where your skills fit into a team.
I feel like when people ask this question, they're mostly asking about the AAA games industry, in which case Mark can definitely handle the answers to that side of the question. But in terms of how to get started as an independent game designer, the first thing I want to point out is sort of the reality that most independent game designers that are operating solo or in small teams will not be able to make a stable living doing their job. That's what we're trying to change. That's what Vox Pop here is here to try and change. But right now, overwhelming likelihood is you're not going to be the next Marcus Parson, right? You're not going to be the next Toby Fox, most likely. And so I would advise against anyone to gamble everything on becoming an independent game designer. I would not want to dissuade anybody from making their passion project, working on something that's meaningful to them, right? But it's unrealistic to dream that you're going to be a billionaire off of your next game, right? That being said, when it comes to where to get started specifically, if you have no programming experience, I would recommend getting started with a visual scripting program like Game Maker, right? The most important part about making video games, in my mind, is not the technical skills necessary to do it at a professional level, but sort of fundamentals about game design, about level design, and about how you string that flow together. If you do not have the basics of programming skills, which I feel like is what most people are lacking, the best place to get started is with visual scripting programs.
My sort of answer is like a long form, but I'll try and keep it as short as possible. If you're an artist, continue with the passion. There's enough tools that if you're a halfway decent artist, you can create a phenomenal styled game. My journey into game development happened over 17 years ago, and it's also something that I could give advice to. Look for entertainment jobs in the industry. Start from quality assurance jobs or Joe jobs or interning. I happened to apply to a job listing for Rockstar Games here in Manhattan at the New York headquarters. I got the job. I beat out 200 other people because I wasn't your normal game dev. I was a philosophy graduate from a state school that studied computer science and knew enough to code, but knew more about the philosophical dealings with what games do for people in general. So thinking outside the box is another thing. I know everyone likes to talk about, let me make a pitch to a publisher, let me make a game design doc, let me make a budgeted game that's going to be the next, like Charles mentioned, the next Minecraft. But we want things, the current environment that we have right now is as such. Everyone has enough time to make their passion projects their fruition projects. There's enough skilled animators and development tools and development, distribution houses like ourselves that you should be able to make these artworks come to fruition in a styling that is unlike what happened 15 years ago. That's an ancient times now. So thinking outside the box is a very key thing for game developers nowadays.
I want to issue a small caveat to what I said earlier. The word independent, I can't tell how wide my camera lens is.
You're in there with the quotes, bro.
The word independent covers a dramatically huge amount of ground because it can technically mean anyone who any entity that self-publishes, right? When I was talking about independent development, I was thinking of mostly solo auteurs, right? I'm thinking people like, Derek Yu or Daisuke Amaya or Zoe Quinn, right? People who mostly make their games on their own. But they're also indie studios, right? And you can make a very stable living working in an indie studio. Getting into an indie studio is not that different from getting into a AAA game studio, except sometimes their experience requirements are a little lower. It'll look like applying to any other job, in which case the answer is to apply to as many as possible. One of the guests you're going to feature, right, is Lilith Games, and they're literally the third biggest game company in China after NetEase, right? If they can be considered indie, CD Projekt Red can be considered indie when they have literally hundreds of $1 million in budget, then applying to those jobs, as you can imagine, is pretty similar to applying to any other job. I was talking about working solo, right? Working solo, it can be a bit rough. It can be a little unpredictable. And you do need a lot of passion because you will be doing a lot of that yourself. However, it's not like it's hopeless. Most people who make games solo, they do it in their free time because they got a day job, right? And their day job might be making games. It might be unrelated, but it's not like you can't make those games. It's just that you don't want to gamble everything on those games. That's all.
Thank you for your answers. That's actually really fascinating because from the art community, it's sort of a similar standpoint where some people always ask me, do you need art school or like a higher education to be an artist? When most people can just do it on their own time or at home or using free services like YouTube to learn how to do art. So with game development, I assume it's in the same boat where you don't need college or a higher education. You can just teach yourself and most of these skills. So
absolutely.
I was just going to say we're a few months away from them issuing YouTube like academia accreditations for learning how to do something. Everyone's being taught virtually. The dawn of remote learning is upon us. I mean, it's been with us forever, but the pandemic just exacerbated the fact that there is a need, and there is differential between in-house learning. In a classroom, everyone still needs that sort of sociability, but there is going to be a bigger uptake with higher learning and higher accreditation degrees with doing remote and giving your theses online in panel situations like this. So don't discount that of virtual learning, specifically for game design, art design, game development, mobile development, PC development, because all of that stuff is incredibly viable right now.
I'm going to give you my honest opinion, which may not be the consensus opinion, but this is my honest opinion. Higher degrees, right? College, it's not there to teach you how to do things. It's there to provide a piece of paper you can show to an employer and say, look, I have dedicated time to doing this thing. Because if you think about this from the hiring manager's perspective, right? Yeah, obviously, on YouTube, through your own effort, you can learn to do something as well as any college graduate. Like sometimes
even better.
Sometimes even better, right? Yeah. But the hiring manager doesn't know that. They have no way to gauge your dedication to this craft, your level of skill, how much background knowledge you have coming up to this point. Obviously, not every college grad is going to be as good as people who learn stuff on YouTube, but that's not the real reason you want a degree. The real reason you want a degree is for whoever's hiring you, right? It's so they can say, this person at the very least cares enough about this field to dedicate 4 years of their life to earning this sheet of paper, right? That's what it's for. So from that viewpoint, when we use that view to look at the games industry, the idea of a T-shaped higher education for game design is actually very recent. I mean, DigiPen's been out here for like 30 years, but when it comes to other major universities picking it up, right? Like, Stanford, NYU, these major universities providing game design educations, that was like in the last 5-6 years. Sorry, no, more like the last 10 years, right? So prior to that, what game companies would have been looking for would be degrees that are related to the specific position that you want. Are they looking for engineers? Great. They're looking for a comp sci degree. Are they looking for people who can do 3D modeling? Great. They're looking for someone with an animation degree, right? They're not looking for someone with a specific game design degree. But now, with the rise of T-shaped games higher education, this may change moving forward. I think we're still at a point where, at the larger studios especially, they might value people with a specialized education over someone with a general education. But this may very well change moving forward in the future.
Thank you for adding all that. That added a lot more context. And I don't think it was the non-consensus opinion. I thought that was a very insightful opinion. So thank you for that.
I don't know what the consensus opinion is.
We'll probably hear from that part at the end with the questions.
Sorry.
No, go on.
If you're an artist, then do sign up to some game jams. There's always going to be teams who want art. It's a good way to just get some practice, over a few days, a week, however long the jam runs, and get your art in a game and start building a portfolio. And an art portfolio out of games is also incredibly important. Build it on Behance or Instagram or wherever that is. And to me as an employer and who's commissioned a lot of artists, that's more important than any degree.
Thank you. So can you give us a walkthrough of your process of what your everyday looks like as a developer?
There's as the founder of a small company, there's no everyday. Every day is completely different. There's some really crappy jobs that we have to do as well as the fun stuff of designing things and creating things. I don't know. I wouldn't know where to start. It could be absolutely anything. What about you guys?
So Mark and I don't make games currently, right? We're running Vox Pop. We can certainly answer that question if you'd like us to still. Or Mark can tell you about his time with Rockstar.
Yeah, or it's so besides the time at Rockstar, it's more about any game developer that's running a different business. So we're distribution, and we're working with independent creatives, artists, game designers, influencers, and content creators. So if we're going along those lines, we have to communicate with the entire community, the entire creative community. So if we're going into the spectrum of game design and development, Ian would know that, hand over fist. So would Charles, so would I. If we want to talk about our day-to-day at Vox Pop, we're just trying to communicate with as many like-minded individuals as possible, as many creatives as possible, people that want to do Let's Plays or want to discuss how games can be revolutionary or games can be designed in a specific way to engage more players. A big example of this is we saw the sort of huge uptick in games like Mafia-style games like Among Us and stuff like that. So that coming from an indie studio with a revolution of the online perceptions from what happened during the lockdown and COVID and not being able to socialize properly, we can talk about how that creative process can grow out of a system like working with a distribution house like our platform. So we're trying to build the next evolution of not viralized games, but games that have a specific inertia or a movement within themselves. Vox Pop is more of a tool set or a movement rather than a generalized storefront. You can use the tools on Epic, or you can use the tools on everywhere, but what we're trying to actually change is the dynamic within people to just say, okay, I'm going to build a game for 7 years and then launch it on Steam and then automatically sell it for 25% off and short sell myself and give away my property. We're trying to work within the means of these creatives have spent so much time and so much effort to build out their passion projects. And we want to shed light and enhance the voice. Vox Pop means voice of the people. So we're trying to enhance the voice of these creatives. Go, Charles.
In regards to our daily schedule, though.
Oh, no, I didn't want to talk about Scrum.
I'm sure Mark will agree. When you're an executive in a small company like ours is, very small, 5 people, right? Like 4.5, really. When you're the CEO or a COO in a very small startup, your job is literally every job that you haven't hired somebody else to do yet. Because you got to pull overtime because nobody else wants to. So do you have a hiring manager? No, you're the hiring manager.
That's
you're
me.
The manager? No, you're the community manager. You
That's
have a lawyer,
Holly.
you have an accountant who's handling your taxes, who's, you know, who even like when the company started, who's doing the engineering work, who's managing all that. We have to. It has to be us. And then realistically, we weren't trained to do most of those things. I didn't know anything about accounting or tax law before I decided to try and start a company. So realistically, half of the rest of your time, your off time, when you're not theoretically not working, is actually spent frantically researching how to do any of these jobs that you don't have someone else to do yet.
And also staying up to the trends of what's happening.
This is how I know you can learn to do something very well using YouTube, because that's what all we're doing. That's what we're doing every single day.
Whoa. There's also other means, but no. Like Charles mentioned, and Ian knows this all well. Ian started a bunch of different small tier, smaller companies. He's an entrepreneur like ourselves. It's you have to wear every kind of hat. You have to try and stay up with the trends. My off time is, like we said, 4.5 people. My 4-year-old is the half. So he's playing Vox Pop games. He's playing Halo Infinite. He's playing all of these different things that that are trending. And he likes not to say that the I guess the content is a little bit more every friendly than your everyday shooter on Vox Pop. We cater towards art house, lo-fi, sort of vaporwavy style games to III style games. So we run the gamut of all the content, and the creators that we have that are playing the games for their TikToks or playing the games for their YouTube streams have their variety streamers as well. One day they'll be doing horror, the next day they'll be doing puzzlers, the next day they'll be so we have to encompass. It's an all-encompassing, inclusive community that we're trying to build and that we've already been growing on. And we want to make sure that on a day-to-day basis, we're enhancing the voices of every single creator and every single community member that has a positive voice. Even the negative voice is good for feedback, honestly. Taking a negative troll comment and turning it into something that becomes a feature in our platform has happened. And works with like what I did with Rockstar and Capcom and Perfect World. You take the comments that could be trolly, but there's some genuine feedback there. You got to just unwrap the morsel and use that to build better and to build specific to that sort of request. So a lot of these troll comments are requests. So you got to adhere to all the voices.
We are so proud of what our small team has managed to accomplish. Much more than other teams that are huge and bloated and never quite get there.
I just have to say, Charles, that as the moderator, I didn't think it would be appropriate, but as you were speaking, I was so close to just starting to throw my hand in the air and cheer because I'm a university student right now for the art program. And in the art world, I'm sure many other comic artists could probably relate to this, that comic art on a scale of what artists sometimes believe is true art is usually towards the bottom tier of the art world. So what most people in the art community like know about comic art is we are the writers, the directors, the marketers. We have to know about like screenplay. We have to know directing and like coloring and like all these different skill sets. We're putting on all these different hats to be a comic artist. So I was just like, speak about it. Moving on to more of a fun question, I guess. I guess to be a creator, you also have to be a fan yourself. So growing up or even currently, are there any games that you're playing that you want to talk about led to any inspirations or that like, you know, motivate you to keep doing what you're doing?
So many. Just so many. Today I was playing Metroid Dread, which is
the year, man. That's game of the year. Come on.
Yeah, it's so good. But I play all kinds of games, and you know, I think one thing is when you've been playing games for a long time, you're looking for something that's different, and you know, it's rare that a first-person shooter will hook me in anymore because I've played so many. Although Deathloop was bloody amazing, but you know, the thing this last week I really got obsessed with Wordle, which you know half of the planet has, I think. And I am so annoyed I didn't invent that game. It is just so obvious. But such a beautiful game design. But yeah, so many different kinds of games. I'll over to you guys.
I'm disappointed to hear Solitaire wasn't one of them.
Yeah, you had
that's a hobby. That's not a game. That's a lifetime hobby.
That's a lot. That's a life. Yeah, exactly. That's like the life force energy.
All joking aside, in terms of indie games, the game that really inspired me to start thinking about games as more than just like a toy, like actually a medium of communication, was this free Flash game called Every Day the Same Dream. It's the kind of game version of what most people might consider a pretentious art film, but it was very great because it was clever in the way that it used game mechanical conventions to trick the player into doing the same thing every loop. And the game was all about finding ways to break that loop that might seem actually fairly intuitive to somebody who doesn't play side-scrolling video games, right? One of the ways you break the loop is by moving left. And this is going to shock you, but I didn't think to move left on the third screen for like the first 4 loops that I played, because in side scrollers, you always go to the right and you interact with everything when you move to the right? So, but I realized that if you weren't somebody who played a lot of side scrollers, that might actually be the first thing you tried, right? And so Every Day the Same Dream was the first game that made me think about the sort of language that video games use to communicate objectives to the player and how they were non-verbally communicated to me. That even though there was no text box that said, interact with this thing, you know, move in this direction, I just assumed that I had to, right? And that's why I really wanted to think about video games as some kind of narrative medium. And it is more impactful, I think, than film, because, in my opinion, because you actually have to do it. You're literally doing it. That level of interactivity creates a participation in the player that is meaningful, even when everything else in the game is straightforward, right? Like, so think about Papers, Please, for example, right? Actually pretty straightforward mechanically, but the fact that you are participating in this authoritarian system, that level of interactivity is what gives it the emotional gravitas that it has, right? It wouldn't work as a film. It's too straightforward for that. Right?
I have a comic booky answer, and a lot of the stuff has to do with. So Charles is very into the narrative, I guess, voice and communication methodology of interactive media. That's what gaming is. For me, it's always been about the high art. I'm an art nerd junkie. Anything that has flashy colors and crazy design is my go-to. I can't do it on my own. My hands are like, you know, damn these hooks, but I can't really do anything with them. So I love amazing cinematic experiences, not so much like the Marvel style games, but I also like, you know, lo-fi, low poly sort of meme style games. Anyone that knows me knows this story, and I'm going to tell it. Again, for those that don't, the only reason I got my job at Rockstar was two things: the main game that I mentioned as my favorite game, and Lance Williams. Lance Williams saw what I wrote in my sort of one-page dissertation on the fly of why this game is important in my life and why it drives me for game development. And it's Super Punch-Out for the Super Nintendo. That's all it is. The key art in that, the animation sets for that, the sort of weird stereotypical stuff that wouldn't fly right now with the enemy sets, the music, the fact that it's a hidden pattern or music game that no one really knows, has trended for me throughout time. So another key game for me in the shooter space is 13. It's built from a French comic book with David Duchovny phoning in his lines, the original Ubisoft title, 13. More recently, I've been playing Sable, which is another take on Mobius, the famous French graphic novelist. So Sable has been incredible for me. I've also been dipping and dallying into the, Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, and a bunch of the games on our platform, like Every Day, not Every Day the Same Dream. Through the Fragmentation, which is another awesome game. Through the Fragmentation on our platform, they look like people is another sort of Kubrick styled game from an awesome developer called Aaron Wise. They look like people is like a surrealist horror, sort of you're playing a Kubrick movie. It's Polaris meets The Shining. It's awesome. So I've been dipping my toes into, and like Ian said, Metroid Dread is game of the year for last year. That's been, my go-to. I'm a dad of a 4-year-old and a 4-month-old. So I got to dip and play the Switch like while I'm on the toilet. Like I got to get past this robot. I hope I don't get, and then when I get, bagged, I get out. And my wife is like, you're taking too much time in the bathroom. So those stylings of game. So it's a cornucopia of a grab bag of titles that I've learned from my experience working with these large publishing houses and developing games on my own with other creatives to take the best ideas and feedback and try and generate like a schmutz or a smorgasbord of a game that somebody will enjoy. That's what I think people really enjoy, those out-of-the-box games like Fez and all of these other games, because they weren't really they're presenting things that people are used to, but it's presented in a different way. Now those creators end up doing other things and their creations end up eating them, but we're trying to expand on the scope of these individual pieces of artwork that can be expanded upon in different IP and in graphic form and graphic novel form, anime form. So we want to expand on that as well.
Mm-hmm. You kind of built on this a little bit earlier, but do you think that things like Steam, mobile games, and PC games offer more diversity of content and game type than console games?
Okay. Yes, in the sense that you're literally going to have a diversity of games on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of promoting them, no. The way Steam Featured works is SEO based. If you are a small indie dev, you're not going to get on the board with Steam. And there's some other hurdles too. So for example, the Steamworks wrapper doesn't work with games that have external dependencies. So if you built your game in something like Unity, you would have to link through various other Steamworks features like achievements and multiplayer, which can be pretty tough if you're like a solo dev, right? So I think Steam does very little to help small developers. I think there is a very big unserved gap there. I don't think it's like malicious, right? Like they're not going out of their way to snipe smaller developers. It's just a reality of the platform. They have tools that you need that need extra accommodations that might hurt small teams, and they have a featured system that doesn't really benefit small developers. I guess that's all it comes down to.
I think
did he freeze for anybody else or no?
Yeah, he froze for me. I'll hit him up on Discord. I don't know what's going on. Ian, did you want to take the conversation
Yeah, sure. See, you're asking if there's more diversity on kind of mobile and Steam than console. I mean, yeah, by very definition, yes. I mean,
yes.
the consoles are such, strictly controlled stores. You have to jump through so many hoops in terms of the testing requirements and everything else that whilst it's incredibly difficult to get noticed with a mobile game or on Steam, yeah, and you can get something out there. I mean, Itch is a great example of diversity in games as well. Just the stuff that's on there is just there's so many hidden gems, and and unfortunately, making a good game is not what is going to make you successful. You have to have a marketing plan and build an audience for it, and and hopefully if you keep doing it and keep trying it, you'll get some breaks, you'll get lucky, and you'll be in a position to be able to capitalize on them and keep growing it and keep doing more things.
Yeah, that's precisely what Vox Pop is trying to do. We're trying, we know that there's games that have been on Itch that have come to Vox Pop with more expanded content that we're helping to market and helping them to expand their market space. So it's cool to find the hidden gems, but it's also that you got to publicize these hidden gems. Everyone doesn't recall that Among Us was a failure for 3 years on Steam because it was just buried. It wasn't seen anywhere until a bunch of YouTubers and influencers and content creators started promoting it on their streams, and it became this sort of global phenomenon. It's a verb like Google, Among Us is like Google now. It's like one of those verb things. So, or like an underground meme verb. But what we're trying to do, honestly, with the platform is, like I said, enhance the voice, enhance the notoriety, make sure that the content creators are getting something for their time, not just the game code. They're actually expanding and building their community, expanding on their, net reach, and the widening their net of perspective, and letting people know that they're playing quality style games that are being created by amazing developers that might have that sort of hidden gem that becomes the next big thing and becomes that next sort of game loop or game feature that ends up being in a AAA game that people can go back to and say, oh, well, this was found on this platform. I played this styling of game years ago on Vox Pop. That's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Awesome. So I guess moving towards this next year, is there anything that you're allowed to tell us about what you're looking forward to game-wise, and also what can we expect from Vox Pop in this coming year, and what can we expect from Flick Solitaire in this coming year?
We've got a lot of great games coming up very soon. So one of our games, Weaponeer, is a very cool sort of Sonic Spinball style 2D game. It's designed to be played with only one input access, and 50% of its revenue is going to able gamers, actually. There's Game Informer is going to be running a story on the Weaponeer able gamers connection very soon. But Weaponeer comes out February 14th. But a game that we have that's perhaps a little more relevant to the comic book manga style of SaturdayCon is a game that's coming up called Ultimate Reality. It's a game about a superhero who invents a device that allows them to travel through dimensions, and it's a side-scrolling beat-em-up where you use these dimensional powers to advance.
I wanted to go as well, but I don't know if Ian had any updates.
Yeah, I want to play those. Let me know what I can.
Well, just sign up to the platform, man. It's free. Everyone signs up, so we'll send you the links are all in our socials.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure. More Solitaire, commissioning more artists. We've just signed up a couple of new ones. more diverse artists as well. I was looking for good people. So if you're a great artist, got a good portfolio, get in touch with us. New game modes, expanding the team. As a small company, it's mostly been 2 of us working full time. So we're getting raising a bit of funding at the moment to grow the team, start marketing it a bit more aggressively, and because mobile is you have to be able to market it to be able to survive on mobile. But if you can get to the top, it's pretty it can be pretty good. Sorry, go on.
No, if you have a PC spec and you want to bring it to the platform, it's free to onboard as well. We would love to see the PC version of Flick Solitaire on the VoxPop platform. Another game that I wanted to focus on that was high key on my mind was Ninja Naboken. It's a indie reimagining of Ninja Gaiden for the NES. It has fatalities. It has a whole bunch of different crazy stuff. Super difficult. It's from a dev out of Mexico City, Gabriel Lopez. You please. So if anyone wants to check that out, it's available for wish listing on the Coming Soon page on our platform. Please support the devs. He's also coming out with another game called Chain Runners Liquid. That's sort of like a take on Road Rash, a new take on Road Rash. So there's a lot of games that are being developed from Latin American devs, African American devs. So we have a worldwide sort of net and expansion. I could go on about all the cool games that we have, but check them out on the platform. Go to voxpopgames.com or just Google the term VoxPop together, one word, games, and check us out.
I'm super excited for all of that. I have to contain myself. I feel like I have professionalism that I have to keep as the moderator, but I do want to know more about that anime, comic, manga game after the panel.
Yeah. No worries, man.
It looks so dope except for the logo.
Yeah.
Unreadable.
Yeah.
But everything else about the game looks amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. So now I think we'll start taking some questions from the chat. This question says, how do you feel about free assets being used by indie companies in comparison to bigger companies who have larger budgets?
Well, okay. So in terms of free assets, they get a bad rap from the players because they're often associated with these sort of like content dump games where they just do asset swaps on certain objects in the game and they try to resell it. But I think these sorts of free assets are a very good tool for developers who are first learning. And when it comes to art style, right, people fixate so much on polygons and textures and all these things. You can make a very good looking low poly game if you're smart about how you use your assets and you have an actual art direction in mind, right? So there's no reason why a great game can't be made with free assets, but I think as long as that stigma exists, and it's going to be a little tougher to market a game that's being made entirely with free assets. Bit of a rambling answer. I'm sorry.
We always need another Flappy Bird clone or something like that, but no. A lot of the times it's looked down upon in the indie scene because you end up being like Charles said, a swap or a clone. It's not really too prevalent in the larger PC space because people will shout you out like, "Hey man, you stole all my assets," or "You just bought this from the Unity store or the Epic, asset store and just are skinning things." But I think if you're able to tread the line between non-IP infringement or blatant just cloning of assets, you might be able to. I mean, AAA studios do it all the time. They have to clone a bunch of assets for things, so it's not uncommon in the indie space because you're strapped for budget. But it's not. I don't want to say it's looked down upon. I think in my best effort, I would like to give advice, and the advice is try and make it your own. Try and make it unique. Try and expand on it.
Or even just like actually buy assets from people who do that, sell those professionally, right? Everyone knows what the free Unity store assets look like because they're in a million things.
Yeah.
Right? But if you're strapped for budget, you don't have a 3D artist, right? You could buy asset packages from artists on the internet and they will sell you the rights to use those assets too. And those assets might not be the greatest assets in the universe, but they will be less recognizable by people, right? And you won't get a lot of, I don't know if there's a less pretentious way to say it, the negative brand perception.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean, right? You have a YouTube cringe compilation where they're like, look at this shitty game.
There's a place for it for free assets, right? There's if you're a developer who's like learning to code, you just need some assets to put in the game to make something.
Prototyping, making a vertical slice, you can swap.
As an artist, releasing stuff for free can get you attention, can get people coming to you because they want more of your work because they've seen the free stuff. So there's definitely a place for it.
Somebody pull up the next question.
Uh-oh.
There it is. How has your experience with game design influenced your view of games other than your own?
Sometimes it gets hard to enjoy games without deconstructing them. But I don't know. You usually you can. And as I was saying earlier, for me, it's I'm always looking for new experiences, things I haven't played before.
I found that more and more I've grown to value games that are mechanically interesting, that I maybe wouldn't necessarily enjoy on their own. So the perfect example of that is Baba Is You. Great game, amazing puzzle game. I'm going to be honest, I mostly love it because of how the mechanics work and not because of the actual user experience of playing it. But it's so clever, using language as a core puzzle mechanic. I love that. Consequently, there are games that I absolutely loved for their narrative and presentation that I hate for their mechanics now, and more I find them hard to go back to. Well, the perfect example of that would be Thomas Was Alone. Thomas Is Alone is this sort of narrative puzzle platformer where you control various squares, right? And each of the squares have different properties for solving these puzzles. The narration's great, the story's fantastic, the soundtrack is amazing, but the user experience is awful, especially when you get to the end game and one of the characters is 9 different cubes. So you have 9 tiny cubes that you have to individually control and maneuver into various spots just to solve any given puzzle. And so there are things like that where even in games that I previously loved, I can't help but ask, why did you design it this way? This is nonsense.
My answer is to mimic pattern over what Ian had said. I started my career in game and analyst role, which encompassed production design and most importantly quality assurance for games. So when I play games, I hate games that I know are overtly buggy, because I felt like I have to fill out a bug report for the company. So it's like I make it a point to try and find games that are super polished, whether they're in indie space or AAA space. Most of the time, the AAA games are not. I mean, there's only so much you could do throwing man hours at a game that's over budget by $13 million, and they're not putting all that budget into QA. They're putting that budget into marketing, or they're putting it into designing the sweat that falls from Nathan Drake's face. So what I'm trying to get at is I view, as a game just analyst, designer, whatever, I fall into the trap and the sort of pattern of quality assurance for the titles. It's a hard habit to kick, but it happens to me a lot. It happens to a lot of people a lot. It doesn't make me overtly critical of games that are sort of shitty, because I love meme style games that are crazy and are broken. That's also a cool thing, but you have to go in. You're not going into Call of Duty Blops thinking that it's going to be a pile of dog shit, but sometimes it ends up being that way in certain instances, and you can't do anything about it. So that's the differential here. Is I find myself in that sort of feedback loop of QAing the game rather than enjoying the narrative journey. So I like to have my experience of morsel gaming have that sort of true truffle of a gameplay experience.
Mark?
I think also as a game designer, you learn so much from bad games as well, and things that you don't like. You know, you learn a lot from those as well.
Yeah, Charles, you're going to say something? Sorry,
I was going to say, as an Elder Scrolls fan, what you said offends me.
Stop it! Stop with the Elder Scrolls. Everybody's still playing that, and they're hurting themselves while playing that. It's a detriment to your health.
Next question says, how would you describe an average day of work? I think we kind of
we
covered
covered
this one a little bit.
We covered
next question. Artie Draws asks, honestly, a good game with good art is really a blessing. Have you guys ever played Persona 5? It's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, did we ever disagree with that? A good game with good art is great.
I played every Persona. I've only gotten halfway through every Persona. I only play them because of the art, but I can't complete them. I'm completionist for everything else. Like, I'm one of the rare dudes that got like the Half-Life 2 achievement of putting the gnome in the rocket ship. So I am a completionist at heart, but the Persona games I've never been able to it's like a lot of filler, anime style. So I've never been able to complete a Persona game, but I've played all of them.
Yeah, I'm a big JRPG fan. Persona 5 was the first Persona game that I've tried. Unfortunately, I bailed probably after about 5 hours. I'm sorry to say, but it does look absolutely incredible. It looks incredible.
If your guys are Shin Megami Tensei fans, you should play Devil Survivor.
That is so good. Yes,
I
had to break character for a second. Had to break character.
Yeah,
got him.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 11. That was amazing. I played that for so long.
Next question says, what kind of work ethic do you think people should have in order to grow and improve?
I think more important than anything is to have a certain degree of self-compassion. I don't know how many other people fall into this trap, but I remember every tiny failing I've ever had over the course of my life. I have a hard time looking at my old work without cringing. But that's a very counterproductive attitude. Being overly critical sometimes will hurt you when it comes to finding the places where you can genuinely improve. And being unable to look back on your old work is anathema to improving in your future work, right? So I don't know if this directly answers the question of work ethic, but I think that a lot of people who make things, they have a tendency to be overly critical of their own work, and this prevents genuine introspection.
I want go ahead, Ian.
But being too critical of your own work as well can stop you releasing things and getting stuff out there. And you're going to learn so much more if you are not afraid to fail, or you accept that, through mistakes and through imperfections and just getting stuff out there, that you're going to learn faster and iterate quicker and become better quicker. Also, I think it's important to be able to ask for and accept criticism and feedback, because it's, when you've poured your heart and soul into something, it's very easy for other people to criticize it, and sometimes they will just be wrong, but you need to listen to them and lightly pretend to acknowledge it and try and understand what they mean, and also from my point of view, as someone who's commissioned 30 artists in the last couple of years, it makes such a difference to the process and the relationship when you're working with an artist who can take feedback constructively, and it helps you make things better together.
I know I've been talking a lot throughout this panel, but I'd actually just like to offer a corollary to that. It's the other most important thing when it comes to criticism is being able to sort criticism based on which pieces of criticism you can realistically address. Sometimes the criticism is totally valid, but you just don't have the skill or the resources to actually address it. And that can be a very tough thing to accept. when you can just see the imperfection, and all you can do when everybody brings it up is just nod and say, I know, I wish I could, I can't, right? But you have to be able to prioritize. You can't sink a bunch of resources into addressing a relatively minor complaint that's very visible when there's something more serious that you could actually do something about, right? That sort of thing. It's a simplified example, but you know what I mean. Being able to realistically take stock of your own capabilities is important to being able to actually address this criticism. And I think that's part of the self-compassion that I was talking about earlier.
My mentality is unwavering, and it's more about something that we might be lacking in our contemporary times is having a thicker skin. Your work ethic has to exemplify being able to take all of these mentionings that Charles and Ian had mentioned about criticism, but also having a thick skin about things. We also like to talk about troll babies and all these craziness, like overtly rude, anonymity comments. But like I said, I said earlier, there is some truth to those criticisms and we can improve, but having the ability to distinguish between what is right, what is wrong, what is feasible, what is actionable is the thickness of skin. I don't know how else to place it. It's not being so triggered, not jumping into sort of cancel culture, just being as objective and not purely subjective as possible. Trying to take your subjective opinions, but also have everyone's objective truth about things that you're commenting on be the reality of the situation and not just crafting reality from your subjectivity. So we need to sort of have a thicker, the work ethic, I guess, answer is working as hard as possible that you can, giving your all, and having as thick of a skin as possible, because the bumps in the road and the scars that you take dictate the map and stylings of your life and where you will be. Every anime, every manga has heroes that take bumps, they take crazy, death blows, and they come back 10 times stronger because they learn and they level up. If we don't have that, if we're reading about that and we're not instilling that into ourselves, it's a sort of Pyrrhic victory. We have to enable ourselves to engage ourselves mentally and being able to say, okay, I'm going to take all of this badness and turn it into as much of goodness in my lifestyle as possible. That's the work ethic that I live every day. I have a wife and kids, and I have to roll with the punches through criticisms every day, and we just got to grow with them.
It was very inspirational. Mark felt like he was leading us into a final boss battle. Now I'm very prepared now. Ricardo asks, what are your favorite genres in gaming? RPG, RTS, sports, FPS, etc.?
Well, for me personally, it's really evolved over time. But I quite like RPGs because I think a good narrative is sometimes a very good way forward. And it's very interesting to see how games iterate on the standard RPG formula. I also quite a big fan of puzzle games. Like I said, Baba Is You was a bit of a revelation for me.
Ian, you want to go? I'll go now. For me, it's the grab bag of things. At any given moment, I could love RTSs, FPSs, third persons, horror games, whatever. Yeah. My mains right now are, because of my son playing Halo, because there's no blood. Trying to get him into Minecraft, so giving him that first person perspective. He loves a shmup that's called Pixels Hollows Eve. It's a top-down shmup that we have, shmup, and weird dynamic games like Guardians of Ladino Forest or Prep School Horrors that are also on our platform that are sort of psychedelic journeys. You gotta, maybe burn one and play this game, and you'll go on some adventure that you didn't know where you could have. Guardians is one of those. So that's pretty much my sort of favorites. It's everything and anything that's interesting.
Yeah, as I said, I'm a sucker for JRPGs. That goes all the way back to playing Phantasy Star on the Sega Master System, and I spent I don't know 50, 60 hours playing that game as a kid. And I remember at the end of the game, the credits rolled, and just something clicked in my head, and I'm like, oh my god, all these people got paid to like make this incredible game, and that was it for me. And it was Yuji Naka was the lead programmer, I believe, and that's why I'm in the games industry today. But yeah, apart from falling into JRPGs, but I can't play them all year round. I play all kinds of stuff. A game that pretty defies categorization, I'd say, and I really enjoyed recently was a game called Unpacking, where it's beautiful pixel art. You have a room with boxes, and you're unpacking items and deciding where to put them in the room. And it's amazing how it tells a story of the items that your character's taking from place to place, and what's happening in their life. It's just really, really creative with just something that's so simple.
Next question says, after working in game design, is there any prior games that make you wonder how their process went?
How their process went.
It's called Trigger Warning. I did play that weird game that got banned from the store, the Hater game. That weird
hatred.
Yeah, the hatred game. So I played that game for as much as you can possibly play that game, and it didn't really give me the aspect of anything aside from like a lame Postal clone or something that I played in the early 90s, like early Doom sets were way more hyper-violent, way more like transmittable to this is something I should not be playing. It's naughty. It's like it's something that's risque. So in playing that, I managed to figure out that even the beauty and the design and the hard work that they did to build that style, I think that there is some unique beauty in the artwork and the artistry of this hyper violent, insane, banned game. And I think I take that, I take that with me in everything that I do. Like, to critique something and ban something is sort of self-centering. It takes away from the artistry of anything and the communication dialogue that we can all have. So we're living in these crazy times that people don't want to say things. People don't want to say things. I never grew up on that. I grew up in the era where I'm analog and digital, that sort of Xennial era, where it's in between the dawn of the super internet now with all the social media and pre, VHS tapes, the micro SD, not the micro SD, the what the hell was that freaking device? Either way, I grew in that in-between space. So in that in-between space, having the design and acknowledging the artistry in every piece of playable format media is something that I think people need to take a step back from, because it's the last guarded, I guess, media that shouldn't be in this sort of self-censorship. It should be allowed to freeform, and then people make their own judgments. If we're going to say at the same point video games don't cause violence in society, then we should not be banning anything that creates that. It's the mental capacity of each individual and the choices that they make that causes all of this violence in the world. So banning or self-censoring is something that I try to stray away from, and also acknowledging the artistry in those games that are designed that way. They're designed that way for a reason. If you play Postal, you're going to be way more, triggered than anything that you play in that hatred game. That's just me, my opinion.
So I have a nega answer, actually, if that would be okay. It's very rare that I play a game and I think, man, what were they thinking when they designed this? But I feel like when most gamers say stuff like that, they're referring to, especially nowadays, how games are monetized. They'll look at loot boxes and DLCs, and they'll go, what were they thinking when they chopped up their game like this? I would actually like to answer that real quick and risk becoming the bad guy in everyone's eyes. The answer is because of economics. The nominal price of a new retail game has not budged from $60 since 1982, I believe. Whereas, because of inflation, the real value of a video game, of a new retail game, has dropped by 70%. So now volume has kept up with inflation for the most part over the few years, but it's stalled out over like the last 5-6 years. So if games want to remain commercially viable, they either need to raise the retail price or they need to find alternative methods of monetizing. And there have been multiple attempts to raise the retail price, and they have been all disastrous. Nobody wants to feel like their game is more expensive at purchase. And so as long as those two things are true, looking for alternate ways to monetize these games is just going to be a reality. So when you talk about making your game play to win, for example, pay to win, there is a push and pull here. You want your game to be playable enough that you have a steady supply of new people for the whales to crush. But paying needs to give some sort of tangible advantage, or the whales will stop paying, right? And so these sorts of economic push and pulls are created by, forces outside of games themselves. And that's why those, that kind of monetization exists. It won't in indie games, though, which have different economic drivers. So one more reason for you to support independent developers, right?
Yeah. Another like sort of AAA real world example would be why Nintendo, anything first party, does not go down under $60. They have to maintain that overhead. So everyone could be upset about Nintendo, but you're never going to pay a Mario game that's less than $60. That's the story. I work with Capcom and they do the same thing. All the Japanese developers are not going under because they would take a drastic hit in their revenue share and they won't be able to make any other games for the singular platform. And so they're just now teetering with like those additional packs for Smash Brothers and all this other stuff. But those things are, like Charles described, we're in a capitalistic world. It sucks, but they are part and parcel for the first party titles, at least for Nintendo. That's the realest world example I can give.
I think if anything, learning more about game design helps you appreciate what like bad games were trying to do. It becomes very easy to see, okay, this was the design intention. I understand where it might have failed, right? Because of X, Y, Z. I think it's very rare that it gives you this they feel like have a very negative opinion of a game that was already good. I don't know. Maybe somebody else disagrees with me on that.
Yeah, so the question was about the process of, do we think about the process? And then the first thing my mind jumps to is how were the staff treated? I think when Red Dead Redemption 2 was released, there was a lot of criticism around the studio culture and the hours that people worked on that game. And it not being healthy, and that's something that I hope we see more of. That there's more pressure on studios to do the right thing in terms of the working conditions, including not only in the studios, the internal studios, but also the outsourcing studios, and make sure that the staff are having good quality lives outside of their jobs. I mean, people like Charles and I dare say, don't work 40 hours a week. We work much more.
Yeah.
But we also benefit from that when we get the rewards when it's successful.
Having been one of those people that have worked on a Red Dead, the Red Dead Returns or Red Dead Redemption, I know the toxicity of that culture that's working more than 120. I got married on vacation. I didn't have a break for 5.5 years. So my honeymoon was something that I needed to save up years for. I know that culture at Vox Pop. We are anti all of those procedures of trying. We know that we are driving, Charles, like Ian said, we're all driving more than 80-hour work weeks, but it's a balance. It's a work-life balance. And because of COVID and the dawn of remote teaching and learning and remote work, it's making it more flexible and it's making it more viable for companies like Google, Meta, Facebook, or whatever, to be able to have these sort of work-life balances and more healthy brainwave patterns from doing what they're doing in their homes and in their own space.
And I think this is our final question for today. Where do you see Flick Solitaire and Vox Pop in a few years? I feel like we kind of already talked about that, but yeah, I guess what's your 5-10 year plan?
Well, I I mean, Solitaire is the most played game ever. You know, Microsoft Solitaire had 1 billion physical installs of that game, which is pretty incredible. But it's, you know, it's often seen as a game for older, more mature players, let's say. And I think there's younger generations who haven't discovered like just how satisfying and how relaxing it is to play Solitaire. So really, we want to bring Solitaire to a new audience, and also, you know, again, making it about collection of beautiful art by independent artists, and you know, doing good with it as well. But yeah, hopefully we'll have one day in 5 years we'll have more downloads than Microsoft Solitaire. There you go.
The dream would be to make Vox Pop the new hub for independent developers. Our pitch to devs is not, you know, we can make you rich, we can make you the next Notch, right? Our pitch is we can make it so that you can make a living plying your craft, that you don't need some other day job to support your side hustle of making independent games, that you can make these games for a living. We want to continue expanding in that direction. We want to keep adding new tools that will support indie devs and the influencers that they get on board with, right? So our bounty board system is something we're working on right now. We want to add new verticals that people can use. Crowdfund-based, profit-sharing-based crowdfunding, we think is very promising. Profit-sharing-based contracting. So basically, the idea is that whoever backs you or whoever helps work on your game, they own now a percentage of your game. And anytime that game is sold, they get paid dividends based on the percentage that they own, right? Finally, internal development. Me and Mark, we have like 500,000 prototypes that we love to turn into actual games someday. Vertical slices as far as the eye can see. We would love to make internal development a part of Vox Pop as well.
Charles hit it on the head. Everyone can grow with us and our journey by just signing up for free and setting our account. And it'll be like your ID will be the early ones when we see us at ID 5 million of installs. So go Charles, go.
Speaking of, I have another secret for any aspiring indie devs out there. You don't have to be afraid of people stealing your ideas, because they all have thousands of their own ideas that they want to make.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to take yours.
Yeah, exactly.
We barely have enough time to make ours.
Well, Nas said it best, and it's a quote from the Bible: "There's nothing new under the sun." So everything's being redone and rehashed and reworked. So what we have to do is have the next playable, this is familiar to me game, the next Pac-Man, the next, like we said, the next Minecraft. But everyone could go check things out at voxpopgames.com. Google Vox Pop Games. The term is Vox Pop, one word, VOXPOPGAMES. Future in 5 years, we're still doing this. We're expanding on our verticals. We have some games that we wholly own that have exclusive content on our platform that people can enjoy and download for a fair price and help stream on their channels. And they also get a cut of the earnings because they're using our platform. So unlike other platforms, I don't want to be comparative, but we're offering tool sets that are available on no other platform. So it's familiar. It's something that's new. I know people are a little bit hesitant as early adopters. I'm an early adopter on everything myself. I'm getting the Steam Deck in a couple weeks, so I'm going to see but I'm going to also load up the Steam Deck with Vox Pop, see how it runs there. But yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll see what we do. Thank you, Mike, Ian, Charles. Thank you to everyone in the SaturdayCon and everyone on YouTube and everyone that joined the con. I appreciate the time, and thank you so much for having us. It's really honored. I'm honored to be a part of this. So I hope this becomes something that next year you see 1 year later with Vox Pop. We'll check in 2023 with you guys.
For sure. And before we wrap things up, Ian, can you tell everyone where we could find Flick Solitaire?
On your mobile phone, go to the App Store, search Flick Solitaire, and when you do, you get to choose your starting deck for free. And of course, the Saturday AM deck is there available for you to pick. Yeah, go check it out. Hopefully, we'll be able to do more work with Saturday AM going forward as well. So
Awesome,
big fans of this.
All right, my turn. All right, thank you all for tuning in today to this panel. Thank you to my amazing guests for coming out today. I really appreciate your time. Awesome discussions. Thank you to the chat for giving us great comments. There's another awesome panel coming up after this one, but please go check out these amazing developers and Vox Pop and Flix out there specifically. Please check out all their social media sites and their products. Thank you all again for being here. I've been Monitor Comics. I'll see you all next time, aka 10 minutes.
Thanks.
So it's asking me to list right now.
Long time no see, everybody. My name is Monitor Comics. My real name is Michael Beaumont. Published with Saturday Afternoon with my series Change the World. On YouTube, I make comic making tutorials. Just hit 40,000 subscribers today, so thank you all for the support. I'll be moderating this panel. Gotta collect them all today. This panel, we're going to be talking about toys and collectibles in the industry with two very special guests. And I feel like I won't be able to do a good job introducing them, so I'll have them introduce themselves to all of you. That was the cue.
Okay, I'm Janet. I am co-creator of Blown Ups from Jabberwocky Toys, and I actually have made some Saturday AM toys that I'm very proud of, and I can't wait for all of this to move forward and grow sales.
Yes. I love the toys.
Oh, toys are awesome, aren't they? I love them too. You can see them a little bit behind me, a little bit there.
Ooh.
There.
I see them. I see the bully eater right there. Nice.
Bully eater's my fave.
Raymond would love to hear that. Oh, we lost John.
Uh-oh, John. There he is. He's coming.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's got to make the dramatic entrance.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
As you can tell, everybody, technical difficulties do prove that we are live right now. I hope you're enjoying the con today, Janet.
Well, I'm actually really, happy that you guys, this is your first con, and I'm just thrilled that this is going on, and you guys are moving along at lightning speed, and I'm just so proud.
We really appreciate you being here, and love the work that you did with the blown up figures, which we'll talk about. We won't get into that now. Just gotta kill some time until our legendary guest
Are we live now?
Yes.
Live and screwing up.
Yeah, going a little off script. But I guess we can, while we're here, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what got you into this business of toys and like your story of Jabberwocky toys and blown up figures?
Okay, well, I actually come from the video game industry, which is where Frederick and I actually met many, many moons ago. Jabberwocky Toys was just one of those things where you wake up in the morning and just you call your partner and you say, hey, what about this? And then it evolves a little bit until it's almost perfection. And now we're rolling out. Hi, John.
Hello. Apologies.
All good. All good.
My son on the PlayStation or what? But my bandwidth seems to be a bit strained or something. But anyway, hello.
It sounds good to me now. Sounds good.
You sound perfect.
Please introduce yourself. Take it away.
Are we on?
Yes.
Hi, John Seppener from Cryptozoic. Pleasure to meet you all. A recent friend of the family of Saturday AM, and happy to be here. So we're 10 years into Cryptozoic, and often still feels like a startup, but here we are.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Very excited to talk to you today, both of you. I don't know if you caught the back end of the first question that I was asking, but pretty much how do you end up here in the toy collectible industry? Was there like a special toy when you were younger that got you interested in doing this, or like what's the origin story behind Cryptozoic and Jabberwocky toys?
So the backstory is I was at Thunderbird, the international MBA program, focusing on Asia. I speak Mandarin and Japanese, and Portuguese, as my wife is Brazilian. Wanted me to
very impressive
run Asia for them. More of a party trick than anything else, but anyway, they at that time Upper Deck was flying high with Michael Jordan in Asia, and with Nomo playing for the Dodgers and Bondi owning 50% of Upper Deck. my Chinese skills and Mandarin skills sort of came in handy for a variety of reasons. That was sort of my introduction to collectibles industry. Growing up, I collected Star Wars cards from the earliest phases, and that was about it. Comic book wise, I read Tintin and Richie Rich and a little bit of Thor.
So you're a millionaire now.
But I wouldn't say I was a huge collector of comic. What's that? Yeah, right.
So now you're a millionaire.
and then as sports card collecting for kids sort of morphed into Pokemon and other TCGs, and then eventually I ended up getting Yu-Gi-Oh for Upper Deck.
Yes.
And riding that wave for many years. I was well steeped into a world that I had been previously unfamiliar with, and 20 years into the TCG business, I'm still figuring it out. It's base for sure. And then Upper Deck had stitches with Yu-Gi-Oh. We'll leave it at that. It's all available to read on the internet. But suffice it to say, lost their agreement with Konami and Yu-Gi-Oh, which gave birth to Cryptozoic, in that Cryptozoic or Upper Deck also lost their license to the World of Warcraft trading card game. And my friend Corey Jones, who I'd hired at Upper Deck many years previously, who then moved over to Blizzard, crafted a plan to spin out of Blizzard and fund us to keep the World of Warcraft trading card game going. So Blizzard loaned us money, and we hired all the previous staff at Upper Deck, and we were off to the races. And after the first year of exclusivity to that brand, they allowed us to do other things. And the first other things we did, the firm was Walking Dead for both trading cards and board games. Eventually, and then shortly thereafter with Warner Brothers, we did a bunch of properties with Warner, like Big Bang Theory, Fringe, a multitude of Warner properties, and have expanded into collectible figurines with Warner and other licenses, and that kind of brings us to where we are today.
I was a very competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player back in the day. I went to the tournaments and like regionals and all that. I don't know how many of my support. I'm sorry to tell you that. The amount of money that goes into that TCG
families across America.
Sincerely apologize myself for taking part in it, but one of the best times of my life. So when you were mentioning like Upper Deck and Konami and like the Pokemon and TCGs, I was having flashbacks the entire time. But Janet, you can continue about your origin story.
Saturday afternoon.
Definitely.
Nice.
You know what? It's just a creative process, and you meet people along the way, and you come up with an idea, and you go with it, and you hope for the best. That's all I can say.
So I guess the first real interview question would be, how does someone get where you are? Someone tomorrow comes and tells you, I want to get into this toy business, or I have an idea for a toy. What would you tell this person?
You want to go first, John, or? My harsh
advice you go first.
Would be go work at a toy company and start in the warehouse and learn the business. Seriously.
That's a fair answer.
It's the best way. I mean, I'm sure, John, you've worked in warehouses in the beginning of time as well. We've all put in our time, and here we are.
Absolutely. I've done every job imaginable, including working in a warehouse in Osaka, Japan, where I was screwing together like caster wheels onto refrigerated cart. I was actually a sushi chef in Osaka back in the day, and that's
a man of many talents.
That is so cool.
Hired me.
That is very cool.
That's another story altogether, but definitely another good party trick. Let me put it that way. But in terms of aspiring toy company or toy business folks who would like to work in the business, it really depends on the angle you're coming from. If you want to be a rank and file employee, certainly, any entry point, no matter intern, warehouse, you name it, certainly. There's no spot that's too low on the totem pole to get your feet wet, and that's true really of any industry. but if you're a true, just you're creative and you've been coming up, if you're, bringing in concepts and that sort of thing, you never know. Like finding your way in to get an audience is certainly a challenge. It's really all about networking and finding the people that work in the toy business and maybe going to mixers or whatever it is. So you at least figure out who is the inventor relations person at any given company that you can find an audience with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but networking honestly is the best. But you always end up in situations that lead you to your next step, which I've always found anyway.
So do you I'm trying to think of how to word this question. Are there any skill sets or qualifications you look for people maybe joining the industry or in yourself? Do you think there's experience needed to get into the industry, or is higher education necessary to get into the industry? What's your thought process behind that?
Well, I definitely think everything is from creativity, your own talents. Education, I did the whole bachelor thing and it gave me some basics in business that have helped me immensely. But really what I am today is just because of my own experience and walking my own path.
Yeah, I would say really nowadays, what I'm really looking for is passion for the industry in this space. And you don't have to like the same things that I like, but being passionate about something, really IP wise, I've found is a important bellwether for seeing that passion trend. Because if you're not passionate about something, you're not gonna do your best. So passion and flexibility and willingness to learn and wear a bunch of different hats and just do what it takes to grow. And I think we've been very successful in finding aspiring, talented, motivated people who've come in. We had who came to us while working at a comic book shop, and she was helping out doing some paint overs for some art we were doing, and she slowly grew, and then actually quite quickly grew to be our brand manager for our collectibles business, and even had a stint working on the trading card business as well. And as has happened all too often, she just got nabbed by Marvel to work on licensing for their brand. So, and I just couldn't be happier for her, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, and power to her, and it's good to have connections at Marvel. And I wish her nothing but the best. So, cultivating talent only to lose them is kind of our MO, it seems, but that's okay.
It's true. I just lost a product manager, Spin Master.
Improving ground. Yeah. What's that?
I just lost a product manager to Spin Master, so.
Yeah, those bastards. I love the guys at Spin. There's no one I'd rather lose somebody to. I've got so many friends over there, including 2 of the 3 founders, really all 3 founders to a degree.
Yeah.
They're the best.
Yeah,
I'm
really I couldn't be happier for this guy, and
So in your experience, what's been the hardest part?
Hey, same show, different booth.
Yeah. What's that, Michael?
In your experience, what's been the hardest part about being in this industry?
I think all the hard parts happen.
These panel discussions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
I'm here all week.
The hardest part is, there is. I think one of the hard parts is to keep your passion going when you're facing a lot of challenges and sometimes things just do not work out the way they're supposed to, and you really have to keep your passion and enthusiasm and creativity up. It can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest challenge in any space, any part of the entertainment industry, is that you can never rest on your laurels. Like, things are going to work or they're not, and usually you're hit like baseball, it's definitely under 500, or 400 or 300, wherever the case may be. You've got to keep plugging away and finding those hits, and the hits pay for the dogs, and you just keep slow. And you just have to keep reinventing yourself. And yeah, I mean, hard work is a bit, but so is luck.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I'd love
luck
to take
is
credit
actually
for the success of
luck
it,
is actually luck is
it's
actually when preparedness meets opportunity. So
Yes. I'd retweet
absolutely for sure.
Yeah.
But you have some dry spells, and we've been very fortunate that we've been 10, 11, coming up on, I think 12. It'll be 12 years in March for us. And we probably, I would say, almost like clockwork, every other year we've been staring into the abyss. Right around the holiday season, or the end of holiday season, like what's next, and it comes from the most unexpected places. Honestly, you just never know what's going to pop.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you asked that about what's next, because my next question was actually, when you're planning or developing a new product, what does that process look like for both of you?
Well, it usually starts with somebody having an idea, and we get into a meeting and, do preliminary sketches and ideas, and, we toss it around for a little while until we make it presentable and move forward.
And what does moving forward look like?
That's when,
I'm sure there's people in our audience that are like, explain it to me like I'm 5.
Go ahead, John. What?
Oh, I mean, it could come from a variety of sources and origins. One story I like to tell is how we came to create the Pantone board game that we released maybe 4 years ago now. Let's call it 6 years ago or so. My partner John Nee, who's the former publisher of Marvel Comics and head of biz dev for DC Comics, like he knows this business. Just one day, randomly, as he often does in a meeting, said, we should make a Pantone board game with no explanation as to what this board game would be or anything about it. Just, we should make a Pantone board game. And he would say that every so often over the months or years. And then one day at Gen Con, the yearly tabletop game show in Indianapolis, we had a guy come to our booth and pitch us this game called Who's Hugh? And it was a color-based game where you're matching color to try to create an image of a character that you're, with various hints, you try to guess what the character is. And the person to whom he pitched it said, I think we just found our Pantone game. And shortly thereafter, I was at a charity golf tournament up in Calabasas, and I happened to be standing in line with the guy who reps Pantone. And within a week, we were in conversation, had the license, and X number of months later, we were off to the races. That's a not entirely unique example of an outside pitch combined with an inside idea. When we got Walking Dead, our first outside license after World of Warcraft, it was really my partners who are all read the Walking Dead comic. I'd never even heard, and this was before the first episode had even aired.
It's a good comic.
They were hell bent on doing it. I'm like, I don't know, guys. The guarantee is it's like $40,000. I'm not sure we can handle this. And now we blew it out of the water in the first month. But yeah, you just never know. Thank God for my partners.
Yeah, they have ideas come from the most crazy places, and they just evolve.
And John, you mentioned about this.
In terms of the go forward green light, it's a lot of gut check, kind of get a consensus around the table, and boom, we go.
And you mentioned this pitch. I know in the comics and the manga space where I work with, the pitch is very important for getting your foot in the door and like give people an idea of what your book or your series is going to be about. So from the toy industry, can you give some advice for how like this pitching session works and how to prepare a good pitch like you did with the representative you were talking about?
You can go, John.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I've seen them all, and I've seen horrible pitches graphically that came across passion. I've seen other beautiful decks put in front of me that I didn't want to look at twice. So I can't say there's a real formula other than I keep going back to passion. Somebody who's truly passionate and believing in what they do. That doesn't always translate into success or reception, but to me, it is one of the key ingredients to anything that we're looking at, for sure.
And it's really about timing. It really is. You know, you could have the best idea and you think it's the perfect time, but it's just not the perfect time for the company you're pitching to. So you just got to keep at it.
So I assume that both of you have been doing this for a while. So what is the best part about developing toys and collectibles now versus, say, 20 years ago? Like, I'm sure technology and the industry's changed over time. So if you could just share about that.
Well, certainly a lot quicker to, to get to customers with social media and all that stuff. So I think that, the resources that we use to make the products have improved a lot. But I think that's just a lot of us just working as a partner with the factories to make sure that everything is done the way it needs to be done. And I don't know. I can't really say that anything's easier because it's not really easier because we know people, I guess, and we have lines of travel that we can go to immediately without having to search. But yeah, I don't think it's easier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you want to get into pandemic specific related things, but even let's put that to the side. Between 20 years ago and now, and it's funny that just the fact that we're on a Saturday AM titled broadcast here, where I would imagine anyone under the age of, I don't know, 15, 12, like they don't even know what that means. Saturday AM is no longer a thing. It doesn't. And whereas back 20 years ago, that was
our hearts.
if you weren't on Saturday morning cartoons, you didn't exist.
You didn't
and
get the new
retailers
episodes.
didn't want to talk to you. So so that the elimination of that 3 network linear broadcast to where we've got this ridiculously segmented and wide but thin audiences, it's different. It's challenging, but so is Saturday morning cartoons. So there's no easy something, but you have to be nimble and understand where the market dynamics are going, and you've got to be a lot more in your marketing and pinpointing your audience. So one door closes, opportunities, and you just have to follow that trend, and it's only going to get more specific, and your ability to pinpoint your audience is going to become easier, if not more expensive, but you're going to find them.
I did want to give you both a moment to talk about the products that your companies work on. I know Jabberwocky did have a collaboration with Saturday M recently. So if you want to talk about either of those, that'd be great.
Saturday M was actually our first licensing that we went into. Frederick, like I said, Frederick and I have known each other for a really long time. I loved what he was doing, and I, way back when he started, I saw his vision and I felt his vision, and I wanted to be part of it. And anime, manga, collectible toys are the thing right now. So it makes sense for there to be a collectible toy for any property. But yeah, it's just I'm just here for the ride.
Off the script, but I hope we do more work together in the future.
Oh, we will.
I'm looking around like I don't know if I was allowed to say that. And John, if you could tell us about some of the products that you would like to highlight from Cryptozoic, either coming out this year or ones that just stick out in your mind.
So sure. Well, I would say the one that is relevant is our CZX branded DC Comics Universe Crisis on Infinite Earths trading card product. This is been 2+ years in the making, due largely to challenges with approvals, and just the trading card category as a whole is the bane of most licensors and studios' existence. It is so labor intensive for them. You know, you do a T-shirt, it's 1 image. You do a calendar, it's 12 images. You do a trading card product, we're talking about hundreds of unique images that have and approved. Not only the photo, but the frame in which it's set, the text on the back, and the return on investment for licensors, as you know, in comparison to most every other category, is potentially the lowest, depending on the scale of the product. But in terms of fan engagement of what this product is and does for the consumer, you've got set worn props and wardrobe and memorabilia. We have bullet casings, King Dead, affixed to cards and dropped into packs. And with this Crisis on Infinite Earths product, you've got wardrobe costumes, both when the like Melissa Benoist as Supergirl in costume. We've cut up pieces of that, and then in her civilian clothes, Stephen Amell, Flash and Augustin and Arrow, and yeah. So after 2, we finally got that product landed. It's out to distribution as we speak, and it is launching on 19th, 3 short days from now. And this has literally been a 2+ year, typically like 9 to 12 months is a production cycle for trading cards. Pandemic had something to do with it. Turnover at the studios had a lot to do with it. So I won't bash anymore.
Yeah, we've had our work cut out for us lately for the last 2 years, I'll say.
Yeah, for sure.
To fly product over because of the whole supply issues. It's just like, you guys don't even know what we do in the backgrounds to make sure product gets to you. Really, you don't have no idea.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about the background after this. No, I'll let John finish. I didn't mean to interrupt him.
Oh, okay. So that's one product of note. Another exciting. So that the CZX product, high-end trading card product. So typically a pack of our product, the configuration of our products typically comes in a 24-pack sealed box. Packs go for $4 to $5 each. And you're guaranteed a certain number of hits per box. And it's at a certain level, and then another number of hits at the case level. We try to guarantee at least a signature per box, wardrobe card, and or a sketch card. And sketch cards, I think, is to the extent that folks are aware or not of sketch card drivers are. We send blank cards out to the hundreds of artists throughout the world, and they hand paint art on the IP onto the card and then ship them back to us. We get those approved by the licensor and drop them into packs. The remuneration for these sketch cards on paper doesn't look like for what we get, it's amazing. And I will tell you that the sketch card artists are woefully underpaid for what they do compared to the B and C level actors who sign their names and could make multiples of that per card.
Amen.
It does is it gives them exposure to the world of the comic book publishers, and it's a good proving ground to be noticed and often hired by the studios to actually do real comics. So it's a great proving ground. We also allow a certain number for every 7 or so cards they'll do for us. We'll give them an artist proof card that's marked as such, and they're allowed to sell those on their own on the secondary market. Really make their money at the end of the day. But yeah, I think that especially for this audience, I think that's a place to start. And we're always open to submissions of portfolios or whatnot and looking for new talent.
as an ex-Yu-Gi-Oh player, I relapse sometimes, but as an ex-Yu-Gi-Oh player, and as a fan of Crisis on Infinite Earths, that is very exciting to hear about. So I'll definitely be looking into that. I do have to say, though, as an ex-Yu-Gi-Oh player, I hope the rare cards aren't impossible to get.
Sure. That's always the part.
Yeah.
I'm
speaking for
that's
everybody.
The part of the game is that balance between like ability to, there's set completions versus the guys who are just going after that high end 1 of 1, which set completion is hate, but as a manufacturer, having that marquee card that goes on the secondary market and for insane prices helps bring more eyeballs to your product. So we're always trying to strike that balance between the two of being fair and equitable and greedy at the same time.
I just had to try. So I'm sure that there are plenty of questions from the fans now, either on YouTube or on Shindig. So we'll now start taking the fan questions. So I think this question right here says, how do you decide to work with companies in regards to making toys?
Well, I check their bank account, make sure how much money they have first. I'm kidding. So, sometimes it's just like a chance meeting and it's like, this is a perfect marriage. Sometimes it's something that we choose and we go after, and it could take, like John said, 2 to 3 years for it to come to fruition. But it's always a thought of, will this make the consumers happy? That's really what my main goal is like, what are the consumers going to like? What are they going to be happy about? What are they excited about? And try to fit in there. I'm trying not to take up too much time.
As an extension of that, just like Cryptozoic from day one, our corporate has been fans first. And that really, it's a double entendre in that we'll have to, we're servicing the fans first, making sure that we're providing them with whatever outlet to express their fandom is. Yeah. But more importantly, we have to be fans we're doing, because if we're not, it's going to show in the product. It doesn't mean everybody in the company has to be a fan, but somebody who's driving it, who's passionate about it, and shares that vision with people and gets a. And how that translates to working with outside partners, it's often a issue. But at this point, at least in my career, I have the luxury of being able to work with people I want to work with, and that's half the fun, is working with people you want to work with, and sort of souls allowed is both either inside the company or out. Is something you aspire to, not always there,
Yeah, I second that. No, it's true. I mean, we all work really hard at making the right connections so that we can do exciting and cool things that are going to be relevant to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
The fans really are the most important thing.
I saw the last question briefly. Demetrian, can you bring that back up? It says, how do you feel about the concept of collectibles when it comes to the business side of things?
Well, I love it. I mean, I think it's just so much fun. I like that, especially with collectibles. I like that we work with limited runs and then move on to the next design. I like that, you can see them all over the internet. You see people playing with them and showing videos of them. It's the coolest feeling in the whole wide world.
Mm-hmm. I guess a follow-up question is, do you collect anything yourselves? Because I still got all my Star Wars figures somewhere packed in here somewhere.
I have a few collections of different things.
Just go ahead.
No, I don't really have a particular.
I wanted to address the business side of that question, because it really is it's kind of when you talk about the business side of the collectibles business, because as a collectibles manufacturer, you should only be manufacturing to less than demand, right? which is completely the antithesis of profit reports that publicly traded companies are under, the pressure that they're under. Working at Upper Deck, which was solely owned by one owner who was insane, and we'll just call him insane and greedy. It actually worked to have the pressure of, and this is not a reflection on anyone currently at Upper Deck. We love those people. But yeah, the previous regime was it was odd. But being a solely owned company, the ability to thumb his nose, he didn't have to answer to the street, and he could adjust quantities and volumes and sales accordingly, and didn't do things that were detrimental to the business as by some quarterly report that often publicly traded companies have to do.
Cool. Now tell us what toys you have, John. Do you still have your baseball card somewhere?
I'll tell you, like I'm looking over at my closet right now. I don't, because I've been in the problem with doing business with things passionate about,
pleasure and business separate,
kills the passion, because you've seen sausages made. Like, I was a huge sports fan coming into Upper Deck, and when I landed there, I was in heaven. Like, I got to go to the only NFL games I've ever been, Super Bowls. I've got to go to the NBA All-Star game and meet Jordan and all my other sports heroes, and it was ridiculous. But now, like, I can't on a professional sports game. I can't watch basketball. I can't watch football. Like, it kind of killed it for college football. But yeah, it's odd how mixed, at least for my experience, has been mixed. Can often make the passion just skewed. And you know, the analogy I come up with is seeing how the sausage is made. I still appreciate it and stand it, but I'm no longer glued to my television watching any sports event. You know, IP goes, like I said, Star Wars was my thing as a kid. I collected the early trading cards. But over the years in business, I've made my collections of what has fallen into my lap through the course of business. And all legitimate, I assure you.
Yes, I'm sure we all have closets and closets full of stuff that we've done over the years, because
you just can't throw it out, you know? You just can't get rid of it.
And it's just like it's your baby. So it sits, moves everywhere with you. And
all right, Demetria, next question.
Speaking of baby, I watched the Beanie Babies documentary on HBO Max last night. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's fascinating. It focuses on this group who kind of started the craze, and very, very interesting. And it's just a good, like, this industry or any industry. I think it's a great great lesson movie has.
We'll have to check it out.
Passion. Yes.
Yeah. Cryptozoic approved. Dimitri, bring up the question. It says, between marketing, manufacturing, and storage, what's the hardest?
Say John separate.
John approved. Correction.
Oh, Jesus. Pick on any given day. Any one of those can be the most challenging.
Yeah. And
I'll tell you, like, believe it or not, storage, major issue for us. For quite some time, we're still dealing with that. Getting stuff from point A to B, and God, I mean, I look out here over the Long Beach. I see the ships backed up. I live in Huntington Beach, which is about 15 miles from Long Beach. A string of container ships going for 15 miles, waiting to get in there, and I've stopped using that port, at least when I can. And I had a product that was sitting out in the water for probably 6 weeks before it finally got unloaded, and then took another 4 weeks on a train to go to the East Coast. And nobody knew where it was or when it was. We were just at the mercy of some crane operator and some logistics company and getting that thing through. It's been a nightmare. And what used to be $3,000 for a 40-foot container from China to the U.S. now costs me $23. It's insane.
It is absolutely
Literally
insane. Yeah, it is.
In fact, I'm writing stuff over now. I'm putting on an airplane because I can't wait.
Yeah, I've done a lot of air in stuff.
I think 23,000 is expensive.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
Yeah, you think 23,000 air is much more, and they also put it up at Christmas time too. So they're on to us.
Of course, yes. It's a conspiracy, I tell you.
Of course it is.
I blame Amazon.
I do too.
Yeah,
it's all Amazon's
but
fault.
I still ordered way too much stuff off of them.
Me too.
Yes, Jeff Bezos.
The necessary evil now.
This next question says, how has the toy industry changed, in your opinion, with the introduction and evolution of the internet?
Well, it's definitely easier to get people to see your products. You know, if you team up with an influencer or a company that is, you know, well followed, you can go overnight to number one. So the exposure, I guess.
Yeah, it's all about, like establishing a relationship with your audience and holding that audience is key. And it takes time, and it's there's no way to do it, but you have to understand that, you know, getting and creating, fostering this fandom is all part of the game. And if you have people that believe the product line and you as a company, and they're not every product has to be for every fan. Clearly, the segmentation, establishing that conversation and that dialogue is so key to demand and understanding what your consumers want.
Because we care. We really care. Like, you know, I do. I really care what people think. I really care that people are excited and passionate. Yeah. You know, it's the best feeling in the whole wide world to see somebody post about you. Sorry.
Yeah, and then to see it live finally, as we sort of slowly crawling back into convention. I probably overdid it when the cuffs came off and things started going live again. We're doing everything. We did the San Diego Comic-Con Light or whatever they were calling it. And it was a San Diego Comic-Con. It just happened to take place in San Diego over Thanksgiving weekend. There, you wouldn't even have known it was going on compared to normal San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah,
but it was great just to see people again and have them come up and be asking about things. And then the following weekend was LA Comic-Con and see with Emerald City up in Seattle. So getting back into that, you know, in-person event and talking, it's slow, but it's nice to see. And then now we're crawling back into our that's just life.
Retreat.
I think this question was already answered. How do you feel about the concept of collectibles when it comes to the business side of things?
One thing I can add to that is with the business side of things, I feel like there's more collaborations going on. You know, there's so much licensing going on, and it's really easy to find people to partner with to actually enhance what you're bringing to people. So that's the business side a little bit. That's extra.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a good time to, right. I don't know if it was all their NFTs. It's a dirty word to some, but it's all of everything for others. And I'm in a lot of these conversations throughout the week, all the time. This frothy, speculative bubble market, it's not going to last forever, but they're definitely here to stay, and it's going to be an increasingly important part of everyone's business, not just the toy business, everyone's business. And you're going to see innovation and shake out, and there's not going to be a million different currencies and a million different platforms. It'll all sort of congeal, just like, there'll be an eBay of NFTs, and maybe eBay themselves. I know they've got a strategy, and then an Amazon. It'll be interesting to see where it goes. We're trying to remain nimble.
Well, I'm looking forward to, because there's games
capitalize
now.
on the opportunity.
I mean, there's video games now out that you can buy NFT.
Yeah, we've actually partnered with. We partnered with Mythical Games, which is a platform for NFT based or blockchain based for our IPs. Epic Spell Wars, which is an original tabletop game, and it's an interesting. It's about a 9-month to year development cycle, and it's fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see where it goes. They're talking about everything from receipts to everything being NFT. So I'm really excited to see where to go.
Mm-hmm. This question from Gemjab says, any way to get into contact with people who make TCGs?
No, there's no way. There's nobody here that can talk about that.
No.
Next question.
No, not at all. Please. Go ahead if you want to speak first, Janet.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, you know what? Pay attention to your toy association. Educate yourself on the industry. There's so many places that you can get a leg in, but you need to be knowledgeable about everything. Like you can't just show up. You have to sort of have some kind of a strategy. And I think, paying attention to the toy association, to the companies, to the industry, and it's so easy to do with the internet nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of companies out there that they all have hotmail addresses you can submit your resume to, or whatever it is that you're looking to do within that business. It counts. Like, eventually, if you pester someone long enough in a kind of non-annoying manner, to the extent that those two things are compatible, someone's going to pick up the phone or write back, at least tell you yes or no or something.
Yep.
Trust me.
Yes. It may not be a nice no either.
Well, we try.
Yeah, that's all you can do is just keep trying,
Keep trying.
Persistence is everything.
It is. I saw this next question briefly. It says, what does an average day of work look like for both of you?
Too many emails, too many phone calls, too many things that go wrong at the last minute that you have to sort of jump in and fix. And it's hectic. It's crazy and it's hectic, but it's so much fun.
Are you having fun, John?
Yeah, I start out each day with the best of intentions.
Yes.
I'm going to get that and the other accomplished, and it's 3 p.m. and I haven't looked at a single thing that I had intended on doing because I'm fighting fires or you name it. The remote thing has been interesting. I was always a believer in people's self-motivation, and while it's nice to be in an office together, particularly in a creative environment, because I think people feed off each other. We're trying to bring people back as much as possible, but I find oftentimes I get a lot more done remotely because I don't have a stream of people knocking on my door with issues that they just figure out on their own and not need me to negotiate or whatever the issue might be. Sometimes you can be too accessible. Yeah.
I think we're down to our final 2 questions. This one says, are there certain companies you dream of partnering with to produce collectibles?
Of course. Every company that brings fun, I want to partner with.
He has an answer ready.
No, I
don't know if I do or not. Like,
he's about to shoot a shot right now live.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate. Yeah, it's not so much about accessibility in that, we're being in Southern California especially, and then having access to all the studios and just knowing so many people, like everything's sort of there at our fingertips. It's largely a product of bandwidth and headcount wise, financially, and then where are making smart decisions. I think there was a time where it was a scattershot approach, and I think the products reflected that. And trying to be more on what really has the best opportunities for working, as opposed to just throwing whatever against the wall and seeing what sticks.
True.
Trying to be a little more than maybe we've been in the past.
Yeah, I find everything evolves in that situation. Like things will just mirror up, and you go off with that idea, and next thing you have a hit. So.
And I think we are approaching our final question, if I'm not mistaken. This question says, is 3D printing, specifically resin printing, a revenue you may venture in? Or is it resin?
I think most people that are doing toys have 3D printers in their office to try out some things before you actually go to the factory.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unprecedented. Back before we started Cryptozoic, my partner John Nee and I had a company called Print Warcraft, and we used imagery from the Armory from Blizzard to create. We were doing like mouse pads, posters, T-shirts, that sort of thing, where you could take your game and pose it however you wanted and print on demand, 2D types of things. But there was another partner out there, that licensee, that was doing 3D, print on demand, 3D printing. It was resin. I can't remember what the substrate was, but really high end sculpts of your character game. And this was in the early, 10 plus years ago, and the technology has evolved tremendously. Not quite at that point for mass production yet, but I think, that the 3D printing really lends itself to these unique one-of-ones, more high-end type statues, and I'm a big believer in that technology, and I look forward to seeing how it progresses. From actually making money off of what you're spitting out from 3D. Prototype wise, it's the norm. Actually, revenue generating, it's few and far between, but we're going to get there. I mean, eventually we might all just be selling 3D people, and they're just hitting print at home, and there you go.
That's actually totally plausible. Yeah.
For the environment. Yeah, I don't know.
For sure. I think that's
less land for plastic in that.
Yeah, true. He's got a point. So I think that's all of the questions today. I just want to thank you both for taking the time to come out today and talk with me a little bit. I remember earlier on, I asked, I forgot what the question was. What's the hardest part about being in the business? And John said panels like these. So hopefully it wasn't too much torture for him. Hopefully if it was a 9 out of 10, if I can get it to like an 8 out of 10 at least.
It was good.
I appreciate that. So I guess just to wrap things up, please tell everybody where they can support you and check out all your products and all of that, whatever you want to say.
Okay, well, we're at www.jabberwockytoys.com. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere you're supposed to be. And probably some few big announcements coming soon.
Yeah, cryptozoic.com, again, across all the major social media platforms. Also check out DC Dual Force. That's our upcoming interactive digital trading card game that we're producing on the DC Comics universe. We made a recent announcement a couple of months ago now. We're probably got 9-10 months left of development, but that we hope and think is going to be huge. If you're a fan of DC, a fan of trading card games, it's a no-brainer. If you're just a fan of DC, never tried trading card games, I think it's a great entry point. We're going to appeal to a wide swath and make it easily accessible, but challenging to master.
Awesome. So thank you to everybody in the chat for asking great questions, for being here. An awesome panel is coming up right after this about animation, so hopefully everyone sticks around for that. I've been Monitor Comics. Hopefully you'll enjoy forgot to speak English at the very end. I hope everyone had a great time coming out today and enjoys the rest of the con. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, what's going on? I'm Austin Harvey Jonas. I am an editor and writer of Better Off Ignorant, as well as an editor for Saturday AM. But you didn't come to talk to me, no. We are here for an animation panel, and I am super excited to do that today. But before we do that, I just want to give a big shout out to the whole audience of SaturdayCon and all of the workers at it. You guys have been completely amazing. And honestly, I can't be happier. With that being said, I want to learn a little bit more about animation. I think you do too. So let's bring up some of the creators of these funky cartoon characters that you love to enjoy. And without further ado, I think that these guys should introduce themselves because I don't think I would be able to do it justice. So whoever wants to go first, take the ball rolling. Go for it.
All right, I think I'll go first. Hi, everybody. I'm happy to be here. My name's Cameron Johnson. I'm a Bahamian 2D traditional animator, and I'm currently working at Tonic DNA. I studied at Sheridan College, and I graduated in 2020, so it's been about a year and a half that I've been in the industry. And I've worked on shows such as The Wildcrats, Central Park, and a bit on Looney Tunes and Arlo the Alligator Boy on Netflix. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I'll go next. So I'm Elaine Baybayan. I'm a Filipino-Canadian animator, and I graduated Sheridan College 2021, so just like a year out. And some things I've worked on are Castlevania, Arlo the Alligator. I've done some freelance as well, and currently I'm working as a character designer at Warner Brothers on the new Superman show.
Hi, I'm Dan Turner. I'm an effects artist and supervisor. I've worked in the industry for quite a few years, about 20. Worked for clients like Disney, Netflix, Nickelodeon. Worked on some shows. Final Space Season 2 was one of the newer ones. And a few others. Try to think of them off the top of my head. Green Eggs and Ham, Cat in the Hat, and some of the others. Osmosis Jones way back when. Yeah, and I kind of live and breathe animation.
That's awesome. I'm so excited to have you guys here. Like, you don't even believe it. I am floored. So, you know what? I have 5 questions for you guys. Take it as you will. Give me as much information as possible, please. And, you know, just go from there. And then we'll go to the audience and see what questions that they have for you. All right?
Awesome.
So,
Sounds good. Cool.
Beautiful. My first question is going to be a tough one. What inspired you to go into animation? And maybe we'll start with Cameron, since he kind of took the ball rolling with his introduction there. Oh, yeah.
All right. So my path to animation, I've always grown up drawing. That's always been the thing that I most enjoyed doing, which was designing characters, making stories. And I started out really enjoying doing comics when I was a lot younger and growing up. And it wasn't until about high school going into college that, you know, I had to decide on what path I wanted to take. And the main reason I chose animation was because it was an art form that I was always very curious about. I grew up with it very much, whether it have been classic cartoons like Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes, as well as anime and manga. So I think just because of the novelty of it and just my curiosity of it, that's what really pushed me to pursue it. So I'd never animated prior to Sheridan College. And when I finally did, I found I absolutely loved it. And I loved learning about the principles, the foundations of it, and just the possibilities of it was just so unique to me. I think like the biggest thing I remember telling myself about why I chose animation is because I really love telling a story with more than just one image. And so to have a character come to life really embodied the type of storytelling that I want to do. And animation's been doing that for me, and I've been enjoying it since.
Awesome.
Yeah, go for it, Elaine. You're ready.
Awesome. So I guess when I first got my start, I was a big reader, so I really liked reading a lot of like young adult fiction, stuff like Percy Jackson, like any Rick Riordan property, and that really got me into doing fan art for a good while. So I spent a lot of time on like Tumblr and just like drawing like characters and trying to make them come to life. And it brought also kind of liking anime as alongside that. It sprung up this passion for me to like kind of put like these images in my head onto the screen. So once I got into high school, I started taking drawing a little bit more seriously. Just trying to like animate on my own and like figure it out without any like real instruction. And once I finally went to school to Sheridan College in 2017, that's when I started to really find my bearings with like what I wanted to do, and animation really took hold with my passions and what my goals were. So ever since kind of like first year or early college, I've always found that of all the things I tried out at school, animation was the thing I really loved most. And just kind of driving off of like the feeling of like seeing your characters come to life, it definitely like motivated me to keep going with it. And that's definitely where I got to where I am today. I'm still making like fan art of stuff and like animations of like other people's creations and whatnot. So that definitely like helped with getting to where I am now. So I credit a lot of that to like all the fiction that's coming out nowadays, and it's nice to be like on a panel talking about that with like other comics who are probably trying to have that same goal in mind.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, for sure.
That's cool.
I got into animation through comics as well. Comics really interested me first, so I was a basement dweller. Did the drawings
I think we all are.
downstairs.
I think we all are.
Made a drawing table and started, just trying to draw comics. I was at an American school at one point, and one guy used to be able to draw Spider-Man perfectly. He just, and that, I think that just got the fire going. And that was after that, I just tried to be as good at that as possible. And then got into the animation just from, I think it must have been just the stuff that was on TV at the time, and realizing, if you could draw the comic, you could probably bring it to life as well. And so I started doing that as well. So I changed the desk to a backlit desk so that I could do the animation on it, and start same basement, just doing different work in there. And I had a Super 8 camera that I could shoot pencil tests with, and started getting into it. And at the time, I didn't know how I could develop that into something else. So my parents helped me to direct me towards Sheridan College. I mean, at first I went to a night course in animation where this one guy told us, he introduced us to the illusional life and things like that. So that helped keep doing the animation itself. But then he also knew about Sheridan College, so he mentioned Sheridan College, and then I looked into it and went to Sheridan. And at the time that I was there, it was kind of a bit of a renaissance, because the teachers they had there were from all different aspects of drawing. So you had somebody who was into boat engineering and things like that, teaching you layout or character drawing as well. But you also had the guy who did Hollywood storyboards, had worked on Raiders of the Lost Ark and things like that. So it was just this great confluence. And then, Sheridan taught me the ropes. And then after that, I sprang into the industry, I guess. Ended up at Sullivan Bluth's and a couple other places after that. So,
all right, awesome.
Doing it ever since.
I actually want to circle back to what you guys are talking about, because some of you mentioned like Sheridan College, and that seems to be the place. So I actually did want to, that really links into my next question about like, what is the process that you had to go through to become an animator? So like, not even just schooling, but like afterwards, maybe the personal courses that you had to go through and what you personally did during that time. And maybe what you had to do to get hired. So something along those lines. And feel free to take it away. I won't pick on Cameron anymore.
Finally.
Voluntold.
Okay, well, not everybody speak at once.
I could go, I guess. So I guess like in terms of my experience, I guess that's the best way I could answer the question is definitely having a body of work beforehand was definitely like the way to get out the door. So definitely putting yourself towards doing animation, like finding out the principles and like testing them out yourself. Like working towards actually being able to understand that is definitely something that every animator should acquire to. And a lot of the opportunities, you definitely, at least starting out, you definitely have to reach out to them yourself. In the case of like me, my first job in animation, I worked for a YouTuber named Domix. He's like one of the anecdotal YouTubers that like do like kind of like stories of his life, and he like does little animations of them, and that was a very fun start to get into the industry. It gave me the experience. I was able to like kind of learn in a very like controlled environment, like how pipeline kind of works. Even if it was just for a YouTuber, it definitely applies to a lot of experience I have nowadays. And something about it is like it's not the most conventional first job for an animator. Like there's not many cases where you'll be animating for like a YouTuber or like someone online, or like mainly you'd want to go for a studio. But from that experience, I definitely realized that like a lot of these opportunities can be very niche, and you never know where you're going to find them. I also managed to find this like this is going to sound like a really big ad for Sheridan after all the things that we're saying about it, but sure. I managed to find the job through Sheridan on the job board, and I wouldn't expect to have gotten a job through there. So taking those steps and trying to look for like these kind of opportunities, being creative about where you can find work is definitely a way to go. There's advertising, there's YouTubers, there's a lot of Twitch streamers are looking for animators to do indents and emotes. A lot of the jobs will be, starting out at least, they'll be very niche, but it'll help you build the experience and portfolio to get the ones that you want moving forward, the full-time ones at studios and at the productions that you want to be working on. So I definitely recommend anyone who's first starting out, wanting to get into animation or trying to get their project up and running to give it a go. See about putting your like content to life, and then just trying for opportunities out there to get a taste of like what the real industry is like. Right. So you never know where it'll be. Yeah, that's kind of how I answer it, at least. Hopefully awesome. That's it.
Anyone want to follow up?
I guess I'm actually I find what you said really interesting, just about the different opportunities. Because I guess for me personally, that's something, being fresh to animation, I wasn't aware of like what the opportunities were. So I think like a big thing about my experience was I had a certain idea of what being an animator would be like, but once I actually got that work experience, and even going through the program, that really gave me a more informed idea of like what actually goes into it. So like starting out at Sheridan, we learned a lot of the fundamentals. For our class, for our first year, we had to animate on paper. And so that changed, I think, for other years. But I got my first taste of using the light table, shooting the drawings and putting it together. It's just such an interesting process. So that really helped build the fundamental skills for me. And just throughout the program, we got a taste of all the different areas in the pipeline, whether it be layout, whether it be character design or animation. So it's not just specifically animating that you learn. It just helps broaden the scope of what you're actually getting yourself into. And so my first industry experience was in third year when I did my internship. And I did that at Brown Bag Films, 9 Story in Toronto. And that's how I got to work on the Wildcrats. So that was my first official industry experience. And that just taught me a lot. And even just taught me about the different ways that or the different types of animation. Like I'd never really done rigged animation prior to that. We did the course, but my background was traditional. So going into rigs, it's like, okay, it's a whole broad scope of different animation fields you can get into. So, and yeah, I think that's the main thing is like, there's a real beauty in fact that there's so many different areas you can go into. And so no one experience would be the same. It's all going to be different depending on which path you take for it.
I just wanted to piggyback. It's funny you mentioned the traditional thing. I think our class was the last class ever to do like hand-drawn animation.
Really?
Yeah.
In your first year?
Yeah, we did in first year. We paid like $1 million for like the animation paper and like the pegs and whatnot. And then and then the next year they're like, nope, you're all doing digital now. That's the new wave. I was like, oh man, that's a lot of money that we put into paper that we never use again.
I had like my first assignment was like this stack of paper of the balls. So it was interesting. Yeah, I'm sure, Dan, you could talk a lot about that. But you started out in paper.
I was one of those teachers that forced people to use it.
It was you.
Well, in my case, it was I think it was for the compensation pan. We had to do a cycling bird character at one point, and the compensation pan was when you had the bird flying on the spot as if the camera's tracking it, and then the background's moving, and then you had to work out the move under the camera of the bird stopping and landing on the background. And so because it's all tactile stuff, it's different things you do with the pegs to get that to look like a nice smooth camera move. So yeah, everybody had to do it traditionally and then also on After Effects. And it just helped to bridge that thinking there, that you'd see where it originates from. I mean, I've got a book of like old Disney camera and layout tricks from like 1940s, and every once in a while I'll still go back to those because it's like, okay, and if talking about anime, if you look at some of the stuff that Miyazaki's layout tricks, he was definitely looking at those, some of the Disney stuff, because they do a lot of, because at the time that they wrote those notes, they were trying to economize some of their animations, so they were trying to come up with clever tricks so that you didn't have to do as much animation. So things like, I know if you see it on I can't remember if it was Kiki, when you have a streetcar coming over the hill, and it's multiple levels all doing this, right? But they're all timed just like a live action shot, and you can see the trolley car coming up over the hill. That's just clever camera work. That's clever manipulation of your artwork. So, and that now, because of digital, that's completely free. You can do anything you want. Back then, you were kind of limited because you were on a physical camera. So you wouldn't, you could do certain things, but past a certain point, you'd have to, either come out with another peg bar to continue this one or do something. Right. So yeah, on the question though, the things that you would look at to other than animation is just anything. I mean, if the broader your experience with absolutely everything, photography, painting, whatever you can absorb, because as soon as you're doing that, you're going to find that affects how you think about animation itself as well, and what you want to do with it. For what I did at Sheridan, we had because I went into effects, we had kind of a more technical aspect to it. So we had to take almost like a technical illustration course as well. So that was part of that part of the course, and it was, how do you describe it? It was educational as well, because instructional film. That was sort of what it covered. So you would break down how to show a 2-cycle engine with diagrams that animated, and that was part of the course.
All right. What was that saying that your wife used to tell me when I was younger? Artists are the biggest cheaters of all.
Yes.
And I love it. I love it a lot. I think that definitely leads into my next question, though. Just, and you can talk about your personal experience with this, but you can also talk about a generalized version, if you want, of just like how long on average does it take to make a piece of animated work. And, if you want to talk about a little bit of your, actual works that you've done, then you can go for it.
What about Dan start this time?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's pick on Dan.
Okay, this is where it comes down to which era do you want to talk about? If we're talking about now, you can, as Cameron already mentioned, there's different ways to do animation. There's rigged animation, there's drawn animation, there's combinations of those. Like you've seen a lot of shows where there's rigged animation, but what happens is there's a lot of special poses. So the hands are rigged for general stuff, but there's occasions where an artist will have to go in there for some of the scenes and actually draw new hands and get things working on the shot. The thing that I mentioned as well with manipulation, some things you can do without having to animate everything. Animation itself, especially for effects, it's very pattern based and time consuming. You try to come up with ways to, make that, maybe a little less time consuming. And some of those newer methods, you can use combinations of those with it, so that you're not, you might be animating the lava, the shape of the lava, and in your roughs, everything is worked out, so the movement is animating properly, and you've got your acting in that lava shot. But when you want to do the patterning inside of it, that's either going to be drawn again as a pattern inside of it that you have to follow up with in-betweens and everything and clean up, or you can do a manipulated pattern inside of it. And Harmony lets you do that sometimes as well. Like their tools for that have gotten a little better now. So, and that can be, oh my gosh, procedural as well. Like you can generate a pattern in another program and put it in there if you want. You can mat it in. So yeah, there's a lot of options. Your problem now is to, figure out, okay, no, this is a hand-drawn shot. I want it hand-drawn all the way through. And if you're going to do that, it's going to take you a week at least, right? Because now you don't have an assistant and an in-betweener.
Yeah.
That used to be division of labor, so that you could get the stuff out quicker. There are still studios that work that way. That's the full traditional model. And that was a good training model as well, because you could start as an in-betweener and work your way up to animation. And because you're working on scenes that have already been done, you can see how an animator has dealt with it.
Awesome.
Yeah, I actually want to add on that, because I think important thing to always consider, like when we're asking how long it takes, is like Dan says, what method are you using for it? So like when we refer to rigs, we're talking about in Toon Boom Harmony or in Flash, the puppet style animation where all of the pieces of the character are already pre-drawn in different poses or ways. So it's more so manipulating those pieces so that it animates on the computer. And there's a lot of systems and parts of the program that can animate it automatically, or if you have one pose here and one pose here, the computer can put the in-betweens for you. So from my work experience, if we're talking about in the industry and when they're working on productions, they might have certain quotas, as in like how much work you're expected to do each week, usually based on that style. So for rigged animation, it can be, you might be expected to complete 30 to 40 seconds of animation a week if it's a puppet-based animation, versus traditional hand-drawn on the computer. It might be 15 to 20 seconds a week, or maybe less, just because there's more work involved with that. So that's what my experience has usually been when it comes to how long it takes to do the animation. And I guess depending on what you do, you might find you want to gravitate to one or the other. I personally get a little tired drawing the same head 50 times when it's traditional. And sometimes I look back longingly at the rigs and it's like, oh man, I can come back someday. But yeah, that's what my experience has been.
Yeah, I guess like from my experience, because I personally work more towards like action animation, and anyone who's like a fan of anime is probably wondering like how long that takes. I find a lot of it does come down to what you're working with, design-wise, how much is moving around, what type of action it is. Because action is a very very interesting case where it could be very complicated, and some of the shots that are very impactful could also be like very very like easily or like quickly done. Like there's a lot of economy that comes alongside action animation. So I guess if I were to put it at an average, I like to, if you were trying to finish like a complete animation, like cleaned, colored, composited, and whatnot,
Right.
I like to think of it as like a 35-40% effort towards the roughs and then 60% towards the finesse towards the end. In the case of doing like action animation, for my personal process, I like to work very roughly and quickly, and I like to spend like one day kind of like fleshing out all of the action. One day meaning like 8 hours, say if it was like a work week. So you could spend a good time like blocking out all your key points, kind of working through the motion. And if you're kind of working in this on your own, and you could take a lot of the effort towards finishing the animation and cleanup. And cleanup like will probably take a lot longer. So because you're looking towards going through all the animation you did in 8 hours and then finessing it, and that could be like several days. If I were to put an average, when I was working on Castlevania, I would do around maybe like 8 to 12, 15 seconds, like 8 to like 15 seconds per 2 weeks. And the designs are very heavy, so it was a lot to go through. But that was towards just roughing out everything to put all those details in. So I guess that's kind of how I'd answer it. It's very hard to like answer this type of question, but to just kind of put it perspective in like the anime terms, like you're looking towards like almost like a 10-second average per week trying to like figure it out.
Right. And what you brought up was really important. Like when we say it takes maybe 30 to 40 or 15 to 20 seconds, that doesn't really include all of the cleanup. That's usually just the rough animation itself. So, and sometimes my superiors, like the senior animators, they might say, if it takes you 8 hours to do rough animation, it'll take an additional 8 hours just to do the cleaner drawings for it, if not more. And when you compare a show like Castlevania to what I've worked on, which is like the Bob's Burgers Central Park style, big difference in time that it would take to work on those stuff.
Yeah. You also have to consider like the shortcuts you're taking too. When we were working on Castlevania, I did a little bit of cleanup towards the end of the production, and some artists just work really clean right off the bat. They can like skip a lot of the cleanup aspect just because their roughs are so clean, and that does take a lot of experience. But like they're doing the stuff that I do in like 40 hours in like 20 or less than, and that's ridiculous.
Right.
So it's very tricky to answer.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to brag, but like, in high school, I did a flip notebook kind of animation, and that only took me an hour.
Well, this guy.
All right. You're going to take the jobs away from us.
Yeah, sorry. Well, maybe I'm just hidden talent. All right. The jokes aside, I actually really want to know this question too. So, because you guys have worked on a variety of things, what would you say is your favorite thing that you've worked on? And then like some of you worked on like really cool shows like Bob's Burgers and Castlevania and Disney movies. So like, I know it might be really hard to pick one, but like maybe even just pick a scene out of that cool stuff that you guys have done, and just tell me a little bit about, what your favorite thing to work on there was. And who do I have to pick on this time?
All right, pick on me.
All right, go for it, Cameron.
I really enjoyed my experience on Arlo, the Alligator Boy, specifically the movie. I also worked on the TV series, but the movie was really special because that was my first real job graduating, and my first experience doing hand-drawn animation in the industry, because the idea was, or at least what we thought was, graduating, it's mostly going to be rigs, but after getting that job and even working at Tonic where I'm at now, it's at least telling me that there's still a bit of hand-drawn animation that's still going on. But I really enjoyed Arlo because, first time with these new characters, I grew really attached to them. I, for whatever reason, always got like the really sad scenes of Arlo, like just drawing him sad constantly. So I don't know why I just got so attached to drawing a sad Arlo the whole time. That was the majority of my scenes when I think about it. So I don't know. I just really got attached to that character when I actually got to experience, working with a character that wasn't mine and just bringing that to life.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Arlo was so much fun. I got to work on the show alongside Cameron, so
yeah.
I understand how you're feeling about him. But if I were to pick a favorite, that's tricky. Animation-wise, it definitely would have to be for Castlevania. I'm happy I got to be a part of the production because the things they're doing at Powerhouse is a lot of fun, and the things they're going to be doing moving forward is going to be great too. So being able to kind of be a part of that was definitely meant a lot to me. I got a chance to work on the Trevor, like a little bit of Trevor. I did like a fight sequence at the finale episode, and that was definitely a lot of fun. They gave me a little bit of freedom with how to go on the action, and I'm glad I kind of was able to get that chance to like just put my foot in the door and give it a whirl with these characters. They're very complicated to draw, but I definitely did have a fun time, no matter how long it took to draw his his like details.
Oh gosh, I can only imagine. That sounds crazy. Oof. All right, Dan, you're up.
Oh, I got to mention an old one, I guess. Brain Dead 13. That was probably my most kind of fulfilling job, just because there was so much involved in it. Because we had to set a studio up from scratch to do it.
Oh, man.
That was an old ReadySoft game that Dave Cannell and a bunch of other, I think we ended up with about 30 artists on it. And that was hand-drawn, but digital ink and paint. And digital, even the backgrounds were hybrids, because the backgrounds were done tonally, scanned in. So they had, like a really nice pencil render of the background. And then that was treated as paint in Photoshop and turned into more of a painted look. So it was a real hybrid of a bunch of things. So we had to scan a lot of drawings to put all the animation into the computer and ink and paint it there. So that was good. I also liked working on Princess and the Frog and the Winnie the Pooh. I'm behind there. Winnie the Pooh, I got to actually do cleanup character in between and clean up on, and that was just weird because it's characters you're so familiar with and you're drawing them.
Right.
It's like, oh, you don't want to mess up.
I was about to say, like, if you didn't mention Disney, I didn't want Mickey to come at my door right now and be like, "Oh, what's going on? You're not talking about Disney?"
Kicks it down.
Yeah, just knocking on, trying to barge on in. Well, that's fantastic, though, honestly. Okay, so this is going to be my last question, and then we'll go to the audience questions, which, I assume that there's going to be a lot. So, is there anything that you guys can tell us about any upcoming animation that you're currently working on? Some secrets? Something to get excited about?
I can't say much on my end. I will say that it's pretty big and it's hand-drawn.
Hell yeah.
As the most disappointed I've ever been.
But see, just take that disappointment, and then when it comes out, you're just going to be, he told me this so vaguely, but here it is.
All right, you're setting the bar. You're setting the bar.
With what I'm working on, it's really fun to be working on Superman. It's a take on Superman I've never really seen before, because it's really inspired by anime. Like every time at work, I'm like putting stuff out, and we're like, no, you have to reference this anime, you have to reference this one and this one. I'm like, okay, I don't mind that. Like I'll give Superman a little anime twirl to it. So yeah, I hope that like when it eventually comes out, people will see the inspirations that we took it from, and because there's been a lot of love put into this show. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a good homage to like all the things people kind of love about Superman and love about like anime too.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Dan, the man?
Well, there's the Green Eggs and Ham season 2, which is again all drawn again. So that's yeah, we worked on that for quite a while. It's there's a lot in it. it's I don't know if maybe Elaine and Cameron can attest to this, but it's, well, especially with Castlevania as well, and that the production quality on a lot of these shows for streaming, for Netflix and other shows, it's just climbing. It's climbing like crazy right now.
Absolutely.
So you can end up working on a show that they want almost a feature quality on for those shows, but of course the scheduling is not really necessarily there for them. So you have to work out ways to be able to deliver that. But Green Eggs is just going to look amazing, just because full hand drawn is not. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of it. It was funny because one of the guys on one of the animation sites mentioned that Bob's Burgers, the movie, is the first Disney film, fully hand drawn Disney film to come out in 10 years.
Yeah, when you when you technically think about it.
But we all know it's rigged, so well, not all of it. I think there's a lot more drawn in that one because it's a feature. But
right.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm excited. I gotta be honest. So that's my personal questions, but let's see if there's any questions from the audience. And I don't know if I do this. Oh, there we go. All right. Here we go. Okay, so how long did it take you to get the hang of things like the 12 principles of animation?
There's definitely like a instinct that comes after a lot of practice. It really depends on how much you're practicing this stuff as well. Luckily a lot of the principles kind of go hand in hand to each other. So it's not like you're going like principle 1, 2 years learning this one principle next. Like it's not like that, luckily. So definitely will take you a while of practice, but like give it your all. Like could be a year, could be like 2 years. Who knows how long it'll take for you to get it. But as the more you do it, the more you'll get the hang of it. So it's hard to put a time limit on it or anything.
Yeah. I personally think it's one of those things where you just keep growing. Like you never truly perfect it. You just keep getting better at it. So I guess in the 4 years that I've been at Sheridan, it really helped to sharpen my idea of the principles. But the reality is, even with the shows that I'm currently working on, like I have to constantly incorporate it in ways that I hadn't done before. So even if you get the hang of all 12, have you gotten the hang of all 12 together, or 4 out of the 12 used together in a certain way? But I will say, like, one thing that helped me improve certain ones was, again, like having different ones incorporated, but just finding ways to challenge yourself with it. Like my thesis involved a dog that had dreadlocks, and so that really had to incorporate drag and follow through along with squash and stretch, and he was dancing at the same time. So it's just like, once you have all that together, you're going to pick up on a lot of things eventually as you're doing it.
All right. Nice. Dan, you want to comment?
Yeah. It's I think it's practice. It's also kind of, you have to keep going back and reminding yourself of what they are as well. and also I'm sure your the senior animator and your supervisor will will also bring
they'll
it up.
remind you.
Yeah.
We're always doing polishing passes on effects as well for timing to anticipate maybe some effects a little bit more, or for our stuff though it's more, I guess, more physics, I guess, a lot of the stuff, unless you get a hero shot that's magic effect or something like that, where it's more of an acting effect. So for us, it could be hang time on particle or water breakup and things like that, and not as much of the acting principles, unless that's part of you're doing a water monster or something. Then suddenly you gotta start thinking more about the acting.
Gotcha. Okay, cool, awesome. Another question. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, for animation, what is one of your personal struggles / personal favorites of the process?
Lack of sleep.
Definitely.
Is that your favorite, or is that the struggle?
I don't know. You go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, I think for me, I personally have difficulty animating quickly. That's something that I've noticed, since starting animation. I tend to be very detail oriented from the get-go. So while things may turn out pretty clean and look good, it just takes me very long. So that's one of the things that I'm personally improving on, which is to be more rough at the beginning stage. But I think ultimately my favorite part of it is really just seeing it done, just seeing everything come together and seeing how it moves. And just when you get a really satisfying timing, I think that's what really sells it for me. Is just having it come together and seeing I spent all this time on this and it came to life. It's fulfilling when that happens.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'd have to say a personal struggle is definitely along the same lines of yours. I find after getting more experience, kind of getting more of a taste for different types of animation, you start to really nitpick your work a lot more, and I'm starting to feel like I've been doing that a lot more nowadays. It's reassuring though to know that I was talking with a friend the other day that a lot of really good artists kind of go through the same case of really nitpicking their work, not feeling very happy about it, and it felt good to know that there's a lot of really good artists in the animation industry that probably super hate their work. If you have a hero in animation, and you love their stuff, there's a good chance that they're probably super critical of it as well. So kind of having that it's nice to know that it's not alone. You're not alone having that feeling. That's a personal favorite of mine too, I guess, if I were to put it that way. I would say another personal favorite when it comes to animation is kind of putting a lot of more finesse and accuracy to it in your own ways. I'm a big fan of using different resources to get to the product I want. So if I can problem solve in one program and bring it towards another, that's always really satisfying. If it means recording reference of yourself, doing flips on your couch or whatever, to get to the solution that you want, that's always a really nice obstacle to go over. So yeah, that's what I would say.
All right. Okay. I'm going to take personal as the sleep thing, Dan. Yeah.
Really losing track of time, I guess, is more what I'm thinking. It's
Gotcha.
When you're in the zone so much. More probably, you get it in cleanup as well, but I mean more in rough animation probably, when you're so focused that you kind of wake up out of it after you've done it. You go, okay, that looks good to me, but then you show it to somebody else, and if somebody else realizes, yeah, that's looking really good, that's probably that's the eureka moment for me.
That's awesome. All right. Okay. Do we have another question? Oh, what are your preferences in tools and or software for animation? Okay, I'm glad this question came up because I was going to ask it regardless. All right, go.
All right. I'm most experienced with Toon Boom Harmony for animating. I've also started to learn Flash, prefer Toon Boom. And I'm also, trying to experience other softwares. Like, I think I might try to look into Blender, see what that's like, and how it could be mixed together between the two. So, Toon Boom is the most for me.
Gotcha.
I've definitely wanted to get a good taste of like different animation programs because, like I said before, I like problem solving with like different programs and seeing which program does best. In terms of animation, I definitely would say Toon Boom is very efficient. I would not put out other options like Flash or Clip Studio Paint out there just yet, though, because there's definitely like very good merit in those programs. Like Clip Studio Paint is probably growing a lot more for me nowadays. You're getting a lot more like drawing options with it, because like it's like drawing in Photoshop, but you could animate on it very efficiently, which is really neat for a program. And alongside what you said earlier, Blender has definitely been like my bread and butter nowadays when it comes to creating stuff. In the case of like people doing webcomics, people who want to do like their own animations or films, Blender is something you should definitely learn. Like learning how to use it to your advantage. Like you can make sets for your characters, and then you can like reuse it over and over again and paint and like export it and paint over it, and like you could export line work and adjust it to your liking, and that's so powerful, and that's going to save you so much time to create like better work in the future. So Blender has been a really good tool for like cheating the process a little bit just to make things more efficient, and I definitely recommend anyone to learn it.
Awesome.
Yeah, Harmony mostly for productions, I guess. I think the reason it's made so much headway is it's got a similar production flow to CG as well, right? It's asset based. It has a node view that you can hook up like Houdini or any of those programs, but it's a 2D based compositor. So yeah, it's very good at what it does. But I've been doing a bit more on Blender as well because their 2D grease pencil aspect has been developed quite a bit in the last little while. So it's getting really interesting what can be done on it. And it also has a geometry nodes thing coming in, which that would be very good for effects. So it would almost be like having Houdini inside of Blender. So being able to control geometry in a node-based setup. I've used it before for like a rocket launch scene. I did a mock-up of some expanding, rocket smoke when the rocket takes off and it hits the ground, and the smoke or the smoke hits the ground and curls outwards. I actually did that in 3D, and then you can output line art of that into Harmony and then paint it just like any other Harmony element.
That's interesting.
So yeah, it's worth looking into.
Okay. Wow. Okay, here we go. How do you advocate for yourself in the animation industry? Might be a loaded question, so let's see.
Advocate, interesting. Like
yeah. Do you go and jump out and be like, "It's me, Elaine. I animate."
like kind of, yeah. Like you definitely have to. It's a lot easier nowadays because a lot of the industry is finding work like online. So it's definitely super easy to like fake it till you make it and fake that confidence out there. In terms of advocating for yourself. It's definitely about putting your needs first above a production, if that makes sense. Like, I guess if you mean advocating for yourself in terms of like getting good pay and benefits is what you're talking about, that's definitely something that you will grow and have to practice on, and it helps to get a lot of like second opinions when you're kind of going through this process. Like, say you're getting hired and like you're talking like wages and whatnot. I always find it a good idea to like talk to a friend who's in the industry, kind of get their opinion on like how to like answer certain things, how to negotiate, or what if this feels fair to them as well, is a good way to start to get like a bearings for what your standard is. It's definitely hard to like feel like you have to go through all of this alone. But I definitely advocate for getting like someone else there to kind of help you along the road with dealing with like these companies, because a lot of the time they will try to get like the cheapest option, or they're gonna try to make it like cheap for them, because that's kind of their priority. So yeah, definitely like get some second opinions when it comes to dealing with this stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was just a little stuck on the word advocate. I wasn't sure if they were meaning, like you said, Lane, but I think those are really good points just for anyone, applying to get into the industry, just to consider. Really, I think more than anything, whether you mean advocating for yourself as in taking care of yourself while in the industry, or if you mean like promoting yourself, definitely connecting with other people who are in the industry, or at least people like yourself if you're interested in going into the industry. Just, it's really important to connect with other people and just have a dialogue about, what are the expectations when you go into it, and what are people looking for, and so forth. Because I think more than anything, like realistically, the animation industry is pretty small. It is going to be determined by like who you meet and who you know, especially when it comes to getting jobs or being referred jobs or positions. So really just make an active effort to network, or just really connect with people where you can, especially online. Posting your stuff online does help, even if it's just stuff you've done for work or personal projects. I find personal projects are a really good way for especially recruiters to pay attention to your work.
Just realize that your experience, even if you're 8 out of school, that's when the time starts. So just realize that as you're putting in that time, that you're worth more. You're getting used to a pipeline. You are acquiring all the knowledge to be able to work on that production properly. And put a value on that, because it will change going from studio to studio, but the fact that you've acquired that knowledge is very, very worth advocating. And there is so much demand for shows right now that it's worth realizing your worth.
Yeah, that's very important. I think those are very important points. Like, definitely respect yourself, know your worth. And that goes for not even just animators, but artists as well, just in general, like, taking commissions and stuff like that. So I think that's a very key point for young people to know. Okay. Any other? Oh, here we go. I can't even get it out. What do studios/businesses look for in animation reels? And that's by Felix Schmittick from YouTube.
This is definitely it's definitely a case-by-case basis as well. If you're actively applying towards a job, they're going to be looking for like specifics in relation to that job. When at my current job, we've been taking like freelancers every now and then. But generally, we will look for people who already have a style very close to what we're looking for. So we're looking for people who can like do dynamic art, who can draw like with consistency, can draw with like anatomy in mind. So in the case of you applying for a job, you'll definitely want to keep the employer's interest in mind and what they're looking for. But I guess in the case, this is kind of like a separate case. Like, say you're trying to look for work that's along the lines of what you want to do. Making content that you want to do is kind of like the best way to get the work that you want to do. I found a lot of my work from just posting animations online, posting like the art that I like to do, and employers like look at that and they're like, oh, she likes doing that stuff. Let's hire her for that because we also like doing that stuff. It's a good motto to have when you're making anything, that like you want to put the work out there that you like doing, and you want to let employers know that you like doing this work. And if you're both having fun, you're both gonna enjoy what you're doing. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could have said it any better. I think that really comes down to it. If you're applying to certain places, you definitely want to just look at the stuff that they currently do, because you can have the best reel in the world, like crazy fight scenes and everything. But if it's for a preschool show, it might not be a good fit. So really just look at what they're looking for and see where your stuff fits. Because like Elaine said earlier, like she had done YouTube animations in the beginning. There's always going to be some kind of niche for the stuff that you enjoy. So really just try to focus in on that.
Yeah, is that like that you specifically customize your portfolio to them, or your reel, or?
I think it depends. If you maybe don't have a large body of work, it's usually a case where you would determine what you're strongest at. So if you are stronger at doing rigged animations and you see that they're looking for a certain style and you're good enough as an animator to work in that style, create a reel that works with things close to that and apply to that place. But if you currently have a body of work that you've already built up with a specific style, then it might help to find places that can accept that style a lot easier. But that is a good question. So if you currently don't have something built, just be specific with what you actually want to focus on and maybe what's in demand too. Because you don't want to do something that's too niche either and lowers your options. And never, I feel like, don't take opportunities for granted, even if it's not the style that you're, accustomed to. Like as an animator, I think it's really important that you can adapt to different styles. So be open to what opportunities you're presented to and just, get the most out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what you've mentioned there, it also might be that the size of the studio and what you're applying for can also affect that. They might, because sometimes the reels that come in would be for one thing, but if you do have some breadth on, you have some different styles and different drawing on your reel, that it might not get you the job for that job that you applied for, but sometimes it does come up at another opportunity at a larger place, that they go, oh, well, we didn't like this animation style, but we noticed that you do design work as well, and you included that in your portfolio or whatever, and you'll get hired for that instead.
Oh, cool. Neat. All right. I mean, it's cool to get like that contrast, because I know, like, Dan, you're more of a seasoned animator, and we have two more fresh animators here, so it's like kind of cool to see like the differences there, just with how things have been going. Do we have another question? Okay. I'm not getting another question, but I do have one for you guys. Oh, okay. Never mind. I lied. For Elaine, what was it like working on Ross Draw's Nima trailer.
Aw.
It was amazing. Monitor Comics from YouTube.
Yeah, that was a great time. That is a case of like a more like I guess niche opportunity. It all started because Ross just hit me up on Twitter one day asking about getting this animation done. We've been talking about it, or he had started about a year prior to its release. I worked on it while I was at school, and we got like other animators on board. We did compositing. He did all the backgrounds, and it was a great time. It was really cool because it's kind of exactly the body of work I wanted to do. I would love to just have a little studio and make AMVs for original characters all day. Like that sounds like the dream, and getting to do that for someone else's vision was absolutely a good time. But yeah, it was really interesting kind of being like a little director for this because I got to work with a bunch of my friends. I got to put my foot in a little bit of everything. So we did like designs, we did compositing, I had to do like animation, or I had to like help out my friends who weren't really familiar with the anime style and kind of like give them a little platform to go off of. And another cool thing was just like it's like making a film, you're gonna gain so much experience so quickly, and having that was a really good time.
Gotcha. That's awesome. All right. Do we have another question? Oh, okay. When I think about animation, I think that it might take a long time. How long does one episode roughly take?
22 minutes episode?
Yeah, I guess that's what they mean. Yeah, like a 22-minute episode. So when I was a kid, I heard that it was like 6 months to make an episode. So I feel like that's wrong. So maybe let's break this stigma.
It's not entirely wrong, I think.
Yeah.
Because a production can usually be 6 months, but they work on like all the episodes usually simultaneously sometimes. So if you have like a team of 16 animators doing about half a minute of animation, 30 seconds a week maybe, then within 3 weeks all the animation might be there. And then it just goes on to different stages. So all the animation might be going on. And while those animations are done, the cleanup takes over and the background artists take over. So the whole pipeline just kind of flows over the course of that 6 months. I can't really say. Maybe you two could speak on whether you know how much like one episode would be, though. That's as far as I know.
It's not too far off with what you said too. Like
Right.
considering like if we're talking about anime, like there's a lot of shortcuts. Like there's going to be stills, there's going to be like shots that you're not fully animating.
Cheaters.
Yeah, like, the cheating parts of it, the filler. That's definitely something you have to account
You
for.
evil masterminds.
Yeah. So that's definitely like it's not too far off. If you're putting like a lot of, or if you're kind of going towards more like a more particular segment of the episode, you want to put more animation towards. 6 months is not too far off, but it'll definitely. I would definitely say more than, depending on like how you're like trying to achieve or what you're trying to achieve style wise. I guess for reference, like Nima was a minute and a half. I want to say a minute and a half. That took like a year. And if you're doing all of this by yourself, definitely not 6 months. If you're doing 22 episodes, like 22 minutes.
That's important to distinguish. Yeah.
That's gonna be a lot of work. So.
Yeah, if it's a series or production, then you also have to worry about clients.
Right.
So what Cameron was saying is yes, but then also how many different revision passes are there?
That's important.
Yeah.
Because you could finish all the footage, and then once the client sees it, they send it back to say change this, and that. So yeah.
Well, I guess we got another question here real quick. What's the best way to break into the industry? And I believe it said make connections. Break into the industry when you don't have any connections. And that's from Haryana on YouTube.
There's definitely like now with like the internet, there's definitely a lot of ways to go about it. Personally, like if you have the luxury for it, I found school was a great place to find connections. Like these are people you're going into the industry with together, and you're also like, in like my case and your guys' case, we got taught by people who are in the industry at Sheridan. So that was a good starting point. But I recognize not everyone could afford school or has like a in-person group where they could get these connections. And if that's the case, I highly recommend getting on like Discord, getting on Twitter, getting on any sort of like community where you can have a lot of people seeing your work. That's where a lot of the hiring is happening nowadays. And that's how a lot of people are finding like new talents to get into the industry. Discord is a great way to go about it because it's like a big open forum. There's a lot of channels just related to animation, like specifically if you want to do anime, if you want to do effects, if you want to do concept layout, or just improve in general. It's a great way to get a know to people, and you also don't know who you'll meet. You might meet some really like professional artists who wandered in there and wanted to help like some people, and it's a great way of just getting your foot out the door and without having a lot of pressure too, because it's all online.
Gotcha.
Yep, that sounds about right. School was the best help for me personally, just because I worked with these people, constantly, and I still keep in touch with a lot of the professors that I know, especially the ones that work in the industry. Sometimes they would say, "Hey, this studio is hiring, send your stuff," and that just becomes easy access. But not everyone has that luxury, so art improvement channels through Discord. There's art communities through people on YouTube who teach, give a lot of art tips. They have their own stuff. And I think, when you make your own work and you post your work to social media, you're going to interact with a lot more people in any event. So just remember to, don't be afraid to reach out to people too, even if it's just a matter of, if you like someone's work, comment on it, share it, and send them a message if you want to ask a question too. You'll find a lot of people are open to that.
All right.
I don't know if I could add to that.
Oh, we're ending soon. Okay. All right. Where can these lovely folks find you people before we end?
Oh.
Go on, go.
Nobody wants to talk?
All right.
Quick!
On Instagram, I'm Cam Angelo. You can find a lot of my work there. And I'm Cameron D'Angelo Johnson on LinkedIn. That's most of me.
I'm at Alele's on Instagram, Twitter, anywhere along those lines. That's usually where I go by. Or you could search my name, Elaine Baybayan, and I'm sure you'll find somewhere to reach out to me.
Oh, me, Dan T at dragonlakeinc.com. And also, I don't know if I'd be anywhere else. LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn.
All right, fantastic. All right, well, I'm glad that you guys got to speak to us today. Just so our audience knows, we're all Canadian, and this is our world domination plan.
Slowly coming together.
All right.
Yes.
And thank you for joining me today. I'm Austin Harvey. If you want to find me, I'm Saturday Editorial. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me today, and thank you so much for answering all these questions.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
All right. Beam us out, Scotty.
Hey, gang, this is Frederick, founder and publisher of Saturday AM, and we're coming to the conclusion of SaturdayCon. And we have a few things happening right after this final panel, but I think you're going to really love this final panel. This really is just a great, great opportunity for us to do the theme of this show, which is to not just support and promote fanboys and fangirls of manga and comics and video games and anime, but to promote, to be fanboys and fangirls of the comic book, anime, manga, Webtoon business. And our next and final guest is someone who just has such a great trajectory on all these things and really looks at it, I think, in a holistic manner. His bio is fantastic. Tom Ackle used to be involved with, originally was at MTV, and then was one of the chief orchestrators of where Webtoon went as it came here into the United States. And since then has gone on to help found a new comic book entity for the ability to do subscription model stuff called Graphite, and then has moved on to his own company now that is focused on taking awesome creators like you guys and really helping you navigate these choppy waters with things like crowdfunding. So it's called Rocket Ship Entertainment. Tom, it is a pleasure, man, to have you here, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, absolutely, man. Thank you for accepting. I really appreciate it, dude. So now you're out of Cali, right?
Yep, I'm in LA. It is not snowing here. It's actually looks gorgeous out, actually.
I was getting ready to say, I was looking because I'm downstairs, because upstairs, like, it's so hot up there. And I just came down here because the dog is like kind of chilling and stuff. And as I'm talking to you, I'm like looking out the window. I'm like, has it gotten any better? And I said, this guy like all bundled up trying to walk is like trying to make his way through this like mound of snow with this dog. And I'm thinking, man, this is a really, really kind of sluggish day here. But I'm good. You seem completely relaxed. So I'm like, man, he must be chilling out there in California.
Yeah, it's nice out. I mean, I miss the East Coast terribly, but yeah, it's days like this are okay. In the middle of January.
That does make it worthwhile when you're out there, no doubt about it. Well, Tom, we had a great show thus far, and I think what I'm happy about with you as our final guest is we're really able to kind of take like many of the threads of the conversations we had throughout the weekend and to really kind of deposit it and put some real final perspectives on it, because I think there's so much stuff that really came out regarding the state of comic books today and the state of the comic industry today. Let's really start at the very beginning, because where we're going to go with this, talk about crowdfunding, talk about NFTs and stuff.
Great.
Your beginning, I think, really helps to kind of frame that. So now I didn't know about the MTV thing until Sanford told me to me. So tell me more about the MTV part. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that.
Oh, in terms of my background,
Yeah.
I was at Viacom for almost a decade. So I started at Comedy Central right out of grad school, and started the mobile media division there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was games, apps, ringtones when those were a thing, wallpapers when people were paying for those, WAP sites, as they were called, wireless access protocol sites, like before pre iPhone, all J2ME and Java, and on back when carriers controlled the pipes, right? And not the Googles and the Apples of the world. I was there for several years. From there, really sort of I was a comic fan and into comics and messing around in my free time on things, right? But what really sort of pushed me into the field was I transitioned from Comedy Central over to Spike TV to start or head the mobile unit there. And that mobile unit was fledgling, and a big pillar of the brand, which is now Paramount Network and was completely changed, but was the Scream Awards. So it was a lot of mixed martial arts, sci-fi, but comics were a big piece of it. So we started to, and at the same time, made for mobile content was exploding, right? Networks were making a lot of money in the space. So we were charged with developing original series against that. So the first original series I developed was Robert Kirkman's Battle Pope, which Robert wrote and I directed. We did Stanley's Ringtones, which I wrote and directed, and kind of had a bunch of different comic and comic adjacent content. So then when I went over, I was only at Spike for about just over a year, I think, and then was recruited over to MTV. At MTV, I started a platform called MTV Geek, which lasted for a few years, and MTV Comics. that kind of came in. I went over there to manage digital as executive producer for digital for the shows on the network. So, Jersey Shore, Teen Wolf, all that fun stuff.
Right.
And then as a part of that, spun up MTV Geek and MTV Comics. And that's when, all of my relationships from like the past several years, both at Comedy Central and Spike TV and, kind of just messing around on the side, which is how I first met like Sanford Green and a whole bunch of other creators I'm still friends with to this day. Kind of started to come into play. Did that for a few years before I moved to the West Coast and joined Webtoon to start the Webtoon US division.
Well, so, like you said, you were into comic books. And I think what's so fascinating about that is that, one of the things that we talked a little bit about yesterday is this notion that the most important thing creators can do is consistency. Is just being committed to being able to put the work out there and consistently trying to make sure that they continue to build it. And over time it happens because a lot of folks, if they know who the name Robert Kirkman is, they're not going to know about Battle Pope. Only those of us who know, who know that that's where, he got started. And so it's just fascinating that, so you've had a chance to see that. And that's what makes, I think, your position and your consultancy that you're able to do for some young creators so good is that you've lived this, you've seen that ability for creators to continue to evolve and continue to grow, but at the core of what they have to do is that level of consistency. We're going to get obviously to Webtoon, but what's your thinking on that as it relates to like did you see in Kirkman at that time working on Battle Pope? Did you see like, man, this guy, he truly does have some great ideas. Like, I think this guy's going to explode in a few years.
Well, Walking Dead and Invincible were already out as comics, and it was just when I was working with Robert, it was just before Walking Dead was picked up by AMC. So I remember talking to him about the bidding, I can't get into it, but the path for that to have happened, right?
Well, he's admitted that, and I don't know if you were there when this happened, but he's admitted this is public knowledge that Paramount had the rights to Invincible.
Yeah, that was the case. I meant on the Walking Dead side, but
okay, got it.
Yeah, so but yeah, Paramount was making they had announced the Invincible film, and Robert was writing the script, I believe, and that just never happened. I guess the rights reverted, and probably for the best because now we have that amazing Amazon series, right?
That's good.
Then hang on one second, Harp, please shut the door. Okay, go. She's not in here. I'm on. Sorry.
That's all good, man. It's all good here, man. I got a dog in the corner, like literally, like I hear her whine. I'm like, not now.
Yeah. So with Robert, he was already successful in comics, but yeah, I think with most creators, you got to see that drive, right? And if it's not there, either the drive's there or it's not. It's one of many components. The most important of which is usually talent. But if the drive's not there, then they're not going to make it, and if they're not willing to commit, so sort of not to go off on like a tangent, but one of the things I always look for, when initially we were building Webtoon and getting creators to understand that this thing even exists and it's real, and no one knew what it was in 2014, 2015, was I'd scout artist alleys. And that to me it's hard to check online, right? Everybody has like a webcomic up somewhere, so you got to kind of figure out, and this was before the UGC aspect. The UGC aspect of the platform existed, but it wasn't heavily used. Are they committed? Are they going to be able to crank content on a regular basis? Like, that when you're Marvel, DC, and Image, and Dark Horse, and Boom, because you're working with these creators over years, their output. So it's sort of, there's a kind of like, okay, this person's going to work. They want to get their content out. They're not going to drop off after 2 issues. They're going to work on something in between. For me, seeing artists in Artist Alley, which is a commitment, was always like a first real sign that someone was very serious about their craft. Like, they're spending money, they're making ash cans, or they're self-publishing through Lulu or whatever print-on-demand service they can find, and they're showing up at cons and making a go of it. So it's like, at least there's like that initial sort of effort on that side.
So there's a lot there that those are all things I'm going to talk to you about, and I'm glad you went there with it, because I want to explore each of those. But so I talk about this a lot. I talked about this yesterday, and again, you're, like I said, you're a really good person for this conversation, because you have such a unique perspective on this, given what you've done and what you do. I tell you what, we'll come back to the notion, but I would love to get your thoughts. We'll get to your thoughts about the notion of detecting talent. You know, we do it at Saturday AM, and I've been talking about this for years.
Right.
Like you said, that element of, do they appear to be the person who really wants it? I have this line I say all the time, like, I can teach you about the business. I can teach you about the content and how to perfect content. I can teach you about data. I can teach you about all these sort of things that can help you create better stories. I can't teach you ambition.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, ambition is the thing. I can't give that to you. If you don't have it, then all I'm doing is talking to you, and it's just going in one ear and out the other. And I think that, I'm curious what you think. You know, well, like I said, let's get through Webtoon first. But the culmination of that is this notion of, our creators today, do you think there's going to be a difference in how we detect that talent because of the fact that what you just talked about with Comic-Cons and stuff? We're looking at a world where that may not be as relevant or may not be as possible in the next year or so, or certainly in the last 2 years. That's made more complicated. But let's talk about Webtoon real quickly, because we had Michael Son on yesterday, and Michael, like you said, a great guy, and I just so enjoyed hearing him talk about some of the things that they're doing well at Tapas, and then obviously Webtoon is the 800-pound gorilla in the space. When Webtoon started, we've been around since 2013. So when Webtoon started, obviously it was a Korean play, and most of the content of note was Korean, and probably still is the case, but and I remember when I first saw them making an effort to change, you were there at that time. So this is where I've always believed, or always thought, that you played a big role in this, because first of all, like you said, you were at Comic-Cons, and I kept thinking, what the hell are you doing at Comic-Cons? Why are they at Comic-Cons? They're all on the phone. Why are they at Comic-Cons? And not just at Comic-Cons, Tom, big booths at Comic-Con, sponsoring parties at Comic-Cons. So and at different Comic-Cons too. We're not talking about, again, when kids hear this, they think Comic-Con. I'm talking like Heroes Con down in Charlotte. So tell me when you came in, and tell me what your mandate was, and tell me what your thinking was about some of the things that you started to get them to do, because clearly there was Webtoon before and there's Webtoon today, and there was clearly a pivot.
Yeah, so I mean, part of it was establishing the brand in the US, right? And there were a few pieces that went into that. One was rebranding and renaming what was called Challenge League, which was the UGC platform. Another was educating creators on what this is. Is this real? Does this make money? Is it a scam? You'd hear that a lot, right? It was discussed on panels. Like, creators would be reached out to, they'd be like, I don't know what this is. This doesn't, the platform itself, the site itself even, was run out of Korea. So, everyone's English isn't perfect, and it was evident on the site. So you're kind of looking and thinking like, okay, this is like a niche overseas thing that maybe has some readers in the US, but in order to get creators excited about it, when you talk about the conventions, I mean, that was the plan, right? I mean, it was develop I forget, it was like a 20-page booklet that was beautifully designed, and I wrote all this content for that we'd bring to cons. And first it was just me, and then over time an editorial team would walk around to artist alleys and hand this out, talk to creators, sponsor artist alleys, partner with DeviantArt, try to get the brand out there in a bigger way, run contests, show people what a vertical Webtoon is, do signings with creators. And at the same time, the platform was growing and there was scale. So the creators had followings that were coming out of the UGC section in the US, bringing those creators to cons, doing free signings, and starting to show the scale of the fandom, because it's very difficult now it's not, but then it was very difficult to understand that for creators especially, we weren't marketing the app to the public. We weren't trying to get people to download the app, right? We were trying to get creators to understand and embrace the brand, right? And understand what it is, understand there's an opportunity here, feel like it's legitimate, and be a part of the comic community. So that was really the focus for those first few years, which is why you saw us at Denver and Heroes Con and C2E2 and a whole bunch of them. And then me personally, like sometimes just going by myself down to FlameCon or MegaCon or a dozen in a year. I mean, there was a point one year when I was at Baltimore, and I'd been traveling so much to so many cons. No joke, for about 60 seconds, I couldn't remember what state I was in. I'll never forget that moment too. Yeah.
I can believe that. Yeah, because I mean, I know we saw you at a couple of shows. I kept thinking of like, I remember just thinking of like, damn, like I have misread Webtoon because they're taking this thing seriously, like at Comic Cons. Because there was always I mean, and look, it wasn't just me, obviously, you know this.
Right.
A lot of people who were like, "What are y'all talking about? Everything is digital. What are you here talking about? Like, what are you giving people? What do you have to sell?"
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, and the format was brand new to Western creators, or there was a lot of education that had to happen.
So out of curiosity, I mean, and obviously, I don't want to, we don't have to do anything personal, but I am curious, what was the reaction in the Korean offices at the idea of like, we're gonna go to Comic Cons? Because I don't even know if that's a thing in Korea.
It's not, and it was, they knew what San Diego Comic Con was,
Sure.
I think, and New York, but they didn't, for obvious reasons. It's a much smaller country. They're at the time, Repop has since built up a huge convention there, but that didn't even exist at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So the sort of breadth of the scale of the United States, how many conventions there are, how important that is to the community, that was all brand new.
Yeah.
So it took some education. It wasn't. Yeah, I mean, look, by the second year, we were partnered with DeviantArt. We did 4 cons immediately, and then just kind of grew and grew from there. I mean, started with like a really small party at New York, and turned into the rooftop of, I forget the hotel facing San Diego Comic Con, right?
Right.
So, it took a pretty quick turn, in just 2 to 3 years, right?
But it worked. I mean, people, because like I said, there was a pivot. Like people were, and I'm not gonna say everyone fully embraced or understood Webtoon, but there was more of an acceptance of the fact that you guys were part of the conversation.
Yeah, and the other part of that too was who we were signing, right? It was immediately doing a few deals across kind of different content types, like signing Michelle Phan, to make people understand, all right, we are going to be forward thinking in this space. I mean, she had her own comic idea, but working with someone who's one of the top YouTube superstars, right? Same time, it's signing with Top Cow and working with Mark Silvestri and bringing Cyberforce to the platform for an original run. And then obviously with Stanley and Power Entertainment, and just kind of trying to find those places where you can bring it. And then it obviously grew to like the Sanford Greens and Ryan Benjamins and Colleen Doran and so on, and a whole sort of stable of established Western creators that made those Marvel and DC deals you see now. I think that was the beginning of making brands like that understand what was happening here and just looking at it, right? Never mind the scale or no scale, just looking at it, right? Like just getting your eyeballs on it.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. I mean, I like I said, I think I was telling Stu this yesterday. Like, I mean, I think we're all. I think Stu's maybe a little older than me, and we're all, I think roughly the same age. And that, like, for me, like, I mean, when I graduated from Carolina in '96, like everything that was happening, because a lot of this stuff has all happened in the past, like, 25 years. And so as you start seeing all this stuff starting to really take off, you really start to appreciate, I was appreciating it at the time. And every time I saw something, appreciating the marketing component of it, like, oh, okay, man, like, that was clever how they did that. Like, that was interesting. I would have thought to have done that, and the results seem to be there. Saying on that, because you touched on this, and you're a great partner, Tom. You're giving me some segues. So these were all questions I already had, Tom, but you're like bleeding into it. When you talked about Colleen Doran and some of the creators that you brought in, again, I'm curious to know kind of like what was the instinct there? Obviously, get creators that Americans recognize so that they take this platform seriously. Got it. That helped me take it seriously, so get it. But it had a side effect, and I'm curious to know, and again, tell me as much as you want to tell me, but I'm curious to know how much of this was not embraced inside of the company, and vice versa, how much of this was truly per plan on your end or your team's end. In other words, Webtoon today has one thing, and Tapas, they have one thing that makes them the envy of every other comic company out there. And that is that you guys have all really dominated the female reader space. I mean, dominated it. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah.
And you think about it, you're like, I wouldn't have seen that coming, because the comic industry, as you know, having gone on all these cons in particular, is very male dominated. It's white and male dominated. And so the notion that you all back then, we're talking about 8-10 years ago, thought, man, let's get some of these women in here. Let's start bringing more female talent in here. Let's get their stories out there. That would have gone against every traditional comic book conventional wisdom that I'm sure you would have heard back then. So I'm curious to know, was there pushback? Was it part of the plan? How did that go?
That was the plan. Well, initially when Webtoon wanted to enter the US, it was whatever's going to work, right? Whatever's going to get scale, because the scale in Korea existed and everyone reads Webtoon in Korea. It's not male or female, and it's a little bit of it's a smaller country, so it's less cultural diversity, right, than the United States. Obviously, but the first time that came up was New York Comic Con. I'm looking up as I'm thinking in my first year there, so it must have been New York Comic Con in 2015. I was only there 6 months.
Okay.
So growth had been small. We made inroads, but nothing gigantic outside of presence at San Diego, and starting to work with at least my contacts in the industry to kind of make sure people understood, like, this is a thing that's coming. And at the time, my supervisor asked, which was what's the larger comic market in the United States, men or women? And I was, well, right now it's men. Men dominate the market, and his thought was like, oh, well, let's go after that. And I said, no, I think the opportunity here is we should go after women. We have a lot of great romance content. We should focus on female creators. Obviously, this is around 2015. They were certainly kind of happening online already, and in the world already was a shift to the understanding that women read comics and want different types of comics and different types of stories, and that more and more discussion around how not all comic shops, obviously, but there was an unfriendliness in comic shops traditionally, and a history of that, and making sure we open those doors. So, our first South by Southwest panel was about that, right? It was about female empowerment, female creators. It was all female panel that I moderated of our creators. We would do things like trading cards of, Webtoon's heroines trading cards, right? And really push in that direction. And part of that was also, the other part about reaching a female audience at the time was, all right, well, we're not in stores. We're not trying to get a female audience to leave their home and go into this comic shop that they may already have a negative opinion of and spend money on something. We're going to market to them digitally, and they're on their phones. That's where we are, right? I mean, everybody's on their phones. It's kind of silly to say that, but it's much easier to reach an audience on your phone than it is physically in a store.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all right. Mike, your dog. So it was, then the term, my supervisor said, oh, that makes sense. It's what we call blue ocean, right? Instead of red ocean, where all the blood's in the water and everybody's going after the same thing, right?
Yeah.
And it worked really quickly. The intent was always it wasn't to solely focus on the female audience. It was to start there, and then as we grow, bring in the male audience, bring in the Western audience. I think the platform and the brand is really dominated, both Webtoon and Tapas, and a lot of the others that we're not mentioning, right? There's there's Webcomics, the app, and there's Billy, which is a newer one, and all of these apps, dominate that space. So right now, there's not a lot happening outside of that audience. So that's where I think there's opportunity, and that's the part that will be interesting to me in the next few years is who's gonna. Right now, that most of those brands and apps are very focused, right? And when you go on social media, you can see the easiest way to tell what a brand wants to be is what are they online, right? What are they putting out there? What's their social media presence? Right. So now I think there's more opportunity to kind of diverge from that now that it's so big in one space, and for other brands now to understand that exists, and capture some of that audience, right? I think the Batman Family Adventures, the Wayne Family Adventures comic on Webtoon is outstanding, and that was the smart way to attract a female audience who isn't currently buying, what are great. There are great Batman comics in stores, but they're not reading those. That some women are, but it's primarily a male audience going in there. It's probably a 40-year-old male audience going to the comic shop and buying Batman every week, right, or every month. Right. And now you're expanding that brand. So I think like the Marvels and the DCs and other big brands are going to start to understand now how to reach more audience. And I want to see if the digital side can also figure out how to go back into the audience that's always been there.
Just give a second.
Sure, man.
All right. That was a powerful dream that dog was having.
All good.
Thinking like, that was a powerful dream. No, I mean, 100%. And when I was talking to Michael, and actually Koo was there, and Beth on one panel, and and one of the things that came up was that very thing you're talking about, was the notion that once you start doing something right, it triggers people are going to chase success.
Right.
So, when they see, oh, hey, there's a female market here. Let's make more female content. Like, to your point, the companies will pursue that, which is good. That's how representation grows, fortunately and unfortunately. So no, I mean, that's been quite exciting to see. And not just that. I mean, let's be open as well. The fact that Webtoon, also, because one of the areas where diversity is pretty strong within the Asian diaspora is, and very happy to see this, is, you see a lot of LGBTQ, BL, you see a lot of that content as well get a lot of play, and have some really great stories written with those type of characters. So yeah, I mean, it's been good to see that. I think, the Lore Olympus success, I think, has really been the most eye-opening. Let's just put it that way. I think that put a nail in the conversation regarding whether or not women are actively supporting this content, or were they just supporting it because it was free and online.
Right.
That we've answered that pretty succinctly. Obviously, you also, again, with Sanford Green and other creators, Ryan Benjamin, you also were happy. I'm happy to know that you were also pushing more ethnic diversity as well, which is obviously fantastic. That's another area where we don't see enough content being produced in that space. We're starting to see, I think, all the companies kind of approach it a bit more. We certainly, as part of our core focus, but we're starting to see a bit more of it happening. When you see now what has happened with Webtoon, and how Tapas is growing. I mean, Tapas just got bought by $500 million. I mean, so clearly, I mean, I'm like, hey, whenever you guys want to talk to me about Saturday AM, we will listen. But yeah, so what's your feel now as to where the industry is at now? Because obviously with the pandemic, and this comes back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, with the pandemic, we saw two things really happen. We saw, first of all, we saw that print is not dead by any stretch of the imagination. Now, whether or not people are buying print in stores, that's the only data that I think people gets misconstrued, because I have not seen that data that suggests that print's not dead because people are still going in stores buying it. I don't think that's the case. But print clearly is not dead. We saw record sales of print books. We saw books running out of copies available, like Chainsaw Man. But in this new space that we're in right now with the pandemic, do you think that there's further innovation to come as it relates to digital focused comics, or the subscription model kind of like the big thing right now, or is it going to all be the kind of vertical scroll comics, and those will just be really where it all is?
I think, all right, so I think there's a lot of space for innovation. There's a lot of room for innovation still, a lot. The current market, the current apps, they're going to evolve. There's going to be certainly probably new players in this year, next year. It's going to happen, right? More and more. So I think we're going to see competitors enter the market with new ideas. Now, whether they have the right ideas, whether those ideas are going to stick, that's going to happen. I also think the explosive growth of Kickstarter is going to contribute to that, right? And the industry was already going this way in a lot of ways, right? Like creator owned, kind of you can do it yourself. So now it's, we saw Zoop launch last year. We'll see how that grows. That's the first real, competitor for Kickstarter in how many years, right? I mean, it's been Kickstarter, Indiegogo, and nothing else for forever.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I think we'll start to see more and more apps and platforms like those that focus on creator owned start to take off. I think we're going to start to see brands try to figure out what their brand looks like in this world, right? They already have been. They've already been having those conversations. Once Webtoon and Tapas took off, Comixology was always there. and really was first. Like Comixology is the godfather of all this, really, right? Like,
completely agree. Yeah, completely agree. They have not grown to be the most powerful. That has been quite telling, I think, and that's no disrespect to Comixology, but that is very telling that they were the first out. But like you said, Webtoon and Tapas and other companies have clearly been the explosive growth
in readership, but not necessarily in revenue. So Comixology doesn't release their revenue numbers, but the thing from the numbers I hear, Comixology's revenue is no joke. So they're so Comixology still is one of the top players in the space, if not even possibly still number one. They're just not in terms of free online readership. Which it's not apples and apples. Everything on Comixology is behind a paywall.
That's right.
Almost nothing on Webtoon is behind a paywall, right? Except for fast pass titles, right? So it's a different beast, and they are different markets, right? Comixology is more of a, not to go down this hole, everybody knows this, Comixology is more of a representation of your comic shop. Webtoon and Tapas are completely different, right? And they're new fields. One of the other things I think is going to, the one piece that I think is the most challenging in terms of now that the Webtoon format, Webtoon the now, not Webtoon the brand, right? Now that the Webtoon format has become, has, I think, at least 99% awareness amongst the creator community, if not 100%, right? Where just 4 or 5 years ago, aside from something like, Scott McCloud talking about Infinite Canvas and some ideas like that, it really wasn't out there in a way that people thought about it, and certainly no one was developing against it.
Right
now, one of the things that we do at Rocket Ship is take vertical comics and reformat them for print. That is not a fun process. So, we do a very good job of it. Some of the creators do it themselves. They do a great job of it, especially with their own content. But it's painstaking design work. And a lot of times the artists working in digital are native to digital, so they're not really even thinking about how many inches wide their canvas is, EPI, are they handling their lettering properly? They're just in Clip Studio making something,
That's right.
and then they're sticking on the internet. And then, sometimes I'm dealing with, 70 gigs of Clip Studio files, and we're reverse engineering them into Photoshop and then back into layers, and then pulling out the lettering and, getting them print ready. And that's no joke. So I think one of the things I think we'll start to see on the creator side, and maybe we'll see it on the platform side, is some sort of progression towards like understanding that there's an audience. That's the first. That was like what Rocket Ship was founded on, right? Like the idea that like there's a massive audience for this content. At the time, indie publishers weren't taking it seriously. Comic shops weren't taking it seriously. They're like, there's no audience for this. And it was like, okay, well, you know what if I publish Let's Play?
Right.
She's got, at the time, had 3 million subscribers, Leanne Kresick. And it's one that at the time was one of the top 20 Kickstarters of all time in comics, right? I was like, okay, obviously there's an audience here for this. I mean, not to, sound any kind of like, I knew that because I worked with them. I worked with Leanne, right? I knew the platform. So it was sort of like, okay, we're just going to prove it by founding this company. And, now, 2-3 years later, we've put out 20 something books, and other companies have, Dark Horse has put out Space Boy, and they just put out Red Hook, and Del Rey puts out Lord Olympus, and somebody put out Hooky. So there's a lot of companies putting out all these titles. Magical Boys coming out from Scholastic, from Tapas, which is obvious. That's going to be a big hit, clearly. Everybody now knows, like, okay, there needs to be some sort of way for this and this to work together a little bit better than it is now. So whether that's just developing templates for creators to work with, which I've done a bit of that work to try and figure out which way is the better way to engineer your stories. I certainly have best practices that I work with creators on, but I'm not happy to share those too. But is there going to be some sort of push forward in understanding like how digital and print work together, because now everyone was like print. There was like digital. The in Korea, one of the reasons Webtoon took off in Korea was because the print industry was dead in Korea. The print industry was not dead in the US,
Right.
So that's a very different place for an app to break in. Now we know all this has happened. Like all formats, all media, right? They all work. So what is that? How do we evolve how content is developed and delivered, in 2020? Is it going to happen in 2022? I think we'll see strides. I think it's probably more of a 2023 thing.
Right.
But we'll start to see a change in the industry now that everyone sort of has their head around, oh wow, yeah, these digital titles are valuable across all media, not just as a web vertical style comic book, right?
So let me ask some quick questions here. We're gonna get some questions from the audience as well. I'm gonna ask some quick questions to kind of get your perspective on some of these things. So NFTs, future, difficult right now. What do you see NFTs, and how does that affect the average up and coming creator?
Jimmy Palmiotti had a great tweet yesterday about that in regards to the Mike Zeck's Spider-Man page that went for $3 million at Christie's or Heritage Auctions or something, right?
Didn't see that.
Yeah, it was the first appearance of the black costume, right?
Yeah,
or the page from Secret Wars, I believe, where he's wearing it for the first time. I think the first appearance was the comic cover that came out earlier, which I probably have somewhere back in New York in my mother's basement somewhere. But a lot of the conversation around art and comics right now in regards to NFTs is residuals and the artists not getting shut out down the road. I'm very much a proponent of that. I think like if a comic page sells for millions of dollars than an artist originally did, yeah, sure. They did it work for hire. Sure, they sold a piece of art and they sold it for $300. There needs to be some sort of chain of custody that they can participate in that. Artists have a hard enough time as it is. So when something explodes like that, there should be some sort of a kickback, and doing it retroactively is difficult, but I think that part of the future is like figuring out like how that happens. One of the nice, there's a lot of pro and NFT conversations happening, right? I think anybody who's anti NFT should at least take a very close look at the difference between proof of work, proof of stake, right? Take a look at which sort of cryptocurrencies are carbon neutral or carbon negative. Some claim to be carbon negative even, right? I think there's a future there. I don't know exactly what it is. Right now it's selling art, but one of the great things about NFTs, the artist gets baked into the smart contract and they get residuals on the resale of that piece of art for the rest of their lives.
That's right.
It never stops. And that's awesome. And it's a decent percentage, usually like 5, 6, 7%. Like that's a nice cut of something, especially as it's sold and resold and resold and resold. And if it goes up in value. So that's a really great opportunity for artists.
Yeah.
And I take climate change deadly seriously. I'm a super liberal. It's super real. Yeah. It's super real.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not but I think we need to figure out what NFTs are, right? You can't just throw it out the window, right? And say like,
with you 100%. Beth Kawasaki brought up the other day, and we were in the midst of several things that we had to finish the call because we had already exceeded our time. But I kept telling her, I was like, well, see, that's a larger conversation. But the part that preceded it that made me go, this is the sort of thing I think young people really got to start considering. First of all, what you just said, love what you just said, specifically the part about, hey, I don't know yet, right? Like, I mean, all the logical elements of it for those people who actually pay attention and learn about what NFTs are is the future. Sanford and I were talking about this. It's the future, regardless of what you think about it, it is the future. You just indicated that so many people that you deal with, we have the same issue, Tom, are working on Clip Studio Paint. When you're trying to produce a physical product, that lettering, especially if it's going to be converted into other languages, has to be live text InDesign. So that, I mean, right.
I'm doing one now that we have to localize the Spanish that was done in Clip Studio Paint, and it's it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and don't know any better. And then again, and they're working digitally natively. So that you mentioned Jim Palmiotti. The best comment I saw about it was Mike Diodato. He had a great line. He's like, "Look, I sell my original art at conventions as a means to supplement my income, to pay for my health care. And when you have a pandemic that prevents me from doing that, and you know, and he's like, and by the way, I've started working digitally now, so I don't even have that original art to show off anymore. So when you give me a way that I can generate revenue like I used to, like the entire industry used to do when they worked only on Bristol board, well then, yeah, like, you know, I've got bills to pay. Like this is, you know, and I'm able to track the sale of each item over wherever the person is, because it's all blockchain technology. So again, it's the future. No, I don't know. I'm not a scientist on it. I can't speak about it to any degree. And yes, I'm very much concerned about climate. I'm a liberal. I built a progressive company, but I agree with you. I think this is one of those things where if you truly care about creators, that's something you got to start looking at and thinking about at some point. If you are a fan or if you're a company, you got to start thinking about NFTs and how that can impact the health of your creative groups. Let me ask about Substacks. So that's another direction that the industry seems to have at least started to look at. Basically taking the Patreon model, just shifting it slightly and saying, hey, we're going to just really recognize great creators. We're going to incentivize them up front so they can build their own newsletter on our platform. Their newsletters can take the form of obviously written, journalistic, academic approaches, or just comic books. Signed a lot of big creators, made a lot of noise. I don't know of a lot of people who are using it, but still, what's your read on that?
Yeah, so I guess the one thing is I don't really know anyone who is subscribing right now. I know that the money's good. I know that the deals for creators are fantastic. They're more than fair. So I think from the creator's perspective, Substack is, you know, a gift. It's jumping on something. It's probably the most lenient contract by a mile of any digital platform. You retain your rights. You know, nothing's holding you back at all. Like it's super light and it's great money. You know, and so in that regard, it's great. In terms of the broad comic community, the aspiring comic creators, it's not real for them, right? Like you need to plug into something larger. I think like Webtoon, Tapas, webcomics, you know, Billy, whatever it is, right? Because you don't have that audience yet. Once you have that audience and they're your audience, something like Substack works, right? Because you've built up. Well, if you just have a couple of thousand people paying you, well, hey, that's a lot of money, you know, and you control your own destiny. Yeah. And no one's telling you what to do or what you can and can't do with your book. That's the best place to be in, right? Is like, you don't want anybody to have to, you don't want anyone's permission. You don't want to sign crazy contracts, right? Like you want to be in control of your destiny as a creator. You know, and that's one of the things that Substack offers, you know, as far as, you know, they've gotten big names. So I imagine those names have enough of a following of their own, you know, to be able to make it viable. But it is a newsletter. It's not a platform. I don't know that I've seen any marketing from Substack, so I don't know.
I haven't seen any. That's what I was getting ready to ask you. I've not seen what, the only thing I've seen has been press releases.
Right. So you know, and interviews or So are they gonna go out there and try to be a thing, or is it sort of on the creator to draw their own audience? It's almost like it's not dissimilar from Image, right? Like if you are a big enough name, if you are a respected enough creator, if you have an Eisner in your pocket, you can go publish an Image. Not everybody gets to publish an Image. They have an editorial team and they edit what they feel is the best of the best to publish, right? And they only have output for X number of titles a year or a month. And Substack is very similar in that regard, right? They're only going to be able to take top tier creators who have a following, because it needs to work for Substack as well. You know, I believe it's an advance and eventually there's a revenue share, right? If the advance is recoupable against the revenue, subscription,
it goes
something
against,
like that.
They be upfront. It's like a music contract. I mean, you can't like a music contract.
But it's not a charity, right? Like they're in this to make money. Like they're doing this because they think it's a good idea, not just for fun. So you know, at some point, the subscription is supposed to drive revenue back to them. So they have to be particular about who they think can do that as well. Anyway, so you know, that's kind of like where I think Substack is. I don't know if it's going to shift and change at all, but I think there's a place for it for sure. You know, it's
definitely a place. I'll say this: I think I think everything you just said. They haven't done any marketing, which is always kind of like my But you know, it's all been PR driven. That said, though, Tom, the strategy is what you guys did at Webtoon. I mean, let's be real. Like, they went after top creators, signed them to the contract, and now the hope, right, is they're going to get other creators. They're going to get those creators that you and I both know that, you know, that will do the Webtoon, that will do the Facebook, that will do the Twitter, that will basically generate micro opportunities for them to grow. But at the same time, like, they're not going to, none of those folks are necessarily going to have the opportunities that the big creators have. They're chasing the dream.
Right.
And that just happens to help build their community. And then hopefully there'll be a discovery or two that just ends up being a homegrown talent. And then at that point, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy if they can get to that point. We'll see. I will say that the image thing that you mentioned, though, I mean, obviously Saturday AM is a little different. And so our whole view of things is that, to me, it's always about brand. Bottom line is about brand. The kids want to be where the brand is. Like, if they've dreamed about being the kid, everything we've talked about today.
Yeah.
The kid who loves Shonen Jump would give a damn about what everything you and I said. They're like, look, my dream is to be part of Shonen Jump. I don't care what they offer me. I want to have that Shonen Jump logo be on the cover. And that we've always run our business from that standpoint. Like, what we do is what we do. But that freedom for the independent creator, especially the established creator that these other places offer, is interesting. And we'll see what it can do.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Rocket Ship real quickly, and let's get some of these questions. You started your company. You are working with independent creators. Cause I think we kind of maybe hit on that really quickly. So I want to unpack that a bit. You are working, like, do you approach the artists? Do they approach you, and you're helping them with Kickstarters in particular, and then helping them from there? Or walk us through kind of what Rocket Ship does.
So we're a publisher. Our publishing agreements are standard publishing agreements. We do focus on crowdfunding first, and part of that was initially. A lot of creators we work with have online followings, have web followings for their web comics. So instead of trying to get the book into print and get it distributed, get it into a shop or even post it on Amazon and get the public to go buy it, the easiest sort of one-to-one connection for a fan to the creator was Kickstarter and crowdfunding. That makes them a part of the process, and it allows us to offer, limited amounts of exclusive content, whether it's prints or enamel pin sets or stickers or t-shirts or all those kinds of good things, which help everyone and help the print run, because a lot of those items are, frankly, they're high margin. Some of them, not all of the t-shirts are not high margin, but prints are high margin, right? There's real work that goes into that, but there's a lot of high margin items that help the print run and help us get success off of Kickstarter, help the print run, and help all the downstream success that we've had, which got us to, a point where we're distributed by Simon & Schuster now. So the books are starting to roll out. We're distributed by Simon & Schuster worldwide, and we're with Jabberwocky as our international agent. So books will start to hit other languages as well.
Awesome.
We've done about 20 consecutive Kickstarters in a row, and I think, God, we have probably 25 planned for this year across a couple of different verticals and areas, including our partnership with Legendary Entertainment for Legendary Comics. A kids line, and we're moving into tabletop gaming. Our first tabletop game will be Brothers Bond by Ryan Benjamin and Kevin Grievous's comic, and then our second tabletop game is we announced right before Emerald City Comic Con is Stanley's Genesis. So it's the first Stanley branded tabletop game, and those will come out. We're targeting Brothers Bond for late March, I think, and the Stanley game for this summer. But it's always a little bit of everything's a moving target these days with the pandemic and production. Books, game, everything's produced in China, right? So getting products into the pipeline and getting them on a schedule, getting them on a boat, getting them on a container, the whole thing's been a little bit of a rocky road for the last 24 months. But that's what we do. So for creators, the books we publish are creator owned. I think it's a very fair deal. We handle the formatting for them. We don't take any percentage ownership of the underlying IP. Their work is their work. And we put these books out in print. A lot of times we don't put them out in digital because those digital rights are spoken for by a platform. Sometimes if there's an opportunity to, we try to do it. Like with Born Sexy Tomorrow, BL title, we kickstarted by VVBG. It's a Tapas title. Michael Son said, okay, you put out the ebook, right? So we'll put out the ebook when the time comes. So some titles will be available in digital, some aren't. And then we do original titles as well. And then in terms of, how we work with creator, like who we work with, it's partially, reaching out to the network of creators I've worked with in the past, as well as people starting to kind of see what we're doing and come in and ask questions. And if there's a fit, there's a fit. And right now we have a submissions portal on the website. I should mention that. So if anybody does want to submit traditional books or webcomics, we get a lot of submissions. So it's one of those things where it's like, if we don't reply, sorry, it probably means we're not interested. It also means you may not hear from us for a little while because there's a lot of work happening right now. But if somebody has an existing webcomic that has substantial readership that they have the print rights to, we want to hear from them for sure.
So and so we will cut these up, everybody. Just so you feel who are watching this live stream know, we will be cutting these videos up into smaller videos. And so when we do that, we'll make sure we have all the right information for each of the panelists, like Tom, so that you can have the information right in front of you. But what's the web address so they can find it?
Oh, rocketshipent.com as an entertainment.
Got it. So www.rocketshipent.com, folks. You want to check out the cool stuff they're doing. And Tom, you got a Juggernaut title, which was Let's Play, right?
Yeah, Let's Play is we just finished the third Kickstarter. That finished around top 30 all time in the Kickstarter category. The first one is still top 25, or the second one's top 25. When each one went up, they were probably top 20, top 25 all time. Let's Play is a massive hit. It's been optioned. That announcement went out in the Hollywood Reporter, I think, last year, or Forbes last year. Leanne's a brilliant creator. The title's fantastic. It's that successful for a reason, right?
Have we seen, take out the Webtoon anime stuff and the Webtoon stuff that's in Korea, have we seen a Western produced vertical scroll title yet that's been in multimedia yet? I know about a deal, but have we seen one yet? I don't think we've seen it yet.
What do you mean? Have
we seen an adaptation, a Western adaptation of a title yet? I don't think. But I don't think anything's happened with any of these titles yet, right?
No, Lore Olympus was optioned by Henson. I mean, I have no insight into that. That happened after I left the company. So, but I'd say I do know that option was a solid 2+ years ago. Options tend to be for 18 months with a second window. So I imagine they're in their second window if it's still happening, if it's renewed. It's been pretty silent. Let's Play is optioned by All Nighter. Like I said, that was announced. And as far as I know, nothing's been made. I think a couple other things may have been optioned. But yeah, no, nothing's been picked up by a studio or a streamer or anything yet.
Yeah, that's been put in production yet. It'll be very exciting to see when we finally do get to that point. We start to see some of these hit, Western produced content pieces to see, just it'll be just like the Lore Olympus graphic novel, will be yet another chance for us to prove the power of this new independent creator digital distribution culture that we're in with these young people, with these young talents.
Well, and then I'd say the only content that we did do was I did the development deals for the Tower of God and Noblesse anime series that ran at Crunchyroll when I was at Webtoon. So those got made in English, right? Those were made with the U.S. division of Crunchyroll as Crunchyroll Originals. So those deals with Seiwon Song and Brian Coluccio back when they were there. But those are Korean titles. The American titles have not happened yet. But I think it's a matter of time before something on these. There's so much at this point. It's not just Webtoon and Tapas. Like I said, there's 20 of these companies at this point. There's so much stuff. Something's going to happen.
I totally agree. I'm with you. But not to mention, let's also remember, we just had a pandemic that's happening. So there's, we're talking a massive amount of content. We're talking a war going on between streaming companies, and we're talking about a deadly pandemic that's hampered productions around the world. So, but no, I'm with you. It's gonna be very exciting to see when it happens. We got some questions. I think we might be able to get to most of them. So I do want to touch the very first one that literally picks up from this question. I'm going to publish it on the screen here so you can see it. Do you see this?
I see. How do you think oversaturation on social media affects indie comics?
And I think this picks up perfectly from where you just left off, because like you just said, there's so much content out there. So what do you think of that?
I'm not sure what that person meant by oversaturation on social media affects the indie creator unless it just means their ability to break through on social media. I think
so. I think
so. social media. I don't look at social media as a way to break through. I look at social media as something, sort of cost of doing business, something you have to do. You should obviously make efforts to build your audience there, but you should focus on your content, and your content will build your audience for you, right? So if you're putting out a good book, you're putting out content regularly. I don't think it matters that there's a lot happening on social media. I think the people who like your book will start to build that audience. That's kind of the best answer I can give to that.
That's a
I
great
saw another
answer.
question behind that.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah. What is one of your more memorable experiences at a con for promoting?
Oh, God. I mean, I think to me the most memorable. All right, this is actually pretty easy. Is both for Webtoon and for Graphite, and starting to do it for Rocket Ship, and did it in the past for, I believe I did for MTV Comics, is doing portfolio reviews and getting to meet creators one-on-one. That's the best experience I have at conventions, outside of seeing my friends who I only see at cons certain times of the year. But I love that. I love seeing creators who want to try to break through, who are showing art and making strides, giving them advice. It's much like when I was teaching. That for me, that's just really fulfilling to see that work one-on-one with a creator, and then in a lot of cases wind up working with people for years and years and years. I mean, it's how I met Victoria Roboto, who's blessed. It's how I met Tiffany Woodall, who does Lake Bloomer. It's awesome to find, and even for even creators who are very young, looking for a college or in college, looking for advice. It's just that's the best part of a con for me.
I totally agree, man. I completely agree. Next question is, what do you think would be the biggest hurdles for any rising new brands or apps in this space?
Oh, the first is money.
Yes.
I mean, that's real. A lot of credit to Chang Kim and Michael Sun. Building tablets from the ground up. Webtoon came in as a part of a tech giant, so we were dealing with 7-figure budgets without having any revenue responsibility for years. It's a lot easier to do the kinds of things we were doing when money's no object, right?
Right.
But I think right now you want to break in, you're competing financially against at least a few juggernauts where it's obvious, and there are juggernauts from China that are in the space that it's not obvious. But I mean, I think it's when you start to look at like app installs on webcomics or some of these or Bilibili, and you see the explosive growth some of these platforms have, that this doesn't happen randomly, right? There's investment there. I think that's the first problem. I think the first hurdle. The second hurdle is your engineering team. These apps live and die by that, and if that team is not solid, so you need the money to build the market, to build both marketing and some sort of a revenue model for creators. That's not free. And the second piece is, you really need rock star engineers if you want to do this. I mean, anybody can grab a WordPress plugin and put it up and try and be like, I'm the next thing. But maybe if you have enough money and you don't have great engineers, but the thing functions, sure. But I think if you really want to have something solid and be innovative in the space, and just there's a lot of apps that already exist right now. So that first wave is out. If you want to break in, you need both of those things. And engineers, go back to the first point, which engineers cost money. So
it costs a lot of money, exactly.
Yeah.
What was that? Well, in fact, we interviewed him today, but I was talking to our characters appeared in a video game, and we were talking. Me and the owner of the company, we were talking just talking about just the landscape. They're an small indie outfit, and obviously Saturday is an indie outfit, and we were comparing just the apps and things that you can do with the apps and stuff. And he was talking about how that for a lot of these companies, there's you're talking, and I'm sure you saw this as well, but most of these big apps that you guys see out there, what they're dropping per day on app advertising, just per day on acquisition, is insane. I mean, you're talking like $1,000 to $5,000 a day just to make sure they're constantly growing.
It's more than that. I'd say it's probably 5 figures a day. But yeah.
Oh wow, that's $10,000 a day. So yeah, I mean it's amazing stuff. And so you're looking at as Tom said, I mean the money that is required for this. Of course, folks, we're doing it about brand, but the money is definitely the thing. Let's see here. This is a good question for someone on YouTube. Do you have to read all the content you promote regularly, or just enough for a basic understanding of the stories?
Me personally, all right. So me in my capacity of Rocket Ship, I read all the books we publish. It's not that many books. When I was head of content at Webtoon, that was impossible. I mean, it's 100 something titles, each one of them the length of a full issue of a comic book every week, not just every month. I mean, there's just too much. So no, an editor who's assigned to that title needs to read it. And the titles that I worked, that I was hands on with, obviously I read them. I mean, the like Sanford's book, I'm pointing to. I'm only mentioning because you had him on yesterday, but I mean, I know every word of that book of 1000. So I mean, if you're working on it, it's all about scale, right? So it just depends on if you grow too much. Not one person's going to be able to read it all, it depends on if you're publishing or for UGC. If UGC, no, you're not reading everything, right? That's just physically impossible, but also not necessary. For the stuff you publish, you got to understand what it is, right? And if you're going to market it, you really got to understand what it is. Now, maybe you don't have to read all 150 chapters.
If you got to publish,
you got to read a bunch. Yeah, you got to read it. You got to know what it is, right? Like,
absolutely, yeah. I mean, I can tell you guys right now. No, I don't read all of it, and we have editors. You guys saw Austin last episode. I mean, last panel. But no, it's hard. Everything Tom said, it's hard, man. It's But my rule is real simple. Like nothing gets published by us that I haven't authorized. I mean, so we're not going to look at a content that I think is a silly idea or idea that seems derivative or idea that seems very similar to another idea. We're just not going to do that. So I have to feel comfortable with everything we publish. But the notion that I can read every single thing is just really, really difficult. And but we've got a great team that tries to read every single chapter, every single piece of content that's out there. The other part of reading everything as well, which is we do try to do this part, is trying to check, make sure you catch spelling and grammar errors. So sometimes when you're doing, you might not even read the story. You're literally zeroed in on what it says to make sure that nothing crazy is there that will take someone out of the story that is reading the story because you misspelled the word but. So yeah. So this is the last question here, and I think it's a good one to go out on. What's the biggest challenge for bringing webcomics to print? You've touched on it, but obviously you can just kind of recap it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few challenges. I don't know which. So the biggest challenge varies from book to book. Okay, so first is the format itself and breaking down the cadence of. All right, so let's talk about just the Webtoon Tapas webcomics apps of the world, not people already putting a page a day up on maybe Hiveworks or what do they call the ring? What are those? The rings of like webcomic sites, where it's just they all have the same player. I'm blanking on the name, but so focusing on the vertical ones that release. It's not just that they're vertical; it's that the cadence of those, and from a storytelling perspective, is on a weekly basis. So it's more akin to a television series that you're watching every week than it is to a comic. So there's no page turns. Every panel's a reveal. Time is actually an element of developing a story in that format. All of that needs to be broken down and translated into print. It's not super, super hard, but real thought has to be put into that. Like when you have a page turn and reveal, where's a splash page? Where's an establishing shot? Where's a scene start? Because you can leave I'm doing this now because back channel, the one I wrote, we're formatted for print right now. And, there's an issue I just realized on one of them was like, oh, we're at the house with this character. The next day we're at the police station with this character. And that was from one week to the next week, just like you come in and out of a television show that way. But in print, you can't just turn the page and the guy's teleported to a new location, right? So now, there needs to be new art put in here and the caption has to be added and, all that kind of context has to be added. So that's one of the big challenges. The other is technical. So, I'd say it's storytelling or technical depending on the book. From a technical perspective, a lot of it is artists sort of cut corners when you're churning out 60, 70 panels a week. When you're working in digital and you get them on a platform, when that gets put over to print, there might be detail missing in the shot. You have to move some things around. Lettering is larger on a phone. It needs to be shrunk down for print. Tails need to be moved around. So if your lettering's not done properly in Illustrator and layered and you're not addressing your Bezier curves the right way, I'm sorry if any of this is over people's heads, but all of that has to be handled right. So the more professionally produced it is from the beginning, the better. But a big challenge is a lot of it is professionally produced from an artistic talent perspective, but not from a technical perspective. So sometimes we deal with titles that aren't sometimes put up at 300 DPI, and it's like, well, these 6 chapters were done at screen res, and you're like, oh, okay, how are we going to fix that? So is it a redraw, or is it, we worked with some plugins that we've been able to stretch a book and up-res it, and it's come out, Foxfires, which is up here behind me somewhere, was one of those, and it came out beautifully, because the width the artist is working at wasn't wide enough even to do it at our standard size, which is only a 5x7 by 8.2 book, which is smaller than a regular graphic novel. Yeah, I mean, those are the 2 challenges. I mean, working from vertical and chopping those things. I mean, the other part is you're moving sometimes characters over backgrounds, and if the art's flattened and not layered, sometimes there's those kinds of things to work with. And then the lettering's a big one.
I was just saying that lettering is the killer. That lettering is, if you have any ambition to get your work, folks, seen globally so it's got to be translated. The lettering is that, because it's just most of our creators, and we have our company's built off a bunch of creators where English is their second language. So I mean, it's a reality for us regardless. But the fact of the matter is that part, when you're talking production, post-production, is, to me, is the most crucial thing. I will say, to all the things that Tom mentioned, the mantra that I've used internally, because we've had all the books, we got 10 books coming out this year, and what we've told all of our creators is we've looked to refine their stories and make sure everything is right, is that there's just a different mentality, or at least I want to see there be a different mentality amongst our creators, because you have to have the mentality of, if the work is for free that they can read on the internet, then there's a certain acceptance. When someone's being asked to pay $10, $12, $13, there is no acceptance.
Right.
Have you earned someone's dollar? And that's a fundamentally different scenario for creators than creating online content, in my opinion. And so I think those 2 things, as Tom indicated, I think those 2 things, the lettering, but then just the professionalism of the content, and making sure that it reads like a work that's valued at a financial rate. I think those are 2.
It's got to be buttoned up. Like a lot of spelling errors slip through the cracks in digital comics. A lot of grammar errors slip through the cracks in digital comics. There's a lot of things that just kind of, it's tough to keep up with. I mean, ideally you have an editorial team who's good and is looking at those things and fixing them, but that doesn't always happen, right? So, especially when creators are, working ungodly hours, and the expectations of them are very, very high and unhealthy sometimes, even, that they're just trying to get the thing out the door, even that day. So it's tough to keep up with it. So yeah, when you bring it to print, totally quality control is a big issue.
Yeah, that's the term, quality control. Absolutely, yeah. Well, Tom, that's it for us, man. And I just want everyone again to know, Tom, first of all, you guys can see in this conversation, Tom's a cool guy. I only met Tom recently. I don't have a long history with him, but I was always just really, I know Sanford loves Tom, and then I was always just really happy when I spoke to Tom, because he just, as you can see, just has a very natural flair that's combined with this incredible experience in in this changing landscape of comics. I think Tom and I both can say, and Tom, please correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm about to say here, but I think we can both say that comics right now is really exciting, and there's so much opportunity for independent creators. And so if you're at all thinking about doing this stuff, then we highly recommend that you jump into this space, give it a chance, plug into it, and really try to give it your all. Consistency is king. And again, if you want to have, if you can produce an audience, or if you just even want to try your hand at working with Rocket Ship Entertainment, highly recommend you check that out. Obviously, we always want to look at town on our end too. Don't get it twisted, but Rocket Ship and Tom, obviously, you certainly can't do wrong with that. And that would be at www.rocketshipent.com. Tom, you got any final words, man?
No, just to echo that, I think, I'd say there's more, because I see these conversations even on professional creators, Facebook threads, and, who have open, who don't have private, so people jump into the threads, right? It's sort of, there's more opportunity than there ever has been in comics now. Like, it's never been the way it is now. I'd say the aside from the hustle is real. Be prepared for that.
Yes.
And the other thing I'll say too is I think this is an important bit of advice. Is for new creators, the first time you sign a contract, always have a manager or an attorney. I see too much of that happening without that. There's plenty of great resources out there. There's plenty of good attorneys out there. Do your research, find one. There's attorneys willing to work at very reasonable rates. Even there's at least some books on the subject. Jamal Hennessy has a great book about who's an attorney for comics, has a great book about the ins and outs of legal contracts for creators. It doesn't mean be difficult in your first deal. It doesn't mean you're going to get what you want, but it does mean have somebody looking at it to make sure it makes sense and that there's nothing in there that can damage you down the road or blindside you. So that's the one piece of advice. Whenever I'm talking to a potential comic audience, I want to make sure they have that top of mind, because they'll regret it later on if they don't.
Folks, this is why you want to talk to this man. So really good advice. Really good advice. Hey, dude, Tom, thank you so much for doing this, man. I'm like I said, this whole weekend's been awesome with so many people who just took time out of schedule to come do this. But I really appreciate you coming as well, man. This is a great way to finish off this whole show.
Yeah, this is awesome. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. You and I definitely have to hang out. Like I said, we haven't even met in person yet, but I'm looking forward to when things clear up. We can get together, man, and laugh and so forth, and talk about some of the stuff over drinks. But real pleasure, brother. I will. I'm sure I'll be reaching out to you at some point soon, but definitely want to thank you for coming out.
Yeah, thanks. Sounds great.
All right, man. Take care, Tom.
All right. Take care. Thanks, everybody.
So, all right. So, Carlos, is anyone what's next here? Are we gonna take a minor little break here, and then you want to go into just our wrap up phase? I would like to bring some people out. Is there like a thing happening right now for? Can you hear me, Carlos?
I'm here.
Anybody hear me?
I'm here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, do you want to do like a final little wrap up here with everybody? I mean, I assume there's a lot of questions people want to ask and so forth. Or any of them other chat for the pitch session or what for? Or is that not happening?
The pitch session should have already concluded with my manga. Yeah, we started that about an hour ago. So at this point, we're pretty much done. That was all of our panelists. That was all of our guests. Just basically the wrap up, and we're done for the night, Fred.
All right, well then, let me get ready and do that real quickly. Then I'm gonna probably just do a quick. I'll just reshare the stuff that we shared the other day because people really like those videos.
Cool.
And then answer any questions and log out. So we'll give it another. So we got 6:16. I'll take it to 6:30 or maybe a little after. But otherwise, now we're done. Certainly before 7 o'clock. That's for damn sure. So let me go on and get ready and do that right now. We'll answer any of your questions. So if you want to turn me on, am I on the screen now? I guess I don't know. All right, gang. So we are back, and we're heading towards this final 30 minutes of SaturdayCon 2022. This has been a heck of a show. This has been a real heck of a show, and I am blown away at the just support and love you guys gave us this weekend. Big guests, fantastic crowd, great viewership on our live stream on YouTube. Great participation from you guys in our private chats that we had, which, by the way, are not broadcast anywhere. So you guys were free to just be yourselves and express yourselves as you saw fit. I think from what I've heard, it sounds like the pitch and portfolio reviews were well received by you all. I'm happy to hear that. And we got some great information out, things that I didn't know. I mean, things that I was like, oh, okay, interesting. I didn't realize that. Just a really, really, really great experience. Great fan art, great, communications about the show over the weekend on social media, which of course is important nowadays. So I just want to thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart that this show, something I thought about doing, trying to be as successful as it was. And I have to say, this show and the success that it's had to do whatever degree it's had it is a complete testament to the team that we've built. This doesn't happen if we don't have people like Jackie Rendy, Carlos Benitez, Demetrian Billups, Chris Burns, who make those beautiful videos. I'm going to show those videos again because you guys really like those videos. Morgan Walker, who did some images you guys caught really, really briefly. Obviously, the new creators that we've signed who are going to be starting to create content for our magazines and our graphic novels. This doesn't happen without all of them. And there's still more announcements. I was just looking that there's more announcements that I want to make, but I just can't because, this is just not the right forum for it at this point. Too much time has gone by. And we want to make sure that they get all the love and attention that they deserve. I hated the announcements I gave earlier today because we were running behind and we were trying to accommodate to make sure that we get the Out and Proud panel going. We didn't want them to have to be delayed too much by us. And so just a lot. It's a lot. The stuff is hard. I was talking to the head of a big firm that covers comic books and manga and gaming and everything. And they indicated that the guy was in awe that we were even doing this. He's like, we tried to do this a year or two ago. He's like, and man, that thing was a lot of hard work. We thought it would be easy, but it was really hard work. He's like, so I envy you. And I'm thinking, wow, that's like damning me with faint praise because we haven't started yet. This weekend could have been a disaster, but it was great. And it was great because of the great team that we have, including Fred Torninger and White Manga, Austin, who hosted some of these panels, Michael, aka Monitor Comics, who hosted a panel. It's a tribute to all of them that we were able to make this weekend so great. And of course, all of you. So again, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you all so much for making this first SaturdayCon a big hit. And I think if we've done our job and if you all love us as much as you seem to, then people will be talking about this for days to come. And that's awesome. So what I want to do right now, we got some time. I do want to show some of those videos again. I'm going to let you guys, if you guys obviously have questions, anything about the business, about trying to make it as an independent creator, about, just various things that I can answer that I'm certainly happy to do. I'm happy to do so. The floor is yours for the next, 20 or what is it? 26 minutes. So I'm going to play, some of our videos real quickly, just so you guys can see them again, because you guys really seem to like them. And we'll go from there. So let me broadcast this first one you guys really seem to like. So that was our big reveal for our graphic novel program. We have 10 books coming out this year. Daunting. It is not easy to do, I tell you. But we're really excited that we're bringing it out. And that I think that, because for so many years, people have always wondered how big Saturday AM is and so forth. And it's like, we're pretty big. I mean, we're not exactly ants. Been doing it for a really long time. 9 years is nothing to sneeze at. And we've built up, obviously, the relationships you guys see here. But you see with that video, I mean, just the fact that we can bring out 9 graphic novels and 1 how to draw book is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And big companies, bigger companies than us, are doing good to get that type of number in. So we're really excited about the future, really excited about this graphic novel program. And so we're looking forward to some of that content. Let's see. So you guys have any questions? Please feel free. And please pre-order the books as they become available. That's a big deal that we require because it's going to help us continue to build the program and advance the program. I mean, the hope and goal of the graphic program is that, there'll be many creators like you guys maybe here today that will discover that we'll have a graphic novel published by us as part of our partnership with you. So, that's a really important thing for us. And we want to make sure that we continue to offer those opportunities. But first, we have to make sure we grow. And that means by, obviously we're going to attract new fans, but the existing fans have really got to make sure that they're there for us. That's a big deal for us. What questions can I speak to? What questions can I answer? See some of the nice comments you guys have here as well. Never knew a virtual convention could have such atmosphere. That's great. What would you say is the top things to have ready for a pitch to you guys? That's a good question. I think the first 3 things, I think the first thing is to have an online portfolio that is public. I've said before, we get as we've grown, we've received requests from people on a regular basis, a weekly basis, daily basis. When I get up in the morning, it's usually like 5, 6, 7, or 9 requests to submit content to us. I think that the big thing for me at this stage of the game, or has been since day one, is that we certainly we always look to make sure that if someone's going to be aggressive and come to us like that the content is legitimate. And you can get, that's a subjective thing, right? Whether your talent level is something that we feel like we can work with. Some people may think it's talent that they can work with for their online comic brand. But, but it's an important thing, whether it's subjective or not, it's important. And the only way you're going to know that, of course, is if it's public. And so what I find happens a lot, and I don't blame the creators for this, but I do think it's one of those things that's very frustrating, is when you see young creators who will reach out to you, say, hey, I really love you guys. I've got a great idea. Of course, no one likes arrogance. So when someone writes us and says to us that they're going to help make Saturday AM bigger, that's always kind of a crazy thing. I mean, I hope that's true. That's my job, is to find great creators like that. But when someone tells you that, and especially when they tell you that and their profile is private, they haven't sent any artwork with it, that's never a good sign. It's like, don't tease me into thinking that you are a legitimately talented person. Lead with your talent, not with your ego. So have your portfolio be public. That is rule number 1. Rule number 2 is try to have your pitch ready. By pitch, I mean the elevator pitch we've talked about in the past. So an elevator pitch basically comes down to, give me 2 concepts that I would know. Don't give me some weird concept or weird series that exists that I've never heard of, the average person's never heard of. Give me something I would know. Batman I've heard of, One Piece I've heard of, Jurassic Park I've heard of, Yu-Gi-Oh I've heard of. Give me something that I know, and then match it with something else that I know. And when I hear those 2 things, if I'm intrigued by it, which is all an elevator pitch can do. An elevator pitch can't be 5 paragraphs. An elevator pitch is meant to be something that's really, really, really small, really specific, that will make the person go, I'd like to hear more. That's literally the definition of elevator pitch. So you want them to want to hear more. You want them to be interested and intrigued. The only way that's going to happen, of course, is if you give them something that's intriguing. If you've got to give them a ton of backstory, if you got to give them, again, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs to explain what your concept is, then you've already lost. So have an effective elevator pitch, have a public portfolio, and then of course the last one I said before, just be professional. Don't come across as arrogant and rude. Try to respect whoever, you're obviously coming to them, not the other way around. So always be very cautious with how you speak, because for someone to take time out of their schedule, remember, our jobs are not to go through submissions. You heard Tom Ackles say, just our last guest, talk about how they have a submission thing. You heard Michael Sohn say it for Tapas the other day. We have the same thing. We do it every year called Summer of Manga. We did it for this show. But that's not our job, right? Our job is to get the magazine done. Our job is to get the content that we already are committed to get that published, to get the graphic novels out. So, when you appreciate and respect someone and understand what they actually have to do in terms of their regular work, then that means then that you will approach them in a way that's respectful, because they've got other things going on. And I think that's always an important piece of it. You at the end of the day, you want someone to be interested, and what you don't want to do is make them uninterested before you've even shown them what you've got. So those are the 3 biggest things. Get rid of the ego, have an online portfolio, and then have an effective pitch. My series is Batman meets Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, how does that work? Tell me more. And if you've got to tell me more, then you've already started winning. And that's the key. Let's see. Next question. Let's see here. How long was this convention in the works for? Not long. I mean, it was long, but not long. I mean, we first start talking about when I signed the deal with Quarto Group for our graphic novel, which is back in like October or September. It was in September, I think. When I signed the deal, we had been talking about doing this then. So I don't know if it happened before September that we talked about it in any serious context. But we got serious about it after the deal was signed and after, I want to say probably after October or November. I remember we had gotten really serious about it not too long afterwards. So from that standpoint, it was in the works conceptually, probably 5 months, but the actual like serious significant work of it didn't occur until the last like maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Persist, do I draw anything myself? If so, can I show it? I don't draw anything myself. I don't draw anything myself. So all I do is write. I write Clock Striker. I write Master Multiplayer World of Ghosts. I do editorial scripting duties on titles like Yellow Stringer and some other titles I can't remember now. Yellow Stringer for sure. I can't remember some of the other titles, but the bottom line is that my job is to write and to manage our business and set our strategy and keep our creators in check. And drawing is something I believe it or not, I actually can draw a little bit. Like if you would see you would see that I've got some ability to at least make something look like it should look, but it's not my thing. I don't find joy in drawing. So yeah. We're a Picture Saturday AM animated Cartoon Network. So we've obviously had conversations about anime. We thought we'd be in a position to talk about something today, but we couldn't. And so I would just say that you will definitely see a Saturday AM or Saturday AM animes. You will. That's of course. When, where, I'll say this as well, that we are headed towards our 10-year anniversary. And of course, I have a personal, hope that we will launch it before our 10-year anniversary. So yeah. Let's see here. Do creators on your magazine have editors? Yeah, we try to establish. We've got to build our editorial team a lot more. I mean, you heard Tom Ackles, who's got his own company, and he's having to edit some of his titles, and of course, then he shifts it to some of the people that he has with him. And it was the same way for me. I mean, we had a number of folks in our editorial group, and we just, as we've grown, obviously, the first thing you try to grow a company, like this, the first thing you focus on, or the first thing that you focus on, is paying the bills that keep things going. You want to keep the lights on. You want to keep the website up. You want to keep the app running. You want to keep all the things that are important for the brand to continue to move forward. And those things are obviously the most important things. You want to then as you get additional money, you want to keep the creators happy, because the creators own their own property. So just like Webtoon and every place else, a lot of our creators aren't getting money up front. They publish on the platform. They develop their series through our brand and our marketing and everything else. But they own their property, so they know that at the end of the day, that we're going to work with them to help them build it, grow it, and make a lot of money off of it. But we're never going to say, okay, that's ours now. And that's a big thing, because not every company works that way. In fact, more companies than you think don't work that way, and we know because they approached us to have SaturdayCon become part of the company. So yeah, I mean, that's a big thing for us, and because of that, we just focus on building out, the company, starting with the infrastructure, seconded by the creators, and then third, of course, is staff where it's applicable. And so, in that context, we want to grow editorial. We also, want to grow editorial with more editors who have like big experience, not just experience working at an indie level, maybe worked at big companies. Tapas, for example, when they had this giant acquisition, they just got bought for $500 million. One of the first things they did was hire a bunch of editors from comic book companies, which has been really cool to see. And it means as well that these companies are getting that big that they can hire people who used to work at DC and Marvel and IDW and Boom. And so, I suspect that you may see some of that with us as well. You'll see more. I mean, we just hired, as we talked about in the last panel of Tom, and I talked about over the weekend, we just hired some letterers to letter our graphic novels because we really needed that, So that's an important piece of the process. But we do have the editors that we hope you'll have access to if you work with us. Summer of Manga. Summer of Manga, of course, is our big event that we use to showcase up-and-coming talent, and that will happen. It happens every year. This year, we may offer light novels as a part of it. We're not sure yet. But it will happen, of course. We always reveal the dates for it in terms of when we're taking submissions right after March Art Madness. So we want people's focus to be on March Art Madness. March Art Madness is a giant event. So we focus on March Art Madness first, and then at the end of March Art Madness, those who've been paying attention, we then pivot to Summer of Manga, and then that has a submission period. Then we go back to, doing the other stuff we have to do, and then you don't really hear about Summer of Manga until maybe like a month before the event begins. We start hyping it up again because we've worked with the creators. We have the content. We now know what they know what they need to do. We know what they're bringing to us and to the fans, and then we start scheduling things so we can run inside of the magazines. So that's the plan right there. Summer of Manga is so basically we have two events we do every year that are really big for us, and they're big. They're big things that the independent manga space really looks at. There are a lot of our creators, people we discover, if we don't end up publishing them, they end up at some company. I mean, so it's it's a really big thing that we do for the indie manga category. And the March Art Madness piece, we give away money, we give away contracts for making video game, for contributing concept art for video games or toys or trading cards, what have you. They win Wacom's and Clip Studio Paint packages and so on and so forth. So March Art Madness is a big event. And then Summer Manga basically is a short story event. So it's an event where people who have a concept can pitch us like you guys did here. And if we really like it, then we will then, give them a chance to refine it, work with our editors, refine it, and then run it inside of some summer issues of Saturday AM back to back so that they can, see what the fan base thinks. We then let the fans vote on the concepts, just like they do in Japan with Jump Giga for shorts and so forth. And then what happens after we run those titles over summer and we then see what the feedback is, we then try to work with the creators to either become regular contributors to Saturday AM, PM, or brunch, or afternoon, or we tap them to work on a big graphic novel project, which we announced yesterday, which was Saturday AM Annual, which will be an annual book that comes out and will feature original short stories in it from creators largely who came from Summer of Manga. So we're pretty excited about that. And that's what Summer of Manga is. Yeah. So any other questions? Anything else? Yes, I see people really like the anime panel. That's great. And then Radiant. Yeah, we're really excited that Tony Valente agreed to do that. He also gave us a wonderful endorsement for our books. So did Sanford Green. We're working on some other great big creators who are really excited about Saturday and giving us some great stuff as well. So we're really stoked about that. Let's see here. What was your favorite panel for? I mean, obviously, it's like asking which is my favorite manga that we publish. I mean, I publish them. I love everything that we do. I thought I was telling Jackie actually a few minutes ago. I said that I thought I knew that the show was going to be a success when we had the very first panel, which was myself and Raymond. Later, White joined it, talking about the history of Saturday AM, and we did it with the two guys from Super Anime Podcast, because they were so funny and they were so smart. They were great hosts that they just immediately kicked off this whole weekend into the vibe that I think it actually carried over into. You saw some of that with the panel that Austin did, where it was just people, being comfortable and laughing, but also bringing real knowledge and information to you guys, and having fun with it, and showcasing that that we can all be competitive, but at the same time be respectful. So I thought that panel was just perfect for getting everything set up. Saturday AM does it accept full colored comics? Of course, yeah. I mean, we don't have an issue with color works. There's nothing. I don't have a problem with that. January says the new series reveal and the 2022-2023 print line showcase was my favorite part. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. That was my favorite part as well. Whoops. So, yeah, I really messed up. See, because what happened was that I had told it no, I don't want to screen share anymore, or I don't want to screen share, and that ended up locking out my ability to show you guys stuff. So that sucks. I can't show you guys. I can do the I can't do the screen share thing. So it's not. I don't think it's in the. Let's see if it's here in the slides. It's not in the slides. No. So, but anyway, yeah, we got some great things. I'll be posting some of those titles reveals. They'll be posting those on our Instagram, so you guys will see some of that on the Instagram. But yeah, we got some great titles coming up. I'm really proud of those creators. Austin Harvey's been working with those creators as well, so really proud of them. I think you guys are gonna really love Metal Souls, Otherworldly Travel Agency, Diddy Dead, Protect Mary Kill. That young woman is really talented and really cool. I think you guys are gonna really dig all of that. There's gonna be some great titles this year, and of course we've got more, but those are the main ones we wanted, that we were ready to reveal and wanted to reveal right now. Happily Ever After is another one. So yeah. Oh, and Frostfire. Look out for Frostfire. Let's see here. I really like the showcase videos for each of the magazines. Yeah, they were cool, and we'll probably close out the show showing those. So as we get towards the end here, I'll probably pop those up so you guys can take one final look at them. Let's see here. What else Austin Harvey is telling everybody we have a workplace chat, which is where all of our folks congregate. And he's telling everybody that I complimented him. I will compliment everybody. I thought the Saturday afternoon guys were really cool. I mean, there's some really fun guys, and I love seeing them in the little side panel that they had. Was happy to see Saturday PM and Saturday Brunch have an ability to get together. Like I said, that part was right. I love the thing that Jay did for how to draw diverse manga. I thought that was really cool as well. Someone asked if I ever played a Souls game. I think you mean like Dark Souls, and the answer is no, I have not. Thank you, Anthony. Anthony says Diddy Dead is one of the best names of all time. Thank you. I agree. Totally agree. And and that was my name because that young man Arunas has come up with so many stupid names. I thought, no, I can't let you go out like that. You got to have a name that's gonna be something that's gonna help you succeed. That's what we do at Saturday, and we come up with cool names. Got Clock Striker, Apple Black, Hammer, Sagami, Bully Eater. We got some cool names for our series, so gotta make sure that I don't let Arunas go out like that. Come sit down. Come sit down. My dog is running around here, so gotta make sure she's okay before we come sit down. Come sit down. We'll go out in a minute. So let's see. Any other comments, questions before we wrap up? I'll show these final videos then, if you guys are good. So any final questions? Jackie.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah.
Hey, I sent you a message in Workplace. You wanna read it aloud to the audience?
Which one is it? The last one?
Yeah, the message I sent you specifically. There are a whole bunch of quotes I collected from SaturdayCon.
Yeah, well, I saw that quote earlier. Yeah, but I mean, I'll be happy to share this. Yeah. So, can they hear me? Are they still? They still?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, I'm talking to Jackie. I don't know if you guys can hear Jackie. I'm talking to Jackie. But Jackie, yeah, collected some of the great quotes you guys had, and you guys did have some amazing quotes talking about the experience. I'll just read some of them real quickly, and then I'll show the videos, and we'll be out. I'm so happy I got to meet White and do my pitch. That was such an amazing experience. I've had so much fun. Thank you all so much for putting this together. You guys made my weekend with this convention. Fire, fire, fire. I enjoyed having so many creators in the industry and aspiring creators in one space, especially since it's my first con ever. That's great. I didn't know it was your first con. The fact I've got multiple friends that are part of the group and that they get to experience something that they only previously dreamed of, that was my favorite part about SaturdayCon. That is cool as well. That is very cool. The panelists dropped gem after gem. They shared with us all the keys to our success. I agree. That's why we got them. I love meeting everyone, fans included. That's also great. I love the fact that the Shindig software allows you guys to interact with one another. It feels great to be a part of something like this. That's really cool. And then last but not least, we have the quote here saying, I never knew a virtual convention could have the atmosphere of a real one, but SaturdayCon and its community really made it feel grand. That is a great quote. Jack, I hope you found out who wrote that. And whoever wrote that, I hope you guys don't mind. I think it was January. January does those great little animations, by the way. So I hope you don't mind us using that. We're probably going to use that quote for promoting the event. So we'll credit you, of course. But yeah, I thank you all so much. Those comments are great. It really, really means a lot to us. I mean, we sacrifice so much to do this stuff, our health and our finances and our sanity at times. And so I really appreciate you guys just, playing a role to this degree that you have. It's truly, truly appreciative. So appreciate it. So I think that's going to bring us to a conclusion. I'm going to go ahead and show these videos real quickly of the various brands that we have, and then we'll close out with that. So we're going to start with Saturday Brunch. Again, that was the great Chris Burns with that video. Here's Saturday PM. And that was Saturday PM. Again, Chris Burns. And then here's Saturday AM. And we will conclude right after this. And that's it, folks. Thank you so much for checking out Saturday AM. Don't forget to support our mobile app, app.saturday-am.com. We're going to have some more announcements coming very soon. We'll talk more about the AFK Arena magazine that we're doing. We'll talk more about some of the partnerships we have. Don't forget that this evening you should be able to find the short story by Arunas, creator of Daddy Dead Dead. He has a really cool short story on our platform right now for Pilot Manga. You can find that at www.pilotmanga.com. And of course, if you don't have our app, please go get our app. It's at app.saturday-am.com. Yeah, my name is Frederick Jones, founder and publisher of Saturday AM. On behalf of Jackie Rindy, Carlos Benitez, Demetrian Billups, Val Castillo, Chris Burns, Morgan Walker, Mitch Proctor, and a host of folks who were involved this weekend, including Fred Torninger, White Manga, JeyOdin, folks who hosted panels or helped to do portfolio reviews, folks who help promote us and get you guys knowing about the things we're doing, Blake Showers, Venus Bambiza. The list is just long. Thank you all for supporting Saturday AM. We hope to be a element of the future of manga, and with your help, we can certainly be a opportunity that all these creators, all these staff members can look back fondly on in their lives, because it will have helped make their lives more special, as well as yours. Thank you. We'll talk to you guys soon. Goodbye.